birthday yesterday, and we're supposed to have some cake later, so you have to celebrate. I don't want a roll call vote on that. Okay. But late happy birthday. We appreciate serving with you, sir. Thank you, Commissioner Werfel, for appearing before the Ways and Means Committee a little earlier than usual this year. We have a lot to go over with you, so I appreciate you answering the request of our members to come before the committee early this year. First, as it pertains to the current 2023 tax filing season, I want to thank you and your team for the technical work to ensure the quick and without delay implementations of provisions of the Tax Relief for American Families and Workers Act. We particularly appreciate the steps the agency is taking right now to be ready to immediately implement the legislation once the Senate passes the bill and it is signed into law, especially with regard to adjustments to the child tax credit. I think we are also largely aligned on the importance of rooting out fraud in the Employee Retention Tax Credit Program. We look forward to hearing about your efforts, not just in eliminating that fraud, but also making sure that small businesses across America who filed legitimate claims receive their credits as soon as possible. While I'm grateful for your partnership in these efforts, it won't surprise you that I also have a number of concerns about the Biden administration's approach to the IRS and about the IRS's handling of several important issues. Last time you were before this committee, the IRS had chosen to delay a provision of a law crafted by the Biden administration and congressional Democrats that would send tax forms to 44 million Americans just for engaging in transactions over $600 in a year. This includes transactions like simply selling a used couch or a concert ticket through a third-party payment platform. Once again, the IRS unilaterally chose to delay implementing the law or sending these forms, this time in an election year. To be clear, Republicans are united behind repealing this terrible policy, and I want to thank Representative Carol Miller for her leadership on the repeal effort. But the way to fix this terrible law is to repeal it, not to use the IRS to shield the Biden administration from the consequences of its own policies. Also, last time you were before this committee, you said the IRS would not retaliate against whistleblowers. One of the IRS whistleblowers who has appeared before this committee has since alleged the IRS retaliated against him for exposing the truth about the DOJ's preferential treatment of Hunter Biden. I hope you will share what steps have been taken to protect whistleblowers. And just a couple weeks ago, a judge sentenced an IRS contractor to 5 years in prison for the greatest theft of taxpayer information in American history. I think the Department of Justice woefully undercharged this individual, but I'm pleased the judge applied the maximum sentence available to her. But this story doesn't end with that case. The IRS must be accountable for allowing this theft to have ever happened and must ensure that it fixes security vulnerabilities at the agency. A recent report from the Inspector General described alarming details about how current IRS security flaws that demonstrate the problem has not been resolved. I hope that you will commit today to address their findings quickly for the sake of millions of taxpayers. We have serious questions about numerous other issues, such as the implementation of an IRS direct file scheme that the American people didn't ask for, how the IRS is spending its windfall of $80 billion, and Fantasyland claims about how much revenue the agency thinks it will generate from increased audits. Frankly, more of the IRS's time and resources should be directed toward improving its customer service for its existing duties, not spending money and resources on new systems no one has asked for. Part of that focus should be on deploying new technology to make the IRS more efficient. Proper use of technology can help avoid the need to hire thousands and thousands of new employees. I want to thank Representative Schweikert for leading the charge to ensure that the IRS is taking advantage of new technology to help taxpayers. Clearly, there is a lot the IRS needs to answer for, and I look forward to hearing how your agency plans to follow the law and protect taxpayers moving forward. I'm pleased to recognize Ranking Member Neal for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. So we want to welcome the Commissioner back to the Committee on Ways and Means. As always, it's delightful to have you with us in the middle of what promises to be another record-breaking filing season. The dedication of the employees of the Internal Revenue Service is remarkable. We want to thank them for their commitment to our taxpayers and fair tax administration, emphasis on the word fair, and for the swift implementation of the Inflation Reduction Act. Last filing season was the first impacted by the Democrats' multi-year investment from this historic legislation. While taxpayer service was dramatically improved, it was merely the consequence of a well-laid, well-funded plan. The results have been quite remarkable. In this era of service to America's taxpayers, the IRS beat Secretary Yellen's goal and delivered an 87% quality level of service. 3 million more phone calls were answered, while wait times were cut from 28 minutes to 3 minutes. Over 140,000 additional taxpayers were served in person. The 222 backlog was eliminated, and many new digital tools were introduced to make taxpayer experiences even easier. A reminder to our Republican colleagues, many of the recommendations that we entertained and discussed this morning came from Commissioner Rettig, a Republican who worked with all of us to ensure quality service. We know that expectations have been increased based on the success that the IRS has had so far. It was just last year that we discussed the future of the IRS ability to hold the top 1% of tax cheats accountable, and in a matter of months, over $500 million has been recovered from 1,600 wealthy tax avoiders. Another major victory is taxpayer fairness and a victory for the IRS. A reminder, if the revenue is not collected in a fair manner, that means the rest of us pay more. Yet the biggest threat to the IRS right now is the extremism of some of our colleagues. From the government shutdown that looms in just 5 legislative days to our colleagues' attempt to gut our investments every chance they've gotten, not only would this end up costing taxpayers money and adding to the deficit, but how can you argue with the success? I find myself wondering out loud about who wins when the IRS is starved for its resources. Perhaps our colleagues will have a chance to answer that this morning. Under Republican funding cuts, the audit rate on millionaires fell by more than 70% from 2010 to 2019. Those are numbers from Commissioner Rettig. And the audit rate on large corporations fell by more than 50%. That was a request from Commissioner Rettig. Workers and their families pay their fair share, and the American people can count on us to ensure that wealthy and well-connected people are paying their fair share too. While the promise of direct file draws near, and I'm optimistic about some prospects, I'm disappointed it wasn't already in time for the public to take advantage of it. We want to thank the Commissioner for his diligence being here today. We look forward to continue work on behalf of the American people. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ranking Member Neal. Today's sole witness is the Commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service, Danny Werfel. The committee has received your written statement, and it will be made part of the formal hearing record. Commissioner Werfel, you may begin when you are ready.
Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on the filing season and IRS operations. I am pleased to report that the 2024 filing season opened on schedule on January 29th and has gone smoothly so far. Along with filing season and other day-to-day operations, we continue to make important progress in our efforts to transform our agency through implementation of the Inflation Reduction Act. Using IRA funding, our work is centered on 3 fundamental themes. First, ensuring taxpayers can easily contact the IRS, whether in person, on the phone, or online. We want them to get help navigating complex tax laws and accessing the credits they deserve. Second, identifying the growing number of taxpayers with complex returns, including certain wealthy individuals, large corporations, and complex partnerships who are shielding income to evade their tax responsibility. We want to collect from them what is owed. And third, addressing the growing risk of tax scams and schemes by protecting honest taxpayers from them. We want to root out the nefarious actors that perpetrate them. These investments allow us to strengthen the overall effectiveness of IRS operations. As Commissioner, I want people to know that the IRS is on the side of taxpayers, and we are working to reflect that in every aspect of our operations while administering the nation's tax law. The IRS has been working hard to build on the accomplishments of last year. Our transformation goals for this filing season include providing an 85% level of service on our main toll-free phone line during the filing season. On the compliance side, we continue to increase scrutiny on those who evade taxes. We are working to reverse the historically low audit rates for large corporations, complex partnerships, and high-wealth individuals. During the past year, the IRS has also taken dramatic steps to strengthen our internal systems, protocols, and procedures by putting in place numerous improvements to bolster how we protect key systems and information. Our recent steps, enabled with new funding, have sharply reduced risks for taxpayers and the tax system. While taxpayers should rightfully be concerned about recent reports of the unauthorized access and disclosure that occurred in the 2017 to 2021 timeframe, the data security environment at the IRS is dramatically improved today. We have worked tirelessly this past year to close gaps that allowed this unfortunate event to transpire. However, there is always more work to do in this area, and we will continue our laser focus on strengthening data security. Another important aspect of our mission is implementing the tax laws fairly and justly. A key part of this involves making sure everyone pays the taxes they owe. But we also have a responsibility to protect taxpayers from being overly burdened in fulfilling their tax obligations. We work continuously to balance these two sides of the mission. This is the issue we faced in implementing the $600 threshold for 1099-K reporting that Congress passed in 2021. While it is important for us to have the information provided under the lower threshold, we must also consider the burden placed on taxpayers in meeting this requirement. Our administration of tax laws should be guided by what is best for taxpayers. In this situation, we delayed imposing the lower threshold because we realized that immediate implementation posed a high risk of taxpayers being confused and, given the complexities of the 1099 reporting, some potentially paying taxes they didn't actually owe. That is something we take very seriously, and we will do everything in our power to avoid. So the IRS is continuing to work to reduce that risk before imposing the $600 standard for business transactions. We will continue working this and getting feedback from key groups. I also want to assure the committee that the IRS is paying close attention to the potential passage of the child tax credit legislation. If Congress acts, the IRS is poised to move quickly to implement it. Building off our experience with economic impact payments during the pandemic, we may be able to start implementation as early as 6 to 12 weeks after passage, depending on the bill's final language. But taxpayers should not wait for this legislation to file their returns. We will take care of getting any additional refunds to taxpayers who have already filed. They won't need to take additional steps. Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, and members of the committee, that concludes my statement. I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll now proceed to the question and answer session. Commissioner Werfel, as you know, the House passed the Tax Relief for American Families and Workers Act, included adjustments to child tax credit. You just briefly touched on that. I want to ask some additional questions to make the record reflect appropriately. But the bill passed through this committee by a vote of 40-3, and it received 357 votes on the House floor. As I mentioned in my opening statement, I appreciate the work you and your team have done to help ensure that the bill can be implemented as quickly as possible. I just want to confirm a few details with you. The overwhelming majority of American taxpayers are guaranteed to have no adjustment to their tax liability due to the child tax credit changes in this bill. In fact, can you confirm that only roughly 10% of households will be effective and will receive just modest adjustments to their tax refunds?
Yes. In fact, in looking at the numbers, if you look at the same eligible population in fiscal year 22, it was about 22.5 million people. So that metric that you offered is in line with our understanding of how it's going to impact taxpayers going forward.
Thank you. We worked with your team to make sure the bill did not place a new burden on taxpayers and can be implemented without delay. Can you confirm that taxpayers do not need to file amended returns to obtain the adjustments the bill makes, further speeding things up?
Yes.
Thank you. There is language in the legislation requiring the IRS to process any additional returns without delay. As a matter of fact, that was language we added during the markup in this room. If the bill is passed by the Senate and signed into law, how quickly will you be able to make the child tax credit adjustments for this filing season? In other words, how long will it take after bill signage for the IRS to send out any additional refunds?
Well, we gave you a range of 6 to 12 weeks required for implementation from the point of enactment. The reason we give a range is because we need to see the final language, but I'm committed to work diligently to make sure we're closer to the 6-week end of that range than the 12-week.
I appreciate hearing that, Commissioner. So just to be clear, we have your commitment that the IRS will move as quickly as possible.
It will be a top priority to make sure that this gets done.
Thank you, sir. In the past, Congress has asked the IRS to make changes during tax filing season. In fact, Congress has asked the IRS to make much larger changes than this bill does, like sending stimulus checks to hundreds of millions of taxpayers, or creating a monthly check sending system for the child tax credit on the fly. The number of taxpayers affected here is a fraction of those affected in those other programs. Given that, can you confirm the administrative adjustments needed to implement the Tax Relief for American Families and Workers Act are a much lighter lift for the IRS than for those other programs?
Yes, and Mr. Chairman, the work that we did to implement the payments that you referred allowed us to build additional capacity to make us even more ready for this change.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Werfel, the individual who stole and disclosed the tax information of thousands of Americans has now been punished with a sentence of 5 years in prison. While I'm glad the judge in the case sentenced him to the maximum available to her, I was surprised that the Department of Justice only charged the individual with one count of unauthorized disclosure and no other crimes. Did you make a recommendation to the Department of Justice on how to charge in this case?
No, that's not the role of the IRS Commissioner. We allow and defer to the Department of Justice on prosecutorial decisions.
Do you think one count of disclosure matches the crime committed?
I think that protecting taxpayer information from unauthorized access is an absolute solemn responsibility of the IRS. And I also believe that this individual betrayed the trust. He betrayed his own commitments. He betrayed IRS employees, and he betrayed the American tax people. And that type of betrayal should not be tolerated. And based on what's playing out in court, it's not being tolerated because this person is being brought to justice, and as I understand it, is going to spend years in prison.
5 years. Do you think the penalty should have been higher for this individual?
I don't have a judgment on that, Mr. Chairman. I rely on the court and the judicial process to play out, and I trust that the judicial process will get the right answer.
I was looking at more of the legislative process of whether Congress should change and increase the penalties for someone who abuses taxpayer information like this situation. I now recognize the ranking member for any questions he might have.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner, what's the IRS done to restore an element of fairness to the tax system, and are there any new compliance push that you are aware of to audit high-income earners and big corporations?
Yeah, thank you for the question. See, what happened in the period before the Inflation Reduction Act, when IRS funding was low and we weren't making the appropriate investments, is there's a variety of different areas we fell behind. And one of the key areas we fell behind is the ability to assess complex returns. So in situations where taxpayers had the means to hire an army of lawyers or an accountants to create a lot of complexity in their return and potentially shield income, we weren't making the appropriate investments to track that, assess it, and collect it. And now we are doing just that. With the Inflation Reduction Act resources, we are focused on building our capacity around how to deal with complex returns and how to make sure there's fairness. Because if you're a taxpayer who can't afford to hire a lawyer or an accountant to help you create complexity and shield your income, then you would likely be very frustrated if those that did have the resources could do that and evade what they owe. And we have to close that gap, and we're making really important progress already in closing that gap.
Thanks. And Commissioner, let's talk about data security. I thought your answer and your introductory comments was on target. You want to talk about data security and the improvements that have been made in your time as Commissioner?
Yeah, I mentioned how important, in the answer to Mr. Chairman's question, data security is to the IRS. It is fundamental to what we do in ensuring the public trust. When I got to the IRS, one of the first things I did in March of 2023 was pull the team in together and ask, what is the state of our data security environment? And what I learned was there were a lot of gaps. And one of the primary causes of those gaps was lack of investment. The underfunding that had occurred for many years at the IRS, I said, decreased our capacity in a variety of different ways. And one of those ways was to keep pace with investing in the type of technology, process change, controls to make sure that our environment was secure. And we have spent the last year working diligently to close those gaps. And there is a long laundry list of steps we have taken to completely dramatically change our environment. And I'll point out one important one. The Inspector General, in evaluating our security environment, pointed specifically to a lack of audit trails in our system so that we can see how data is moving throughout the organization and we can track and see if it's moving in an inappropriate way. I required, and it's now been implemented, that every sensitive system in the IRS has the very robust audit trails that the Inspector General required. Again, before the Inflation Reduction Act, we didn't have the resources to put in the work to close these gaps. And that's why it is so important that the IRS be funded adequately for its operations, not just so that we can answer the phone when people call us, not so that we can keep pace with complex returns, but we need to invest in our infrastructure and invest in our data security so events like what happened in 2017 to 2020, that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, I don't understand the logic that sometimes is offered that if we cut the IRS, then somehow we're going to improve compliance. The logic escapes me. So let me give you some time here. You've got 1 minute and 15 seconds to talk about some of the other additions to your testimony that you might like to offer.
Absolutely. So I really want to amplify this point about what a funded IRS means versus what it doesn't. And we have all the evidence we need in looking at the state of the IRS before the Inflation Reduction Act was passed versus where it is today. And before the Inflation Reduction Act was passed, our walk-in centers around the country were closed or understaffed with lines around the block. And now, just a few years later, we've opened 50 new walk-in centers. They're fully staffed. We're extending hours to Saturday for people who can't get to us during the week. And we're implementing what we call pop-up walk-in centers, going to remote populations. So if people want to see us in person, they now can. A second example is with the phones. We were understaffed by thousands of phone assisters because of underfunding. What did we do with the funding? We hired 5,000 phone assisters, put them in the call center, and before the Inflation Reduction Act and after, there was a dramatic change in our ability to answer the phone and help taxpayers with their questions. And the same is true for digital. We have a whole generation of taxpayers that is going to expect, as they should, to be able to do everything they ever wanted to do with the IRS without calling us, without going into our walk-in centers. And before we were funded, our technology tools were stagnant. They weren't being updated in the way you would see either other tax jurisdictions around the world or in the financial services sector and the retail sector. That's all changing now. We have work to do, but now every time taxpayers come to be with the IRS and filling out their taxes or answering a question, when they go to our website each filing season, they're going to see a new set of tools, new functionality, new things that they can do without ever calling us or walking into a walk-in center, because we're investing and focusing our investments on how do we best serve taxpayers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Buchanan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the Commissioner for being here today. I chaired the Florida Chamber. We had 30,000 businesses in the Federation across Florida. One of the biggest issues, and I mentioned this to you a little bit earlier, is dispute resolution. And I'm talking about companies with 50 employees or less. The cost of hiring accountants, and maybe you have to get an attorney and go through that whole process, is very time consuming. Many times we'll put them out of business, some of them. But I think it's got a little bit better. But what's your mindset of where we're at in terms of, it seems like we want to get a fair deal for the IRS, for the country, but then resolve as many of these disputes as we can. Some of them claim they're out there a year, 6 months, 8 months. It ties up their energy, their time, and their enterprise. And you mentioned that, the big corporations, one thing, but small business and individuals as well. But I'm just focused right now on small business.
Yeah, I really appreciate the question, Congressman. I haven't mentioned it yet, but one of the things that guides me in the job is the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. I have it framed above my desk. I have it with me today. It's kind of like some people carry around their pocket constitution. I carry around the Taxpayer Bill of Rights because it's so important that in everything we do, we're guided by it. And one of those rights is the right to speedily resolve your issues. And I want to make the right investments so that we are doing that. And that's a multi-pronged set of solutions. It's, for example, having clear notices, clear guidance. So if the law is complicated, the IRS is translating it clearly so we never get to a dispute. It's doing outreach to small businesses with training and webinars. We're investing to what are your questions and how can we help you? And then it's hiring more people and working to make sure that there is no dispute resolution that's taking too long.
I only got a few minutes. I got a couple of things I want to get through. Identity theft. It was
Yes.
a huge issue. Again, it seems like it's organized groups and stuff are still out there. Where are we at with identity theft now? Because I had a lot of people in our region in Florida where their identity was stolen. The tax returns were filed on behalf of the thief or whatever, or some organized group. What's your sense of where that's at?
Well, it's critical, and it's a top priority. I mentioned top 3 things we want to do under the Inflation Reduction Act, and one is prevent people from being victimized. And this is a mixed story. I wish it was all good. We've made significant progress in preventing identity theft. Working with private sector partners in what we call our Security Summit, we now prevent 98% of identity theft attacks, if you will. But in the case where there is a victim, as was recently pointed out by a taxpayer advocate report, we are not resolving those issues quick enough. And so it's a priority going forward that not only to continue our strong performance in preventing identity theft, but also when it happens and there's a victim, to raise our game and make sure that we're providing that victim assistance in a much more robust way.
Yeah, let me ask you one other thing on in terms of customer service. I know you touched on that, just talking to accountants and things locally, and it does seem like, I want to give you a little credit, it seems like things have got a little bit better, but still, they're on the phone for over an hour, they're aggravated. Being someone that's in business, you want to take care of those folks as quickly as you can, at least in terms of answering the phone, get their questions answered. And you touched on it in your early testimony, but where's your sense of where we're going to get to a point where we can answer the phone quicker and try to get them a little bit more help from a quicker stance?
So we're on our main phone line, which is where most of the volume comes, we're at an 85% level of service, but there's more to do. There are other phone lines that we need to continue to work on and improve. And let me give you an important example of what we're doing. I don't ever want to hear about someone waiting on the phone for an hour. That is heartbreaking, frustrating, but it's also a rallying cry for us. One of the things we've done this year is we've instituted a callback option. And what that means is that the way we're engineering our call center now, if your wait time is going to be longer than 15 minutes, we will introduce into the phone, hey, we can schedule a callback option. So you can hang up, no longer listen to elevator music, and we'll call you back. These are the types of improvements. I know this happens in your everyday life when you're on any other call center in the retail industry and otherwise banking industry. We have some catching up to do. But because we have funding, we can make these investments, and these are really helpful to taxpayers because now, if they've got a baby crying or something, they can hang up and get a callback option.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Doggett is recognized.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Commissioner, for the efforts that you and your team have made to address many of the problems that have been created over the last decade prior to the last Congress by those who seemed intent on ensuring that IRS would fail by cutting the budget again and again and continually attacking and stirring public dissatisfaction with the IRS. As I understand your testimony, we've gone from a low of 15% satisfaction to 85% satisfaction. Is that right?
That's correct.
I remember having not only complaints from constituents before we provided these funds, but even from CPAs and tax preparers that had a special line that were kept holding in the very way you said they are not today. And you could not have had these successes, and your team could not have had these successes without the additional funding you were provided by the last Congress. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Of course, the other area that's very important to me is enforcing our tax laws so that the many people that are out there that are paying their fair share are not abused by those who refuse to do so. And the data that I've seen suggest that audit rates for large corporations in the decade prior to the last Congress were cut in half, and that the audit rates for those who earned over $1 million per year were cut by about 70%. That the top 1% was getting away with not paying an estimated $160 billion in taxes each year. I know that you reported progress being made on tax enforcement earlier this year and a significant increase in revenue as a result. Were the people that you were after, were they the kind we hear about in some of these campaign speeches that, you know, just had honest mistakes and left a little off their return, or were they true tax cheats, and can you give us some examples?
Yeah, I can't emphasize this enough, Congressman. Our focus, our priority, and our agenda under the Inflation Reduction Act is to increase scrutiny for complex filers, wealthy individuals, large corporations, and complex partnerships that are evading their tax responsibility. It is not our intent to increase scrutiny and invest this money on a new wave of audits for middle and low income. That's not going to happen under my watch. And we will be able to publicly report that so that you can hold me accountable for that. With respect to high wealth, there's a lot of different things we're doing to start to catch up and close the gap that's been there for too many years. And one of the things that we can report immediate results on, because often these enforcement actions take time, but there are some things we're doing that should give the American people confidence that we are using this money smartly and in a way that's creating fairness, and that is going after millionaires and billionaires who are delinquent on owed taxes. And this should frustrate people. These are millionaires and billionaires who have been assessed a tax due and are delinquent in paying it. And we have so many honest Americans who pay their taxes on time, and these millionaires and billionaires are not. So we have created this high-risk list of 1,600 of these individuals, and we've started to go get the money back. And so far, in the early stages of this effort, we've already collected $500 million. And that's just scratching the surface. So that should give you a sense of how much inequity there is and how much, if we stay on this path, we're going to be able to close that inequity gap.
And if I understand, to stay on this path, you've indicated that you need about another $800 million this year.
Yes, and that is an important point about our budget. And I'll just, if I could just say it briefly, we have a base budget to fund our ongoing operations, keep the lights on, and then we have the Inflation Reduction Act, which is modernizing and helping us build capacities. Our base budget is insufficient to run the daily train schedules. And what that means is we have to borrow from the modernization fund just to keep the lights on. And if we keep doing that, we won't modernize. We'll keep the lights on, but we won't build these capacities that are so important to help taxpayers.
And I believe the Treasury, just within the last 2 weeks, has estimated that as much as $561 billion could be collected over the next decade from wealthy and corporate tax cheats that you're focused on. And yet, unfortunately, our Republican colleagues on this committee and elsewhere seem to have no higher priority, as indicated by the first bill they passed in this Congress, and their efforts at every time we get up to the brink of disaster here, that they want to cut the very funding you're relying on to see that these corporate and high wealth tax cheats are treated the same way and pay their taxes the way most Americans do. I just want to thank you for your efforts, and we will do all we can to resist the efforts to undermine the progress that you're making.
Mr. Smith is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here today. I want to certainly register the fact that my office continues to receive input from constituents that they are not getting their questions answered from the IRS. I realize you're touting an 85% efficiency level and that everything's just amazing at the IRS. I continue to have concerns that the $80 billion in IRA funding is not giving us the results perhaps that were promised. Also, certainly there's a lack of candor, I believe, from the administration about how the funds are actually being utilized. Particularly troubled that the administration continues to implement policies across numerous agencies, regardless of whether it is legislated authority or not. Student loan forgiveness, critical mineral agreements, and the recent changes to the 1099-K requirement from ARPA are all examples of this kind of executive overreach. The development of the IRS's direct e-file system also appears to fit that description. While IRA, the bill, so-called Inflation Reduction Act, provided $15 million to conduct a study of direct e-file and enumerated the study's parameters, it provided funding for only 9 months and said nothing about actually implementing that system. The 9 months authorized for that study have now lapsed, as I'm sure you're aware. Can you tell me explicitly what authority the IRS relied on to create an entirely new government-run system of filing taxes, since the law only provided authority to conduct a study on the direct e-file system? And I'm not looking for other examples of the IRS helping people file their taxes. I get that. I want specific language from the federal code authorizing the particular pilot.
Yeah, absolutely, Congressman. I appreciate the question. So we do have a responsibility and an authority to offer taxpayers different approaches for how to meet their tax obligation. I can give you the exact statutory site for that. What's critical about the direct file solution is that it is an option. There is no mandate for anyone to use this solution should they choose it.
But you're saying there's direct authority to do so?
There's direct authority to implement the tax system in a way that provides tools and solutions for taxpayers to meet their tax responsibility.
Generically speaking, but
yeah, well,
in terms of
paper,
this
electronic, calling us on the telephone. Not everything is delineated precisely in law. So, for example, if we create a Adobe version of the tax form that you can fill in online, we've done that. There's not a specific legal authority to do that, but there is a legal description of the commissioner's responsibilities. And one of those responsibilities is to provide taxpayers with avenues for how they can meet their tax obligation. And this is just one avenue. It's not a mandate, it's an option.
Well, I understand that, which may not be a mandate, does not always mean there's the authority to do so. And I would argue that that is the case right now. I'm specifically troubled by the claim that there's that authority there when I don't believe that there is. But let's go back to the topic I've discussed with you and Secretary Yellen previously on multiple occasions, and that's audits targeting families earning less than $400,000. I continue to have concerns that, despite the claims from Secretary Yellen and others, that the administration cannot and will not fulfill its promise about audit targets and also meet its claims about increased revenue. Last year, you said in response to a question for the record that the IRS is committed to ensuring that none of the funds provided by the IRA will be used to increase audit rates for small businesses and households making less than $400,000 annually relative to historical levels, and that's a quote. The phrase historical levels means something higher than the current audit rates. Is that accurate?
No, it's not accurate. We've been public. I don't think. Let me tell you what the current situation is. Tax year 2018 will be the base year that we will utilize to make sure that the audit rate for those that earn less than $400,000 does not exceed
reclaiming
that.
my time because time is of the essence here. I'd like to learn more about that, but I would also like to know if the IRS can provide us with a distributional table for the $561 billion and the $851 billion estimates of revenue generation, and do you know when we could plan to see that?
Well, we have a public report on that, so I would be happy to engage with your staff to understand what are the specific questions or additional layers of information beyond the public report.
How did you decide to choose 2018 as the year to establish the historical rate levels of audits?
Well, in large measure because it is a historically low rate, and we wanted to assure the taxpaying community that the Inflation Reduction Act would not be used to increase the audit rate among middle and low income. And so we chose 2018 as a historic low rate to provide additional assurances. And we wanted to be specific so that we can be transparent and hold me to account and the IRS to account, because each year we publish our audit rate in our data book. So you can go into our data book right now and see exactly what the audit rate is for 2018. And then when we finish with tax year 23 and the audit rates are complete, you'll say, oh, let me see. Did they meet their mandate? And it should be all public.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that you've generated about $500 million, $500 million, I think, in your words, of revenue from about 1,600 targeted taxpayers. That would be on average of just over $300,000 per taxpayer. How many resources, the dollar figure of the IRS taxpayer dollars, do you think it would take on average to reach that level?
I'd have to get back to you on a specific, but it certainly has a very positive ROI. In general, and this is something that the Congressional Budget Office has publicly reported, that in general, we return $6 for every $1 invested. So on average, you should expect about a 1-to-6 ratio. So we spend a sixth of those resources to get the job done, on average.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Commissioner, thank you for being here. First, congratulations for the work the IRS has done over the past several months. As the ranking member, Chairman Neal mentioned, Democrats on this committee made an historic investment in the IRS last year when we passed the Inflation Reduction Act. Since then, I can tell you, I've heard from my staff in all three of my district offices how well they're working with the IRS. They have contact with your office hundreds, if not thousands of times a year, and they tell me that the IRS is noticeably significantly smoother than they've ever been before. You're responding faster, your responses are better, people answer the phones. My staff find the taxpayer advocates to be reliable and helpful partners as we try and work with our constituents. I've personally worked with you and with your team on specific issues, and I want to thank you. I've always found you to be helpful and your team to be professional and very well prepared. Unfortunately, the majority seems to think that the IRS budget is a slush fund to pay for every program that they want to pass and put into law.
And I've lost track how many times they've tried to use the IRS budget to offset spending, despite reams of evidence proving that IRS cuts actually increase the deficit. I believe the only reason to work to cut the IRS budget is to either make consumer services worse or to make cheating on your taxes easier. I understand people don't like paying taxes, but this is how we fund our civilized society and the many programs that our constituents care about. So while we can disagree about tax policy on the specifics, we ought to all agree that on a bipartisan basis that people should follow the law and pay the taxes that they owe. Commissioner, when IRS funding is cut, what happens to our deficit?
It goes up. In fact, for every $100 million taken from the IRS, the deficit grows by $600 million over 10 years. And that's because...
600 million.
600 million.
Increase in our deficit.
For every 100 million cut, it's a $600 million increase in our deficit.
So when the IRS funding is cut, is it harder or is it easier for people to cheat on their taxes?
It's easier. And let me just, if I can go through $100 million, what that buys you at the IRS, 700 audits of high-income taxpayers, millionaires and billionaires, 200 audits of complex partnerships, 100 audits of large corporations, 32,000 collection cases of wealthy individuals, and on and on. And that's just from the 100 million. So clearly it has an impact.
Thank you. One thing that hopefully we can agree on both sides of the dais is modernization. Can you talk a little bit more about how you've used Inflation Reduction Act investments to modernize?
Yeah, absolutely. There's, one of the things that inspires me, Congressman, is before the Inflation Reduction Act, there was a famous picture in the Washington Post of our cafeteria in Austin, Texas, filled with unreviewed returns in paper. That cafeteria is now clean. People are eating in it rather than us storing tax returns. That's because we are aggressively digitizing and scanning all of our paper as part of our initiative to go paperless. This is important not because it's more efficient and more secure, but it means that we're going to process more quickly. And one of the things that's going on due to our modernization is we have significantly reduced the ongoing backlog of returns and correspondences.
Thank you. I'd like to just take a moment to talk about the investment in climate change in the IRA. This was the biggest investment in climate work in history in our country. How would you describe the rollout so far, and how would you characterize the uptake on tax credits like EV or solar credits?
Yeah, we've had a successful launch. In January, we launched our portal, our IT solution, that allows those that are eligible for credits related to the manufacturing and the transactions associated with electronic vehicles. And like any new solution, there are certain things that we could do to make it better and improve the customer experience. But overall, it's been robust participation, and the system has performed as expected.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for conducting the hearing today. Mr. Werfel, it's good to see you again.
Good to see you.
I think some of the questions revolve around this. We do telephone town halls, and we did one a little bit over a week ago. And when we do IRS town halls, it just seems like we can't be on the phone long enough, and the IRS provides people, and the taxpayer advocate is there on the phone with us. But I don't think there's anything more complicated than what we're talking about today when it comes to the IRS and the rules and how it works and who's paying fairly and who's taking advantage, and it goes back and forth. I wish we could just get to a situation of, is this a program, is this an agency that runs in the best interest of the people who fund it? and the same people who fund everything else in our government, and that is hardworking American taxpayers. I've got to tell you that from a standpoint of formerly being in the private sector and have, while I was present, I was not in the operation at the time of going through the early days of the pandemic. And one of the things that came out, which was a really good idea, was the employee retention tax credit program. However, we continue to look at programs, and we tend to look at holdups in it. My son runs our business, and I talked to him on the phone about it quite a bit. He said, I think the biggest thing would have been had employers been able to get some help or some counsel on how that was working or how it was supposed to work, how they could do that. But we look back on it now, and we're trying to find out what is going on with that program. And while there's all kind of different figures floating around about what it has cost, I would just caution people to say, you know, anytime we say it costs the government, we keep in mind that it actually then gave taxpayers a break on what comes out of their wallet, knowing that they provide every single penny, either with their wages or by co-signing a loan to fund this incredible operation. So when it comes to the IRS right now and in ensuring that small businesses receive their ERTCs, what's the oversight in that, and how can you help us with that? Because I have a number of friends, and I met with our former Representative Billy Long the other day, whose concern for a lot of the people that he still works with is the fact that there is confusion on what quarter is being funded and what is the timeline and what's ending and what's still in operation and where should we go from here.
It's, well, first of all, I appreciate the question and the way you worded it, because how you can help. One of the things I've learned early in my tenure here at the IRS is that we can't do this alone. Implementing the tax system is a partnership. It's a partnership with IRS and tax professionals, taxpayers, Congress. The ERC is an incredibly complicated program. It was critical and played a critical role. We issued 3.6 million ERCs to date, and it was an economic lifeline for people that needed it. What happened is the further we got away from the period of eligibility, because the demonstrated loss that you have in order to claim eligibility ended on December 31st, 2021. The further we got away from it, the more aggressive promoters and marketers started, in my opinion, taking advantage of honest small businesses and getting them to believe that they were eligible for a credit they truly weren't eligible for. So 18 months, 19 months, 20 months after that period of eligibility, the number of ERC credits coming in to the IRS was actually increasing. 50,000 a week, 60,000 a week, 70,000 a week. And we started to realize that there were so many ineligible claims in what was coming in. It was getting harder and harder to separate what's ineligible from eligible. And that's why we issued the moratorium in September of 2023, because we wanted to slow the flow of these credits coming in and make sure that we were not paying out fraudulent claims. And so what we announced is we're going to have to slow the process down to protect taxpayers, not just taxpayers, the financial bottom line. Taxpayers don't want us spending out fraudulent claims, but also protect small businesses who may have been taken advantage by these aggressive promoters.
Well, I appreciate that. But the guidance is the key to all these things as we go through, and these are very complicated issues, but there are people who filed believing that this was going to be taken care of, and you're on hold, and you don't know. It makes it very difficult for people then to actually file their claims at the end of every year. Just one thing covered real quickly. The direct file program. So we've had people in the private sector running this, and I think we've had great success with it. Why did the IRS get involved in this?
Yeah.
And what is it that we're trying to achieve? And listen, you're down to 1 second. I don't expect an answer that quickly, but if you get back to me in that, because
Absolutely.
I think that is a legitimate question of if we have all these available already through the private sector, and we're talking about money being well spent, well, I think it's already there for people. I don't understand what role the IRS would have in that, and I don't question the fact that you think you could help. It's already there. Thank you. I yield back, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Pasquarello.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. It's a lovely day in the neighborhood. Commissioner Werfel, you've been a breath of fresh air to me. We had little problems with the last guy who sat in your seat. Welcome back. After years of chaos, very new day at the IRS. Last month, you already talked about it, the IRS announced that it recovered $485 million from only 1,600 millionaires. The question of fairness in the tax system is at hand. We all have different opinions about it, but I believe, or else I wouldn't say it, I believe that you're there to oversee fairness. The guy next door to me, where I live, in my house in New Jersey, if he doesn't pay his property taxes, and the guy on the next block from us doesn't pay his property taxes, people understand now that we're going to have to pay higher property taxes unless some other kind of revenue was found. It's tax fairness. Pay what you're supposed to pay, and people will complain less. People believe many times, Mr. Werfel, Commissioner, that they're being shafted when it comes to figuring out tax policy. And I think you and I have an obligation to address that day in and day out. The tip of the iceberg. Last week we learned that we will recover at least $560 billion from rich tax cheats after the next decade. So you've been portrayed, the group, the agency you work for has been betrayed as, oh, they're coming after you. See, create fear that you're the bad guys. Lincoln dealt with that during the Civil War, very honestly. If money was going to be used for the war, how would the towns throughout America, you know, build their roads, their hospitals, their schools, et cetera, et cetera? That's why we have a big argument over salt. I hear from my own neighbors, you are now answering our calls. Refund checks are going out faster. These successes are because of, I think, your leadership, and because of historic funding passed by Democrats, mostly, to make the IRS work for regular Americans. Wow. I remind everyone, every single Republican in Congress voted against the Inflation Reduction Act and against funding for the IRS to do its job. I mean, the facts are the facts. As Tom Suozzi would say, the facts are the facts. Members of the other side have made IRS funding their white whale to be harpooned at any cost. They have clawed back 1/4 of the historic funding. Like the shark in Jaws, they want another bite. The Congressional Budget Office has estimated that funding that I believe Republicans stole away will cost the American people double, nearly $400 billion, nearly $40 billion, excuse me. So I have a question for you. Millionaires and billionaires need to pay their fair share. I think everybody will agree up here. I think, I'm not sure. What is the IRS doing to audit high net wealth individuals and tax cheats?
Congressman, it's where we're focused, and we're taking multiple different steps. First of all, we're hiring additional accountants, auditors, and where they're being deployed and where we're shifting our audit workforce is to make sure that we're focusing efforts on high wealth individuals, because that's where we think we have a growing problem of tax evasion. and we need to address it. We're deploying technology differently. We're using analytics and AI to better understand how money moves in these very complicated arrangements. Companies with subsidiaries and subsidiaries to those subsidiaries, money moving across international jurisdictions, understating their profits in the U.S., doing all of these things that are difficult to track, and we're investing in subject matter expertise, people, technology, analytics, all so that we can catch up and make this fair. Because we should be able to have equal ability to assess the guy down the street's taxes as your taxes. And if you're middle and low income, mostly your taxes are fairly simple. And we have the means and the capacity to assess it. Where we have lost the capacity is for the complicated situations. And when we're underfunded, that gap grows. And so as long as I'm commissioner and the funding is available, where I'm going to focus is on the gap where the tax returns are complicated and where the evasion is expanding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Schweikert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Commissioner, and forgive me because I'm assembling some of the numbers right in front of me. Because as the chairman spoke, I have a fixation that the adoption of technology is the ultimate solution here. It's the solution for the left that wants more tax receipts, and for those of us who want a friendlier, more efficient, effective IRS. You before made a comment that, hey, it's 6-1, but I'm looking at, and this is even from the preliminary data from Representative Pasquale actually asked for a CBO report, and your press release that you took in $520 million, but I'm looking at your cost, I actually see you, for every dollar, it costs you $10.96. Now, I accept there's capital expenditures in there, and over time, they'll be amortized out, but most of the IRA funding looks like it's gone towards operations and consultants. In the conversations you and I have had, my fixation is the only way you get that, because that's completely opposite than our discussion before. Right now, costs are actually fairly high for those additional dollars. The adoption and the purchase of technology, the use of commercial databases to ping off to know something should dramatically lower your cost of collections and make your collections much more efficient, fair, open. Tell me the story. Am I off base? Is it we have to hire armies of people, or is technology my nirvana?
Well, first of all, I can assure you that investment in exam and audit has a positive return on investment.
Mr. Commissioner, I'm looking at the CBO's numbers and your own press release numbers.
We should.
I'm getting basic division. I'm pretty good at.
I'm happy to walk through the math with you.
I'd be happy to get your report.
To answer your question on the technology, it's essential. The whole effort underway is really about modernization, and it's at every level. Technology is going to help us process quicker and more efficiently, more accurately, and more securely. Technology is going to help taxpayers have an easier time with. It's going to take them less time to do their taxes, and hopefully be less expensive.
So what can I do as the person here on this panel who's absolutely fixated? What do I do to help you get there?
Well, first of all, we appreciate your peer review of our technology plans. And I know my team has already briefed your team, but we should regularly...
And I have to, and I can't believe I'm saying, your team has actually been great in communicating with me.
That doesn't surprise me. So. But my point is that we have a lot of different opportunities to advance technology at every level. Our website, the tools that taxpayers have.
The chat for calling.
The chat function,
and I wish at some point, I would love you to talk about your experiment last cycle and the expansion of that this tax season.
Yeah, we're adding chat functionality, whether it's automated chat, so you're talking to a computer, and then it advances if the computer can't answer as it goes to live chat. These are standard activities in the private sector and in many other public sector call centers. We're just catching up. And we're catching up because we now have the funding to modernize versus just keep the lights on.
Is there, and if I'm wrong, don't tell me. Everyone else tells me I'm wrong. But that adoption of technology should dramatically change your structural cost of collections.
Correct.
And that's my hope, because, you know, on our side, we fret over the 80 billion, and was that going to be hiring people, or was it going to be hiring efficiencies? And, you know, for my Democrat colleagues, it's going after wealthy people. But, and I do look forward to your staff providing me, because you've taken in your own press release, 520 million, and I see a cost from actually that press release and the Pasquale preliminary CBO audit of 5.7. The last thing I'm going to ask you, just because we get a lot of inbound on this, on the employer retention,
Yes.
I accept that's been just what it is. Please, guidance as fast as you can, so whether it be the small business, whether it even be the promoters, everyone sort of knows what the rules are, knows what the timing is, and knows how to close this out. And I know you have to run things by armies of lawyers and those things. Buy them caffeine, get it done.
Let me just, if I could, we have a special section on irs.gov just on our ERC, what to look out for, do's and don'ts, why you might not be ineligible. We did a webinar on February 8th that had 8,000 registered participants, and we're running educational series all over the country. We're doing a lot. We obviously be doing more, and so we're willing to obviously listen to ideas about how we get out there and talk to people about this program and make the entire process clear.
I think the question is also the processing time, what's
Yes.
eligible, not eligible, and just when does it sort of get there. And with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, Commissioner, let me welcome and thank you and the Internal Revenue Services for its outstanding success in ensuring a fairer tax system in which the wealthy and well-connected pay their fair share. I want to make you aware of the outstanding work of the Chicago Taxpayer Advocate Service. I am grateful for B.C. Olabaramio, Katrina Britt, Arlene Merritt, Fred Tavares, and the rest of the Chicago team who have used their expertise to help my constituents. I also thank Robert Chapman with the D.C. Legislative Affairs team for his assistance. As you may know, I helped champion many of the key 2021 EITC and CDCTC enhancements, like lowering the EITC age to 19 for all workers, or 18 for foster or homeless youth, and giving working parents up to $8,000 for child care expenses. I'd like to work with you to better understand the patterns in the use of those credits to inform efforts to restore them. For example, how many younger workers got the EITC in 2021 who are excluded under current law? Or how many foster homeless youth used their provisions? Or how many more working parents benefited from the refundable CDCTC who would not under current law? Do you have any updates you can share with us about who benefited and how from the 2021 Earned Income Tax Credit and CDCTC enhancements compared to other years? I'm proud that I helped lead the effort to make the VITA program permanent. I know that the Internal Revenue Services IRA Strategic Operating Plan Initiative 1.9 includes the goal of expanding the coverage and scope of the VITA and TCE-free tax preparation programs. Have any specific strategies been identified for accomplishing that goal, and how has the IRS involved VITA and TCE organizations in developing those strategies?
Thank you for those questions, Congressman. On your data question, we have now awareness of that question, and our research and analytics team is working to get you answer as quickly as possible. I will say, and I'll connect your first question to your second question, we know that there are people eligible for earned income tax credit that are not claiming eligibility. They're not claiming eligibility because they may not know about it. They might not be claiming eligibility because they're intimidated by the complexity of the eligibility formula. They just need help. And so we can do more outreach and working with community partners to make sure that people are aware of this benefit and are getting the help they need. You mentioned our volunteers for both underserved populations and the elderly. I would love to grow those programs, working with local communities on what we call taxpayer experience days, having more and more of those around the country with an educational campaign around what you may be eligible for, and then with free help available to sit with you and walk you through. I've been to one of these volunteer sites in Baltimore, and it's an amazing experience to witness these volunteers there with taxpayers who would not otherwise gotten the help they needed, and they're just very appreciative, and the volunteers are passionate about helping people get the benefits they're eligible for.
Thank you very much, and I look forward to working with you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. LaHood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you, Commissioner Werfel, for being here today and for your service. I'm the chair of our subcommittee on work and welfare that oversees a number of different federal programs. One of those is child support. And I want to focus my questions on child support enforcement. And as you know, CSE program works with the IRS on collecting child support for non-custodial parents to help children and families to get the money that they deserve through your program, which is the Federal Tax Refund Offset Program. This is a vital source of income for millions of families across the country. In my home state of Illinois, 44,000 families and children depend on and receive $65 million through the Federal Tax Refund Offset Program. To service these families participating in this program, many states, 42 states in particular, rely on the federal tax information through third-party contractors, and that's the way it's been done since 2004. A year ago, without consultation to Congress and without us an opportunity to work with you on that, the IRS made the decision abruptly to change this policy, and this has caused a shift. Now all states and CSE programs that use contractors will be in non-compliance as of October. So we did a bipartisan hearing in November, and across the board, people were frustrated. They were extremely, there was lots of questions on why the IRS did this and why they're putting states in jeopardy on this. I'll give you an example. The Illinois Administrator of Child Support Services, Brian Tribble, he testified right where you were at to our subcommittee that this policy change by the IRS will cost Illinois hundreds of millions of dollars to implement new systems and hire employees. And furthermore, if states are unable to come into compliance in time by this October, their entire CSE program could be in jeopardy of losing federal matching funds, resulting in millions of families and children losing their child support payments. So what I'm trying to figure out, Commissioner, and I'd love your explanation on it, why this was done without consultation to Congress to put an equitable solution in place and possibly legislation to remedy this, and why was this sudden change done? If you can, and by the way, the stress and anxiety this is putting these 42 states through is immense.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. And this was an issue that was brought to my attention very early in my tenure back in March of '23. And I, like you, had a lot of questions about the policy itself and why we had issued it. And I immediately engaged with the Department of Health and Human Services, who runs the child support program, to understand what the IRS could do to reset the expectation across states, contractors, and others. At this moment, that policy announcement is paused. We are not moving forward, and now we have the opportunity to do the very engagement that you are suggesting. So we have told HHS that we are going to take more time to make sure that that we've heard from stakeholders appropriately before we finalize any such policy.
So just to clarify, the pause that you just referenced, does that affect the October 24 deadline?
I believe it does, but I want to get back to you with more specifics.
Well, that's obviously very important.
Very
as people
important,
are coming
yes.
into compliance. I mean, do you have an estimate of how much this will cost states to come into compliance with this new policy?
I don't have it at my fingertips, but this is why it's so important to get this right.
I mean, and just another issue that is part of the collateral damage is there are 60 federally recognized Native American tribes that also fall into this category too. And they're in a much more tougher position because of some of the financial and economic issues there because of this IRS policy. And so they're in jeopardy of losing access to critical child support enforcement tool, those tribes. So I want to mention that to you, and this needs to be a priority for you and your department.
Yeah, I want to make this commitment to the extent, and I need to go back to the office and make sure that I have the details. We did pause to the extent it is intending to go back in October of 24, as you mentioned. I want to talk to you about the implications of that, and I'm happy to revisit that with you to make sure we're getting all the right data and feedback before we move forward.
I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Werfel, for testifying today. I want to join my colleagues in recognizing the hard work that the IRS employees, the Taxpayer Advocate Service, and other federal workers put in every day to help American workers, seniors, and families file their tax returns and claim the federal benefits that they've all earned. I also appreciate that many members of Congress share Democratic tax writers' commitment specifically to improving the child tax credit. Most of us recognize that the CTC is one of the most powerful tools for fighting poverty in this country, but we can all agree that the devil is in the details where that is concerned. Unfortunately, my colleagues on the other side of the dais disagree with congressional Democrats on how generous relief for working families should be. But as a mom and a legislator, I'm going to continue to fight to ensure that our nation's tax code benefits all households with children. And that means even parents or caregivers who don't even earn enough to owe and pay federal income taxes. I believe that they also deserve some financial relief. I was disappointed when my Republican tax writing colleagues killed the good faith amendment that Mr. Davis and I offered on the Wyden-Smith tax bill just a few weeks ago. Our amendment would have strengthened the bill by restoring full refundability for the child tax credit. We've all seen data showing that millions of children across the U.S. could benefit from even a modest expansion of the child tax credit. And I am specifically looking out for those families who earn so little that they can't claim this tax relief at all, even though they are raising children. Commissioner, I want to thank you again for answering our questions today. And I want to talk a little bit about something that was raised earlier about the deadbeat millionaires and billionaires who are cheating on their taxes and evading their responsibility to pay their fair share. I would say that I don't think anybody loves paying their taxes, but I think people do it if they feel like the system is fair and everybody pays their fair share. What would happen if middle-income and low-income Americans didn't pay their taxes or cheated on their taxes at the same rate that these millionaires and billionaires did? What would happen?
Well, I mean, the deficit would grow. I mean, the IRS, and you're right, paying your taxes isn't your favorite activity of the year, for sure. But we fund virtually the entire government through those tax collections. And in order to have a functioning government, whether you want that government big or small, the IRS needs to function effectively, and there needs to be equity in our tax system. Otherwise, people will lose trust, and trust is what our tax system is built on.
Now, when you say the revenues you get fund government, that means our defense, our national defense, correct?
It is everything that the government does, keeping our skies safe, so your air traffic controllers, your food safe, when you go to the restaurant and you have confidence that your children are eating food that's not going to make them sick, that's all government funding, and that's all made possible if we have a functioning tax system.
Now, if the IRS could collect what these deadbeat millionaires and billionaires and huge corporations actually owe, might we be able to pay for the child tax credit to be expanded or perhaps even fully refundable?
There's absolutely money being left on the table in terms of what is owed versus what is paid. And this is particularly an area of focus for high-wealth taxpayers in complicated situations. And as I mentioned, when I arrived at the IRS, my question was, what are the gaps we need to close? Where are the gaps most problematic? And one of them was during our period of underfunding, we had lost pace with keeping up with these complex returns, and the risk of evasion had grown.
So if we could get these complex tax filers to pay their fair share, which I'm assuming are a lot of these big corporations that have different subsidiaries and different companies, and they move the money around, and these millionaires and billionaires that have sophisticated accountants and tax attorneys that can help them evade taxes. If we could collect what they owe, we could potentially expand or even make the child tax credit fully refundable so that kids and babies who go to bed hungry every night in this country would be lifted out of that hunger and lifted out of that poverty?
I leave it to the wisdom of Congress to decide how to use the money. I just want to make sure that tax returns are complete, accurate, and what is owed is what is paid.
I appreciate your testimony today, and I thank you for your answers, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Hearn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this important hearing today. Mr. Werfel, last November, 2 Democrat senators in press releases bragged about the pressure they put on you and the IRS to delay implementation of the new 1099-K threshold that passed in the partisan American Rescue Plan. Both of these senators previously voted in favor of the change. The Democrat senators also bragged about the IRS decision to change the threshold to $5,000, which it would seem to not have the authority to do so. With all due respect, Mr. Werfel, and I know you're in a tough job, but this looks like you're blatantly not enforcing the law and are also unilaterally changing the law because Senate Democrats in the current administration are having second thoughts about just how terrible this policy is that's been enacted. It is my job to provide oversight on this, and the American people do not trust this administration. And why would they, when this administration does not enforce a law that passed through a Democrat-controlled Congress and was signed by a Democrat president? Now that we are in an election year, President Biden's administration refuses to implement the law and unilaterally change the law in a favor because the law in the books is politically unfavorable and punitive to the average American. My colleagues will touch on this, have touched on this for you, but I want to ask you a question regarding the direct e-file program that's just been recently implemented. Isn't it true that private sectors provide free return preparation services outside of the government free file program?
Yes.
What's that estimate of how many they've done based on your data?
I don't know the exact number, but the free file program has been one of the central staples of how we provide free help to taxpayers.
So, but it's when you say it's free, we're actually having to fund that from your side, right? I mean, you don't have this just technology driven. It's not AI driven. It's driven with people in your offices that are actually administering this. You're
talking about the free file program or the direct file program? So the free file.
Free file. So
well, we work with the Free File Alliance. These are commercial software providers that have signed on to help provide a path for eligible taxpayers to use their product for free to file their taxes. That is something, and there's resources that the IRS does to ensure that partnership is as successful as possible.
So on the direct e-file program that you're doing, you're competing directly with those corporations.
I don't see it as a competition. I see it as another option for taxpayers.
So if you're saying that these services are provided by corporations free, and others that are doing business, so we have it there. And so when you say it's free to the American people, you're saying you're providing these services internally, doesn't cost you anything, there's no taxpayer dollars used in your organization for administrative costs to do this?
No, there is a cost, and we've been public about what the potential and cost would be. The goal is to provide taxpayers with options and to help the taxpayers pick the solution for filing taxes that's best for them. Some will file in paper. We encourage them to file electronically. Some will hire an accountant. Some will go to the commercial software and pay. Some will go to the commercial software and try to work that for free. And what we heard from taxpayers, and we heard it pretty loudly, was that there was an interest in having an option where they could file directly with the IRS for free. And we wanted to test whether that option was viable.
Mr. Werfel, with all due respect, isn't that the sort of the old phrase that Ronald Reagan used, we're from the government, we're just here to help? I mean, it's not free. I mean, listen, we've given you billions of dollars. This is not free for you to provide this service to American people. When, I know it might be shocking, but from the data we've gotten from these commercial companies that you've described, somewhere 29 million tax returns been filed through the direct, for the free file program that they have out there. And so I just, or the direct e-file program rather, just want to make sure that, you know, again, everybody thinks if the government does it, it's free. It's not free if the government provides these services. It is costing taxpayer dollars to provide that.
Yeah, so here's how I would answer that. I would change the President Reagan statement a little bit. We're from the government, and here's an option. And if you don't want to use the option, you don't need to. And we're just piloting it this year, a small-scale pilot. So what's going to happen is we'll evaluate what was the cost, what was the experience, is there a demand for taxpayers? Do taxpayers want the IRS to provide this option?
Yeah, Mr. Werfel, all due respect, you know, I've only been up here 5.5 years, and this is the age-old thought, and this is long before you got into government and I got into government. Everybody wants to talk about the federal government having money that it really doesn't. It has taxpayer dollars that funds our government. I think we would agree with that. So we're using, I think it ought to be described, it's not free, it's funded by other taxpayers and them as well. If they're using the service, if they qualify, my guess is I don't know what the criteria is, but my guess is to qualify for that program is that they're probably not paying taxes and it's a refundable credit that they're getting in many cases. But I'm just saying it's not free. And we should say it's paid for by taxpayer dollars. And you know, this misnomer that we get government services for free is just not true. It's disingenuous. I yield back.
Ms. Sewell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here today so that we can talk about the very important relationship between taxpayers and the IRS. Tax seasons can be very stressful for millions of American families and small businesses, and I'm happy that we're taking important steps today to highlight tax filing experiences that have resulted in a more sensible, fair, and more efficient process. The road to this point has been a long one. The IRS has had their work cut out for them with a very long list of major implementation issues over the last decade. But today I'm glad to hear that the IRS, through the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, is improving its interactions with the public. Last year, in this very same setting, you and I were able to discuss the well-documented reports over the last few filing seasons that recipients of the Earned Income Tax Credit face significantly higher audit rates than other taxpayers. These findings were discussed in detail, and I appreciate our colloquy. EITC audits are more heavily concentrated in the southeast of the United States and including many of the counties that I represent in Alabama's rural and underserved Black Belt. In fact, Greene County, Alabama, in my district, was among the 10 most audited counties in the country for EITC recipients. And I venture to guess that the median income for a family of 4 in Greene County is less than $30,000 a year. Since our conversation last year, you penned a letter to Congress in September of 2023 mentioning the administration of additional steps and an initial round of changes that have been made regarding the audit process for EITC. I do believe accountability is a direct result of transparency, and with that, the opportunity to ask you whether or not this initial round of changes that you highlighted in the letter to Congress has resulted in less audits on underserved communities?
It will. I want to start by saying it is, there are certain solemn responsibilities that the IRS has that we have to meet our mission. We have to meet our mission in a way that avoids disparate impact. And in this case, there was evidence that our audits in earned income tax credit was having a disparate impact on Black taxpayers. And we have to first acknowledge it, and now we have to fix it. And one of the significant things that independent study reported was driving the disparity was the volume of EITC audits. So one of the key things we've announced is a significant and dramatic reduction in the number of EITC audits planned for this coming tax year as a way to address it. We also are testing changes in the audit selection algorithm that we have a hypothesis will remediate the disparate impact that has been occurring. And it'll take a little bit of time to validate that. We hope to update that, maybe in the fall, where we have more data, to make sure that we're reporting publicly that the steps we took had the impact that we wanted it to have.
Well, I will definitely be awaiting such a report. I think it's really important that we don't target certain populations, especially those that are underserved populations, and for something as important but not often claimed like the Earned Income Tax Credit. So I look forward to working with you in any way I can to help address this issue. As you rightfully said, it is it is disproportionately affecting African American taxpayers, and it really is unacceptable in this day and age. So I thank you for your candor, and I look forward to working with you to see if we can reduce those numbers.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
Mr. Smucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Werfel, Commissioner. I'm actually okay with audits. We want people to pay their taxes, and there should be a random way of selecting some tax returns to ensure that there's an incentive for people to comply. I do want to, however, get your thinking about some statements that you made this morning. You've multiple times talked about high-income earners, you've talked about millionaires and billionaires, you've talked about complex tax returns in the same sentence as tax avoidance and tax evasion. Do you believe that millionaires and billionaires are all tax cheats?
I do not.
Do you believe that there is a reason for complex returns other than to avoid taxes?
Absolutely, there is.
What would be some of those reasons?
Well, here's my understanding, that CFOs of major companies, they have a responsibility to their board and to their shareholders to find the most tax advantage status. The concern, and they should.
So it would be a problem for you if they took a legitimate tax deduction?
No, if their return is accurate and complete and legitimate, great. But that's not the concern that we have. That's not the issue. The issue was that because the IRS was not auditing our audit rates were anemic, because we weren't investing in keeping pace, that these efforts in certain cases got to aggressive avoidance and then even evasion. And I can give you examples of where it's more prolific, and that's really where we want to focus. It's where these efforts
it's troubling to me when you keep using those terms in the same sentence as if all high-income earners, who, by the way, are paying most of our taxes, are all looking to avoid taxes, because that's not my experience with business owners, with corporate leaders. They want to do what's right. And so, it concerns me going into an audit. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty, and if your entire organization is taking the approach that you're taking today, you're actually feeling that people are guilty before the audit is even done.
It was not my intention. My intention is to make sure we're increasing scrutiny on complex returns where there's high risk of evasion.
Do you have any information on what percentage of returns on high-income earners result in no change?
I can get that information for you. I don't have that at my fingertips.
Do you have any information regarding the change rate after audits in all income earners levels? For instance, we know there's been fraud in those who receive the child tax credit. What percentage of individuals who have filed for the child tax credit have done it so fraudulently compared to high-income earners? Do you have that information?
I believe we have that and can get that to you.
Yeah, could you share that with all of us? And I want to caution you. I have a lot of people who do very well and are proud to be part of America and proud to pay their taxes. And they don't want to hear from the IRS Commissioner that he thinks that all of them are cheats. So I'd caution you in the language
Well,
that you use.
I would love to go on the record and say I do not believe all of them are cheats. But
Thank you.
I do get bothered when we see evidence of evasion.
In your testimony, you've also characterized partnerships in the same way. That's deeply disturbing. You've said an increased audits of partnerships is important because apparently in your mind, partnerships for some reason are a category that is cheating more than others.
Congressman, what we're trying to do actually is bring our audit rate back to historical norms. It's been anemic. And I do believe that when we're not doing the requisite amount of audits, when we're not showing that we are ready to enforce, that does increase the risk of evasion, and that's what we're focused on.
It's too, the Congressman Sewell just mentioned targeting specific populations. I think that should go across the board.
I agree.
I don't want IRS to target any population. I think in all categories, most people want to pay their taxes and are doing their best to comply with the law. And so I
agree with that.
I hope what you're doing is a randomized targeting, a randomized looking at audits or at returns to ensure that everyone is complying to the best of your ability.
We're looking for spaces where we think evasion is proliferating and trying to hold people accountable for what they owe. Too many of these organizations are shielding their income. That doesn't mean they all are. That means that there's more work to do for the IRS to make sure people are paying what they owe.
Thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Werfel, thank you for being here today. I want to start with doing something that we probably don't do a lot on this side. I want to thank you for your help. When you were here last time, you gave me your word that if we sent some tough cases that had no movement, that you would help with those, and thank you for doing that. I have another long list that I may just send your way because when you speak, the rank and file under you seem to move. So, just wanted to say thank you for the help on those other cases. Two things I want to touch on. Number one, the problems in the employee retention tax credit have been well documented and well discussed here today. This committee, in a bipartisan way, along with the House, passed a pretty significant piece of legislation the other day, and at the heart of it was dealing with the employee retention tax credit. Can you speak to how important that legislation was into preventing the fraud and helping the IRS work through the legitimate claims on that? Can you speak to that, please?
Yeah, I mean, it's the legislation that's under consideration, for example, that would prohibit ERC claims from coming in after a date certain. I mean, one of the things that impacts our ability to make sure that we're getting to the eligible claims amongst the ineligible is the size of the inventory. And the more our inventory is flooded with ineligible claims, and right now, we're still, once we issued the moratorium, the influx of claims dropped in half, but it's still, I think we got 17 to 20,000 last week. So we're still, that inventory is growing, and it's growing with a lot of ineligibility. So we're helping us pause the incoming at this point so we can find those that have submitted that are eligible. We need that help.
And so again, stating that the legislation that we passed could provide a significant savings to the American taxpayer.
I believe that.
Thank you for that. Next item, and my colleague from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker, touched on this, and as he was talking about it, I said, I think he looked over here and looked at my notes. We talk an awful lot on this committee about, and we debate going back and forth with these complex corporate tax returns and high-income earners. But we know that there's a tremendous amount of fraud in the earned income tax credit space, child tax credit space. If you had to look at what you think the corporate fraud is versus the total dollar amount on the earned income tax credit and child tax credit, either through improper payments or fraud, how do those two numbers compare?
Well, I actually think they're both important. I don't have the side-by-side ledger in front of me.
Okay, all right. So, but they're both important.
Both material.
All right. So you have said that you need money to beef up audits for partnerships, complex tax cases where evasion is more likely, right? Yes. Okay. How much effort are you putting into, and would you recommend that we look at reforming the tax preparer space and going after the folks that actually are committing fraud at the lower end of the income spectrum?
Yeah,
if they're both there, I haven't heard my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they have been railing against corporate America and high income earners, but they lack the same religion when it comes to going after people that cheat the system in the earned income tax credit space.
I'll tell you, Congressman, what's very motivating, and I mentioned it in my opening remarks, protecting honest taxpayers who are being victimized and the tax system using them to victimize. So the example that drives me crazy, and I want to make sure that we address it, is a nefarious preparer who coaxes an innocent taxpayer in, promises them an earned income tax credit quickly, whereas they could get it just as quickly from us, and then rips them off in some way, shape, or form.
Sure, the predatory lending practices that go along with this are pretty grotesque. And, you know, I would love to work with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle on a really meaningful piece of bipartisan legislation that goes after the folks that really are committing the fraud at the lower end of the spectrum. It's important. Look, I'm sort of like my friend from Pennsylvania here. We want the IRS to do its job. We believe that audits are important, but they should be fair and they should be non-discriminatory, and they should be at both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah,
so
understood. And that's a first principle we have. We want, just like with the high income, where there's nefarious activity, for sure, where there's blatant disregard and purposeful evasion, for sure. And at the lower end of the income bracket, when we have nefarious actors like the one I just described, that's where I'd like to focus, rather than an audit program that impacts too many honest taxpayers. And I'll go back to this, with the right investments, we can be more surgical.
Look, what you just said, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I know I'm over my time, but when you got to have a program that's fair for everybody. You talk about just going after the preparers, you have to also go after the individuals that are knowingly defrauding the system. And with that, Mr. Chairman, my time has expired. Thank you for the indulgence.
Thank you. Ms. Del Bene?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner, for being with us today. After years of neglect through decreased appropriations, the IRS finally received the influx of resources it needed to improve and update its operations. In the year and a half since the Inflation Reduction Act was signed into law, we've seen the impact of these resources. Some of these successes include call time responses decreasing from 28 minutes to 3 minutes, the backlog of 2022 individual returns now cleared, and launching new digital tools to help taxpayers. Yet, unfortunately, Republicans want to continue getting the agency's funding, so we should be ensuring the IRS has multi-year sustained funding to continue building on these successes. Mr. Commissioner, I wanted to know if you could speak to the IRS's enhanced enforcement efforts and specifically how the use of AI is helping to identify non-compliant taxpayers.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. And we have to make investments to make sure that we are precisely finding where the evasion is most problematic. And in particular, in these complex situations, for example, with money moving across international jurisdictions, money moving into wholly owned subsidiaries, it can be tough to find where the evasion is. And we can invest in AI-powered analytics to really better understand and increase the likelihood that we're seeing the evasion and selecting the right cases for audit. And so that's where these investments are going, into making more sophisticated models to make sure we're selecting the right cases and finding the evasion where it is.
Thank you. One of the issues I've heard about from my constituents is about the lack of clarity on IRS notices that are sent to taxpayers. Often the notices are very complex. They're from the IRS, so people are very concerned about them. They leave taxpayers confused about how to resolve the issue. So what are some of the changes the IRS is implementing to the notices and letters that are sent to taxpayers? How can these changes benefit taxpayers, and how has IRA funding facilitated these reforms, if it has?
Yeah, I mean, this is such an important piece of the puzzle. We've launched what we call the Simple Notice Initiative. We send about 170 million letters or notices to taxpayers each year. And if you look at them, they need a lot of improvement in terms of their clarity. And we've run a program. In the last year, we took 31 high-volume notices, redesigned them, and they're significantly better, and we're getting very positive results on these. And now heading into 2025, we're now scaling. And so by next filing season, so when I'm sitting here next year, if we're successful, 90% of the total volume of notices will have gone through this effort and be redesigned and simplified. And we anticipate that's going to be very beneficial for taxpayers. In some of the early results that we're seeing, taxpayers are going to our online tools and using them more than calling in the call center. That means they're getting faster responses. So very positive results just from clarifying what we're asking taxpayers to do in these notices.
No, hugely important, and so thank you for that. Also, federal and state laws require professionals like doctors and lawyers to not only obtain licenses or certifications, but also to pass competency tests. And while some tax return preparers must meet licensing requirements, many tax return preparers do not have minimum competency requirements and therefore are not credentialed. Commissioner, I was wondering how taxpayers who use non-credentialed preparers are harmed by doing so, and how would establishing minimum competency standards help protect taxpayers?
Yeah, this has come up a few times in the hearing. We do have a risk with preparers that are not serving their clients well or their customers well. In some cases, just not providing appropriate and suitable tax advice. In some cases, actually stealing from them, or in some cases, leaving them with a financial mess on their hands. And so more can be done. And we have, the administration has put into the president's budget previously changes that would allow us to require more credentialing of these preparers before they would be able to provide tax advice or preparation services. I think it's an important thing because people are being victimized, and as I said earlier, one step the IRS can take in partnership with Congress to show that we're on the side of taxpayers is disrupting those moments of victimization. And this is an idea, an initiative that could do just that.
Thank you. My time's expired. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Estes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Commissioner Werfel for joining us today. I mean, we're 60 days out from Tax Day 2024. The Kansans I represent are working through their tax season tasks, whether it's preparing to file their individual tax returns or filing business forms. I mean, the fact is everybody has to interact with the IRS. An agency really should have a customer-focused prerogative that puts American people first and not the own interest within the agency. I'm also concerned about, like my colleagues here, about some of the inflammatory accusations that certain groups of Americans are automatically considered to be tax cheats. My career prior to running for office was looking at how do we provide good customer service, how do we make business operations more efficient. And unfortunately, it seems like a lot of the DC bureaucracies focus more on how to make things easier to push paper or work from Johnny's desk to Sally's desk, instead of focusing on how to be more efficient and meet the needs of American taxpayers and any constituents and provide that quality, timely service. Mr. Commissioner, I'm sure this doesn't surprise you, but my office in Wichita receives calls each year from constituents who have issues with the IRS.
I mean, just this month, I received a letter from a small car dealership, issues e-filing their 1099 NECs by January 31st deadline through the Information Retrieval Intake System, or the IRIS. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit this letter from Luber's Cars for the record.
Without objection.
You know, the controller at Luber's Car told my office that while they started in the middle of the month, the e-filing and IRIS portal continued to crash, causing major delays and pushing them right up to the deadline. But the situation was not unique to Luber's Cars, who assured me that they have the top-of-the-line high-speed internet. They reached out to the Kansas Automobile Dealers Association, who informed them it was a widespread issue. Luber's tried to portal it multiple times during the workday and evening with no avail. Their CPA indicated that they were receiving calls as well. Finally, around 6 a.m. on January 31st, the deadline, they successfully were able to submit the required 1099 NECs. Commissioner, as you know, the next deadline is March 31st. Are you aware of these issues with the IRS portal, and what are you doing to make sure that this critical tool is ready for the upcoming heavy usage as more small businesses file, now that you've got this money to have these upgraded systems?
It's a great question, and it's definitely on my radar screen. It was concerning while it was going on. This is, you know, we have a lot of different portals, tools, technology out there, and you know, anyone who's involved in running these systems will let you know that they don't always perform perfectly. The key is what your reaction time, your speed, your troubleshooting is, and when it happens, do you learn from it so that you prevent that type of mistake from happening in the future? And that's what I'm trying to instill in the IRS. And so we were working the problem, are working the problem, made the necessary adjustments to allow these information returns to be submitted successfully. We are monitoring it very closely because of what you said, and I'm cautiously optimistic that the changes and the updates that we made will allow for a much more stable platform as we get to the busy season.
Well, the Luber's controller called the IRS help desk multiple times and couldn't get through. You said earlier you've hired 5,000 new call agents to help with that, and so this letter is just less than 2 weeks ago. And so have all IRS agencies, employees returned to the office for 5-day work weeks since COVID? I know the GAO issued a report this fall that high percentages of offices across all agencies, not just the IRS, had not returned to the office. And what are you going to do, or what are you doing to help make sure that taxpayers who are trying to do the right thing can get through to work with your agents and other employees?
Yeah, so first clarify, all IRS employees are working. The objective is to make sure that we're getting the mission done. And when you tell me that someone didn't get through on the phone line, I want to learn more about that and figure out what we need to do. There is a government-wide standard out there in terms of where we stand today, what should be the percentage of in-office work versus remote work. The IRS is generally consistent with that government-wide standard, but we're constantly evaluating any steps that we can take.
Sorry to interrupt, but what is that, before I run out of time, what is that governmental standard for the IRS for the number of employees?
Well, the government-wide
to be in the
standard
office
is
working?
50% is the government-wide standard.
So 60% of the employees come to the
everyone's
office.
working, it's 50% on-site versus 50% working in some remote location.
So how can somebody in a remote location be handling these tax returns? That just seems to me that it's not doing the job that needs to be done to help service American constituents.
Well, I'm happy to walk you through in greater detail, but we have many, many employees on site doing the exact work that you described. And you know, in our campuses where a lot of our processing of taxes goes, that's where we have heavy presence of IRS employees.
Thank you, and my time's run out. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Neal, and thank you, Commissioner, for agreeing to appear here today. I've been looking forward to discussing the IRS's actions with you for some time. I'm extremely concerned that the IRS has been just a little too focused on following political directions of the Biden administration instead of fulfilling its congressionally mandated duties. The continued delay of the 1099K threshold, an announcement of a new threshold, is an illegal overreach that is not found anywhere in law. Unfortunately, this is just another step in a long string of illegal and questionably legal actions taken by the IRS and the Department of Treasury to either willfully ignore the change or misinterpret the laws that have been passed by Congress? Why was the IRS unable to implement the $600 1099K threshold passed in the American Rescue Act?
I'm really glad I have an opportunity to respond to this question, Congresswoman. I believe the IRS Commissioner has the authority to implement laws in a manner that ensures taxpayer rights. This means that at times, implementation is delayed or ramped up over time in order to make sure that we're achieving that balance, that we're implementing the law that was enacted by Congress, but also abiding by another responsibility we have under the law, and that is to protect taxpayer rights. In this situation, this outcome of delay or ramped implementation was strongly recommended by a diverse set of stakeholders across tax industry, commercial industry. From every direction, we were hearing calls to that there was risk.
Well, I can understand why.
Yeah.
I mean, given the 3-year extended delay, does the IRS believe it will ever be able to comply with this law?
We're working with stakeholders on a path that will get it done, and in particular, that's why we are intending to begin implementation next year. Again, the focus that I have and we have at the IRS is how do we do this in the best interest of taxpayers? We don't want taxpayers overpaying their taxes. We don't want them confused. We don't want them bombarded with forms and paper they shouldn't be receiving. And if we go forward with implementation without being able to adequately protect against that risk, then I'm not meeting my legal responsibility as commissioner to help taxpayers and to help protect their rights.
Well, in November of 2023, you announced plans for a threshold of $5,000 in 2024. Yes. Who specifically made that decision to set this new threshold?
That was a strong recommendation from the stakeholders we reached out to across a variety of stakeholders, taxpayers, these companies that are third-party payment platforms. The reason why there seemed to be consensus on $5,000 was because if you looked at the analysis and the model, $5,000 would ensure the most revenue would be impacted while also protecting the most taxpayers from unnecessary paperwork and sending them things that they didn't actually need.
Well, I have to reclaim my time because, I mean, what authority does the IRS have to set the new threshold? The authority.
So we have an authority under the code to administer laws consistent with taxpayer rights. And so this happens from time to time. Oh. Our goal and our objective is to implement the laws on day one.
Yes,
there are many.
We write the laws.
Yes,
Congress writes the laws. But you don't.
There are a variety of examples throughout history where the IRS, in order to protect taxpayers from undue burden or from potentially being overtaxed, where we have either delayed implementation or ramped implementation. This is not the first time, and I'm not the first commissioner that has confronted this tension.
But they're still illegal. Your actions are still illegal.
It's not illegal to take a step to protect taxpayer rights.
Well, anyway, I'll move on from this. Another concerning action I have that the IRS has taken is the implementation of the so-called free file program. I mean, you've got to be kidding me. Nothing is free. Everything the U.S. government does is paid by taxpayer dollars. So nothing is ever free, and I don't think you should be wasting your millions of dollars when the private industry is doing a good job. But I do want to give you credit where credit is due. I commend the IRS where credit for the ERTC claims, for processing them. I understand that the system was devastated by fraud and abuse, which is why the committee and the House recently passed the Tax Relief for American Families and Workers Act in an overwhelmingly bipartisan manner. And I also want to urge my Senate colleagues to similarly follow suit so that the IRS can focus on credible ERTC claims so that good American small businesses can swiftly access the benefits that have been promised by Congress. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
The gentlelady yields back. I yield to Mrs. Moore from Wisconsin. You're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner, for joining us today. We've heard a lot of discussion today about the earned income tax credit and the audits and the perhaps fraud that's been committed, and you were unable to sort of monetize the amount of fraud that was as compared to corporate fraud and loss of revenue. I guess we've had estimates that there's, like, at minimum, close to maybe $600 billion to $1 trillion worth of lost income from corporations. Is that anything, even though you can't nail it down to the penny, is that anything close to what you're experiencing with the earned income tax credit? Just sort of a back of the envelope sort of assessment?
So we have a tax gap analysis where we can evaluate where the differences are between what is paid versus what is owed. And the last estimate that we provided estimated at roughly $650 billion a year in this gap.
So are you guessing that maybe the earned income tax credit fraud or whatever, and I'm sure you can recover all of it since it's not very complicated to catch an earned income tax problem. You don't even need a person. Probably the machine will find that. Am I right or wrong about that?
Well, Congresswoman, for me, it's about priorities.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
what are our priorities within earned income tax credit program integrity, and what are our priorities in terms of tax evasion amongst the wealthy? And that's what I'm seeking to establish.
Okay, so let me go on because I hadn't really planned to talk about this. It's just that my colleagues have raised it. What would you say that the fraud rate for the earned income tax credit is as compared to the low uptake of it? The numbers of people who deserve it and could use it and don't apply for it is. What is that number?
Yeah, and again, I don't have the specific fraud rate. It's not something that we measure.
It's not fraud. I'm talking about the people who don't even claim it.
And this is part of the challenge. We believe that there is a material gap in the number.
I mean, there's millions of dollars left on the table.
Agreed.
I think that families and kids need, particularly since we have such a stingy child tax credit. You know, we have harsh requirements for TANF, and people are leaving money on the table with the earned income tax credit. You know, I believe it was my good colleague that asked you a question about child support. And I think that in the absence of an adequate child tax credit and earned income tax credit low uptake in that it's really important that we do child support tax collections. And I understand that these contractors have to be 6103 compliant. But we found this problem even with states that administer the child tax credit for tribes. And so I am wondering, you know, they're subject to these audits, and I'm wondering how long that's going to go on. It's really hurting tribal communities and not getting these monies. Can you quickly comment?
Well, I want to work with tribal communities directly. I know that tribal communities face unique challenges in terms of meeting their tax responsibilities or getting access to tax benefits. So if I can learn more about the specific issue,
That's right. Just learn about sovereignty, and that'll help you figure it out. Let me ask you some questions before my time expires. Very quick questions. I'm not asking you to opine on policy, okay?
Yes.
I'm just asking you to affirm some things that I think I already know. This essential government function test, is that an impediment to tribal nations' use of government bonds? Yes or no?
I know it's something that that is more in a policy shop, but I do believe.
I'm just saying.
I'm saying this is what we've heard from tribal communities, and that's why it's important to engage with them on solutions.
So
to the
same
issues.
thing, because they're going to cut me off, I guarantee you. The new market tax credit set aside for tribes, the low-income housing tax credits, and setting aside a housing tax credit program. Would that increase the effectiveness and administrability of these programs from the perspective of the IRS?
It's something that I want to work with and coordinate with Treasury and the tribal outreach programs that they do and get back to you on that.
Well, Commissioner, just let me join the chairman, the ranking member, all of my colleagues in thanking you for being here and being very You've been very good, and I want to appreciate you.
And Congresswoman, I do now know that 20% of eligible taxpayers don't claim the earned income tax credit. So that means 1 in 5, and that is something we have to address.
That's a lot of money that's left on the table.
Absolutely.
Versus how many frauds that you find. And of course, you can collect every dime of that money because it's not hard to audit an EITC recipient versus someone who has 500 corporations and billions of dollars. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman.
I gave you an extra 53 seconds. You just remember that.
I'm going to remember that.
Helping you out. All right, the gentlelady yields back. Mr. Murphy from North Carolina, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner, for coming today. I was just looking at your CV. I saw you went to Duke and to UNC.
I did.
So if you can answer one question today, Duke or UNC?
Duke.
All right, well, I got nothing more to say to you. All right, let's get down, actually. So questions. California and North Carolina, excuse me, New York have the most billionaires. And you're saying that that's a high rate of cheating. Have you ever correlated any of them with the are they paying the California taxes and the New York taxes?
I don't have that analysis at my fingertips. We're focusing.
No, what I'm saying is because we're talking about a lot of folks not paying their taxes. Look, I'm 100%. People need to pay their taxes, period. I don't care what income bracket you're in. But if we're talking about millionaires and billionaires not paying their fair share, which is what we hear the president say a lot, those are the two biggest states are in California and New York. So it'd be nice to know, you don't have to answer this, but it'd be nice to know, are they doing that for New York and California, and are their particular revenue departments going after them? Fair question.
It is a fair question. And I would, excuse me, I would want to coordinate a response to that after talking to those states. We are not necessarily focused regionally. We're focused on the types of evasions
I get it.
that corporations are engaged in. Many of them are maybe operating in California, incorporated in Delaware. The reality is that the question is the underlying behavior.
Okay, all right, thanks. Were you aware that the Biden administration has said that TikTok is not to be allowed on government devices?
I am aware of that, yes.
All right, so this is just very troubling to me. So the OMB issued guidance February 27, 2023, agencies were how to implement this law. DIGA found that 23 devices used by IRS still had access to TikTok, and this is still troubling. It took the IRS, this thing was issued, TIGTA issued this to the IRS in May. The IRS did not take action until August of 2023. Why?
I'm not sure of the facts of that, but that does seem unacceptable, and I will get to the bottom of it.
Do you personally believe, I think there are many members of Congress, especially over in the Senate, Democratic Senator Intelligence, Senator Warner, believes that TikTok is a security risk to this country? So I'm just saying, this is his word. It's generally considered a risk, and I just, to the life of me, don't understand why these are still on devices. What really bothers me, we're talking about folks working from home, is that the bring your own device policy for the IRS is still not enforcing this ban on TikTok. Can you speak to that?
Well, I want to make sure I understand the TIGTA recommendation and where we are in closing it out, but I absolutely agree. Whether people are working remotely or working on site, we have to abide by these security standards, and any lapse cannot be tolerated. So we need to be.
It took 8 months for the IRS to really update this policy. That's not acceptable. It wouldn't be acceptable in business. It shouldn't be acceptable in any government agency. Let me ask you about the Criminal Investigation Unit and their access to TikTok, because it seems that they're kind of trying to get a waiver for this. Are you aware of any of that?
I am aware of the fact that that in certain cases, when our law enforcement division is working to impede, disrupt, and hold accountable criminal enterprises, sometimes they have to use tools to understand and solve those crimes. So it's not, it's a kind of an apple and an orange versus an IRS employee who should not have TikTok on their device versus a law enforcement official who's using.
Are you aware of that requisite, of that asking for this, for the criminal investigation unit to have a waiver?
I would want to get, before I got into more detail, I'd want to go back and get more detail, but I am aware of that, yes.
Yeah, would you mind getting back to my office about
Yes.
that? It's Murphy from North Carolina, who's a big Tar Heel fan. And by the way,
Yeah, I
Shefsky
really
lost
am
his
going to
last
regret
game.
that answer. I just was at UNC speaking, and I feel affinity there, but it's a long story.
I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you. Just one last question. Artificial intelligence. You know, this is the gold rush for this country and the world for that matter. Bias, absolute bias, will be a thing we're going to have to fight. And I hope that given some of the biases that have been stated by the department, some individuals, that I have your commitment to do your very, very best that the IRS does not have any biases when using artificial intelligence and looking at who to audit, who not to audit, because we saw that going after Republicans before. We saw some real problems with who were audited. And artificial intelligence is a tool, but it should not be used as a political weapon in the IRS.
You have my commitment.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Next, Mr. Kufsoff, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for appearing today. I'd like to go back, if I can, please, to the GAO report that Congressman Estes was asking about. This is the one dated July 13th, 2023. The title of it is Preliminary Results Show Federal Buildings Remain Underutilized Due to Longstanding Challenges and Increased Telework. If I can, just let me read maybe 2 sentences. 17 of the 24 federal agencies in GAO's review used an estimated average 25% or less of their headquarters building capacity in a 3-week sample period across January, February, and March of 2023. On the higher range, agencies used an estimated 39 to 49% of the capacity of their headquarters on average. Do you know on an average day, Commissioner, how much of your headquarters building is being used?
In Washington, I don't have that number at my fingertips.
Would you say it's less than 50%?
It may be because, as I mentioned earlier, overall, the IRS is roughly in line with the government-wide standard of 50%. So because it's an average, it may be under.
We've heard different things and questions today to you from members. Anecdotally, subjectively, what I hear from my staff and from CPAs and practitioners that have to reach the IRS is that it's a real struggle to get a hold of somebody. And you talked about earlier some of the challenges with the phone, the callback, which I appreciate.
Yes.
I would contend, respectfully, that not having employees in the office and having them work remotely presents challenges, not only to your agency, but to the people that have to interact with it. Would you agree with that?
I would agree that it depends on what the function is. There are moments, for example, when whether it's a weather event, streets are shut down, we don't want to lose productivity. So we set people up to be able to work remotely where they can. I would also...
I get if there's a weather situation, but if we're talking about a day where the weather is fine, wouldn't it make more sense from a productivity standpoint to have employees physically present at the IRS than working remotely?
In some cases, yes. In other cases, it's less relevant. I can give you examples of where it's highly relevant.
Yep.
For example, in our taxpayer assistance centers, those are our walk-in centers, and those are fully staffed 5 days a week. Everyone's there at all times. Also, if you visited, and you're all invited to come to one of our campus locations, and you'll see those campuses teaming with employees that are opening envelopes and doing other things to manage the tax system. And those individuals have to be on site, and they are on site. For me, what I look at is,
you've had a number of questions here about security. We're all concerned about it. I know you're concerned about it, whether it's Mr. Littlejohn or whatever, as it relates to taxpayer information. From a security standpoint, wouldn't it be safer and more secure to have taxpayer information accessed at an IRS office versus an IRS employee's home?
There are steps that you can take to ensure appropriate security, whether the employee is in a SCIF, in a non-SCIF, or remote. And we have to make sure that we're securing, because there may be situations, whether it's a weather event or otherwise, or a pandemic, where we have to ensure the right level of security regardless of where the employee is.
It's a true statement that IRS employees, when they are working remotely from home, can access taxpayer information, right?
Certain employees, depending on the need, yes.
Nothing to prevent the employee's 19-year-old son walking behind the screen from taking a screenshot of whatever's on the screen, correct?
That would be a violation of that employee's responsibility to protect information. There would be significant consequences for that, and therefore, virtually all IRS employees are very rigid in how taxpayer information is handled, whether it's handled on their computer screen in a remote location or on an IRS site.
But it's true that that situation wouldn't occur if that employee were in the office, right?
That, I don't want to engage in hypotheticals, but that
Well,
one, that doesn't make sense.
That employee's
Yeah.
19-year-old son would not be
Correct.
physically,
But
right?
there could be a visitor in the building. That's why it's so important that whether you're on site or you're at home, that you are extraordinarily careful about who has visibility to information that you're the only person who should have
And
visibility.
I can cite other examples, just like I did about the 19-year-old son in the home. There's no doubt, though, that situation wouldn't occur if that employee were in the office, in the IRS office, correct?
What I'm suggesting is
Yeah,
hypothetical.
can you-
I don't want
would
to
you
engage in
answer yes or no,
hypotheticals.
and then I'll allow you to finish the
I feel like it's dangerous to go into hypotheticals, because then someone's
not a
going to turn
hypothetical.
around and ask me, what if someone has a take your daughter to work day and they're walking through the office? So there are all these situations. My common denominator bottom line is that each employee must rigidly and relentlessly protect that information from unauthorized access from any 19-year-old, whether they're visiting their parent in the office or whether they're at home.
Let the record show that you were non-responsive. Thank you, Commissioner.
Fair enough.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Schneider is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner Werfel, for joining us today. I want to start by saying I have appreciated working with you and your staff, who have been very helpful with us in dealing with our constituent questions. Before I go to a question, let me touch briefly on casework. We've been in touch with your team on a handful of IRS cases that we've been unable to make headway as we were hoping. Can I just get a commitment that we'll continue to work on these to try to get them done? And I will go back to the previous. My kids are now 29 and 30, and I worked before coming to Congress with a lot of confidential client information. Whether my kids were visiting me in the office, as they often did, or I was working at home, as I often did, it was imperative that I kept that information confidential. And I think what I heard you saying is that that's the expectation of IRS employees, that information is kept confidential irrespective of where they are, who might be visiting.
One of the reasons why I was struggling with the question and the hypothetical is I don't want to signal to any IRS employee that they can let their guard down no matter where they are, whether they're at home, whether they're at the office. It's absolutely critical that we have rigid policies and procedures in place to prevent unauthorized access.
Right.
And that's what I really want to emphasize.
Thank you. I just want to make that clear. Let me also, I'll take another minute. We've talked about the IRA and the impact it's had, and you've touched on some of the things, but the handful of things, I'll let you reiterate them, that the progress made. There's been discussion of here saying it's not quite perfect, but I'm going to focus on progress, not perfection. Where's the progress we've made over the last
things are
couple years?
trending in the right direction. I don't think there's any way that I will rest and come up to this table and say we're done. We're not done. And I want to hear about the taxpayer concerns. But I also want to recognize the before and after of a funded tax agency versus a non-funded tax agency. And the before and after is stark in terms of what we're able to deliver in terms of taxpayer service. And that means if we're funded, our walk-in centers are open. We can have Saturday hours. We can have special events where we're training people about how to use their, how to get free assistance. Webinars are in place. All these different resources that we can invest in reaching out to taxpayers and helping them meet their tax responsibility.
Is the difference of 85% of calls going unanswered and 85% of calls now being answered?
Exactly. And the other thing that I haven't had a chance to emphasize as much as I'd like to is the before and after of being funded in terms of what we can do to protect honest taxpayers from scams and the perpetrators that are involved in them. And if we're not funded, we're on our heels. The tax system remains complicated. It remains a playground for scam artists to exploit honest taxpayers, scare them, call up someone who's elderly, pretend they're the IRS, convince them to take out their credit card and pay a phantom debt. An underfunded agency, an underfunded IRS means that can be exploited more and more. A funded IRS means we can work to disrupt those types of scams. We can increase our education. We can work with local partners. And we can put tools on the web so that you can either help your elderly parent or that elderly parent can have access to figure out, is this really the IRS? These are tools that other tax jurisdictions are putting in place. And we absolutely have to, in order to protect taxpayers from these risks, put these tools in place. And if we don't have the funding, we can't do it. So these are the choices that we
Thank you. So if we don't fund and we can't protect those taxpayers, they're at the short end of the stick. They're put at risk. At the same time, you've said there's a $650 billion, estimated $650 billion per year tax gap, taxes not being paid. Who really suffers when people cheat on their taxes, don't pay what they owe?
It's the people who pay their taxes, because they're shouldering the broader load for funding the government and its critical operations. Right. And that's why it's so important to have equity. And that's why it's important to prioritize our enforcement efforts for where we think evasion is most problematic. And the point that I've been making today is when I arrived at the IRS after years of underfunding, I asked the team, where are we most exposed? Where are the risks the highest? Where has this underfunding caused the most damage? And one of the key areas was our ability to keep pace with complex tax situations where evasion was a risk. There are complex tax situations where evasion is not a risk, and that is a place that we will not focus on, but it's the place where there's a risk of evasion.
Yeah, and I'm at the end of my time, so I'll ask the question, and actually I would appreciate an answer in writing, is what is it that makes a complex return, and why does that complexity increase the likelihood or the ability of people to avoid paying taxes that are owed? And I'd like to be able to share that.
Well, just a quick example would be if you're operating in multiple countries.
Right.
And they have different tax laws, and you're shielding your profits in the U.S. to get a lower tax, when the reality is that your economic activity is in the U.S. and you actually owe, and you shouldn't be moving and making it look like to the IRS that your activity is elsewhere in a more tax-advantaged jurisdiction. That means that those that are accurately reporting their profits, the companies that are paying a larger share than those that are cheating the system.
Yeah, it's not just companies, it's wealthy individuals who are able to shelter.
Commissioner Werfel.
Yes, sorry about that, yes.
I'm up here. I'm normally down there.
Oh, yeah, okay, I was the chairman, okay, got it.
An IRS consultant named Charles Littlejohn stole a trove of tax return data, including returns from President Donald Trump and a host of other prominent American taxpayers, and released them to multiple media outlets in 2020 and 21. Last month, I was pleased to see that Mr. Littlejohn received the maximum sentence of 5 years in federal prison for his crime. In addition to criticizing the Biden administration's DOJ for only bringing one criminal count against Mr. Littlejohn, Judge Anna Reyes told Mr. Littlejohn at his sentencing that his crusade to violate President Trump's rights was an attack on our constitutional democracy, and I could not agree more. What troubles me even more is that the IRS has taken far too long to implement the corrective actions necessary to ensure that other American taxpayers do not become victims of a rogue IRS employee like Mr. Littlejohn. The Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration recently reported that the IRS failed to ensure that all its sensitive systems provide accurate audit trail logs to monitor and identify unauthorized access. Essentially, TIGTA is saying that you did not know when sensitive taxpayer information was illegally accessed. I understand Mr. Neal asked you about this, and you said that you guys have taken corrective action since that report came out, was the last week, February 6th. What specific actions have you taken, and have you taken all 3 of the recommendations that TIGTA made in their report?
Yes, we've taken a bunch of actions. I'll be very quick just to kind of give you a flavor of them. We've reduced the number of users. We've put more robust encryption in place. We've strengthened our oversight. We have improved our access logs. We've eliminated more removable media. We've put in place tighter email controls, new printer controls, and on and on and on. And on this point, this is such a critical point on the audit trails in our systems. TIGTA had identified, I think it was somewhere between 300 and 400 systems in the IRS that had sensitive data that didn't have the appropriate audit trails. I required the team, I think it was almost like my 3rd or 4th day at the IRS. I said, I want audit trails in every one of those systems consistent with TIGTA's requirements. Those have now been done. We shared that with TIGTA, but TIGTA didn't have sufficient time to validate that we did everything we said we did.
So when was all that completed?
That was completed by the end of the fiscal year, so around September 30th.
So all of the 3 recommendations that
yes,
TIGTA is how you respond to?
Yeah, they're evaluating. We've said we agree. We're making the changes. We've made the changes. Here they are, and TIGTA's now, thank you. We're going to evaluate and see if you've done it exactly the way we want you to do it. So they're re-examining whether, for example, our audit trails are as robust as we believe they are now.
So they're re-examining. So I'm just trying to understand when, because their report just came out.
Yes.
So like you've been there a year.
Yes.
When did you? And I mean, this goes back to the returns were leaked in 2019. It was published in 2020. Then Mr. Littlejohn leaked a second batch in 2020 to ProPublica, which was
Yes.
published in 21. Obviously, you weren't there, so I'm not asking you to vie for what happened during that period of time. But you've been there a year. So is it your testimony today that since you've been there, this has obviously happened, you've started taking corrective actions on these audit?
Oversight review from TIGTA, we've said it's like we've handed in our assignment. We've put in all the audit trails to the systems that you've identified needed audit trails, and they're reviewing that to ensure that we didn't miss any.
So I want to make it clear to the American people today. So the 3 recommendations that were in the report last week that they made, you are stating under oath today that those have been made by the IRS. All of the recommendations in the report.
We've agreed with all the recommendations. I'm stating for the record that the audit trails recommendation has been done. I want to double, triple confirm that we're completed with the other recommendations, but they're all underway.
Can you let the committee know?
Absolutely.
When can we expect that information?
I can probably get back to you by tomorrow or Monday's a holiday, Tuesday.
If you could give that to the chair to disseminate to the committee, I would
Absolutely.
appreciate it. In the 30 seconds I have left,
Please.
we have, in my district, was decimated by Hurricane Ian. In the tax package we just sent to the Senate, which obviously isn't going to pass by today, the extension deadline, all of the people in my district for 2022 tax year are now going to be forced to, by today, file their extension and then have to do an amended return. It's my understanding that it's taking about 20 weeks to process amended returns. What assurances can you give all of the Americans in 45 states who've been affected by a natural disaster who are now going to have to file an amended return that it's not going to take 20 weeks to get their money back from the IRS?
This is a challenging issue, Mr. Chairman. The reason it's challenging, and it's not about making excuses, this is about just sharing the facts, is that our systems, while we are more modern and effective with original returns, we're still on outdated systems on amended returns, and it's more manual. And that's why if you file an original return electronically and select direct deposit, we can get your refund in under 21 days. But if you file an amended return, that's a paper manual process, it takes a lot longer, and it's unfortunate.
Since I gave Mrs. Moore a little bit of extra time, I'll take a little extra time. So what are you guys doing to remediate that? Like, why does it require paper return? Is there efforts in place to?
Absolutely, yeah. We're doing a bunch of different things. First of all, leaning out our process to see if we can close the gap on those 20 weeks, and also taking the steps to automate our entire infrastructure. This is one of the reasons why the modernization effort is so important. We're also doing a lot more scanning of all of these paper forms, because in a machine-readable format, we can move more quickly.
Thank you for being here today. My time's expired. I now would like to recognize Mr. Fitzpatrick for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, thank you for being here today. Sir, as you're aware, the IRS placed a moratorium on processing of new employee retention credit claims through the year's end to allow the IRS to add more safeguards to prevent future abuse and to protect businesses from predatory tactics. In my district, I have many businesses that are impacted by this and are reliant on the ERC. In fact, we have businesses that say they could not meet their payroll because their ERC had not been processed. Specifically, my office's constituent inquiries where businesses are owed in excess of $1 million, preventing them from meeting their own payroll for their employees. It's my understanding that in October of 2023, the IRS issued a bulk taxpayer assistance order on hundreds of current cases involving ERC claims, but that was months ago. So could you just give us an update on where that stands?
Yeah, we are working hard to make sure that we can separate eligible from ineligible claims in the inventory that we have. As I mentioned earlier, it's challenging because we have a lot of inventory and a lot of ineligibility, and we have to figure out what's eligible and what's ineligible. We're making progress. In fact, since we issued the moratorium in September, we're averaging between 1,000 and 2,000 processing a week. So we're getting the eligible ones out the door. And I think since the moratorium, we're nearing $1 billion of ERCs issued. So I think we're meeting our promise to make sure that the moratorium didn't stop us from processing claims that were received before the moratorium. But it's challenging because it's a very complicated program. Eligibility is tough to weed out from ineligible, but it's a focus point for sure.
I want to jump to the direct file system that the IRS has put in place. This committee has asked many times before what the cost of that program would be. At least as far as I'm aware, it's still unknown at this point. First, why did the IRS and Treasury feel it was necessary to create a direct file system when industry already provides many of these options for free to taxpayers? And secondly, could you explain how you concluded and how the IRS concluded that they were authorized to do this, to create, maintain, and update a direct file tax preparation platform?
Yeah. So we believe, a responsibility and an authority under the law to make the tax filing process easier and more beneficial for taxpayers. As an example, if you allow, I mentioned earlier, we provide a callback option now. If you call in, and that took some technology. It wasn't rocket science technology, but we had to implement technology. We didn't have to go to the code and determine was there specific language in the tax code that says, IRS Commissioner, you have the authority to offer a callback option in the call center. So there's a whole set of different things that we can do for taxpayers to give them more options. It's not a mandate. I think it's a much different bar if I were up here saying, I, as IRS Commissioner, am mandating something. What we're saying is it's another option on the menu. And when we look at all the things we've offered to taxpayers over the years as the world has changed, at one point it was telefile, file your returns on the telephone. Now it's file electronically. There's always been this desire to evolve and understand how to meet taxpayers where they are and give them as many options as possible. And that's what this is. It's just an option.
Do we know what the cost of developing and maintaining this platform is?
We do. We have in our public report that we were required under the Inflation Reduction Act, we included a cost chart that explained the cost and with different assumptions. If 5 million taxpayers were to use it, if 10 million taxpayers. But this year, This is really just a pilot. We're still studying it, and it's available in 13 states. It's going to be a relatively small pilot to assess whether this is something that actually should be added to the menu.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Larson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner. Thank you so much for your candor. It's always refreshing giving the enormous responsibility that you have and just how important revenue is for the functioning of our government. That's why, of course, we were very much alarmed when this committee voted to cut $80 billion out of funding to the IRS. What kind of an impact would a cut like that have, especially at this time when we're concerned about the federal deficit? What kind of a cut would that have, especially, you've articulated very well, trying to keep pace with all the technological changes that you're going to, while at the same time humanizing the IRS through your call centers and the ability for people to have direct contact with a human being.
Yeah, I mean, our budget was cut year over year between 2010 and 2022. If you add all that up, it's a 25% cut. Our staffing size shrunk to the same size it was in the 1970s. But over those same 12 years, the tax system grew and got a lot more complicated, and we have a lot more to do. Tens of millions of more filers, thousands of changes to the tax codes, new programs, new activities, and a very different world. A gig economy where we used to not have a gig economy, and more global globalization, movement of money, new currencies. And it's just a dramatically different world. So when you take those two together, and you underinvest over a period of 12 years, while at the same time the job to manage the tax system grows, it's not a good formula. It leads to underperformance. And what I'm trying to emphasize here is the people that suffer are taxpayers. They suffer because the tax laws still exist. They still have these responsibilities, and it's a stressful experience. And when a problem emerges, if they can't get clarity from the IRS, if they can't get through to us, if they can't get their tax issue resolved, it weighs on them, it's burdensome for them, and it's stressful for them. And that's what's so heartbreaking about an underfunded tax agency. It means that we're not answering the phone. It means that our walk-in centers are shuttered, and it means that our digital tools are stagnating. And that's what it means when you describe, let's pull back the IRS funding. It means that the IRS won't be able to function and help you. And if you're not pulling back the tax laws and the tax responsibilities, but you're pulling back the ability for the IRS to serve taxpayers, then the ultimate harm is to the taxpayers themselves. And that's my impassioned plea to make sure that we don't harm taxpayers by making it harder for the IRS to help them.
I think you've articulated that very well. What I'm interested in as well is, because of the sophistication as we go forward, what is the IRS up against when you're dealing with major corporations or people with great wealth? What does it look like inside the IRS when you're dealing with a battery of attorneys, accountants, and consultants that are going up against government employees?
Well, I start with the volume, right? When you look at the number of audit personnel we had the day the Inflation Reduction Act was passed, versus the number of the highest wealth filers in the United States. And I'm not talking about just above 400,000. I'm talking about the millionaires, the corporations with $250 million in assets. We break it into cohorts. And at the moment the Inflation Reduction Act was passed, we had one auditor for every 150 of the wealthiest taxpayers in the U.S. And these tax returns are long and complicated, thousands of pages, sometimes hundreds of thousands of pages. So I like people to picture that one IRS auditor or examiner backing in 150 truckloads of paper saying, I'll review all that, that's my job. So it's a real volume challenge. So we had to hire more personnel, to evaluate these returns, but also the complicated financial structures, the introduction of new currencies, the more movement of money into international tax jurisdictions, the proliferation of tax havens, all of it, we have to keep up with it. It's an investment that we have to make in our subject matter expertise. It's investment that we have to make in our analytics and our predictive modeling, because here's the other issue. If we don't invest smartly, we just start pulling audits, we're going to end up pulling audits from people that are following the laws more regularly and then adding burden to them when they're doing what they're supposed to do. So precision is actually very important here, and you have to invest to get that precision.
Mr. Chairman, I think we should do a hearing at some point, too, on what artificial intelligence means and what it will mean to our agencies, especially those that are guarding our privacy issues as well. But thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner. Thank you for your integrity and your candor.
Mr. Larson, that's a great idea. So, Mr. Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, thanks for being here. Couple things. One, I'd like to have a conversation. We don't have to do it now with your team responsible for the donor advisory fund regulations. I want to understand them better. They may be right. They may not be. I have concerns about what y'all would think are conflicts of interest that I think the market has already considered and already manages, if you will. So it's something I'd like to...
I have my commitment on that.
Thank you. So I'm sure you have been briefed about the question I have, which is the question I asked you a year ago. You got a lot to keep up with. You did respond in a letter. I referenced in our conversation a New York Post article that talked about the number of firearms and munitions that you all have at the IRS and the number of armed agents. And it went through specific numbers: 3,832 handguns, 600 shotguns, 439 rifles, 15 fully automatic weapons. So it was very detailed. I don't know where they got their information. And I think an appropriate oversight role for us is to, as a check and balance, and for the purpose of transparency to the taxpayers and to the people that we report to in the People's House, that they ought to have some confirmation of whether or not those numbers are right or if they're different. You responded with a letter and said, the inventory of guns and ammunition is consistent with other law enforcement agencies. I find that an inadequate response. I think if the American people who we all work for ask as a check and as a point of accountability on agencies with tremendous power, and with tremendous power comes, I think, great responsibility and oversight and accountability, they deserve a specific answer. What's in the inventory? How many armed IRS agents? I'm not suggesting that there might not be some level of appropriateness, but just saying we keep the number of armed IRS agents and the inventory of munitions, I think the American people ought to know that. And then we can discuss why you have it and why they exist and for what purpose. And again, there may be an appropriate need.
Yeah, I would love to answer this question. First of all, I do recall the letter. I believe the letter that we sent you had a link to a public report that has the information you requested. If it did not, then we will get you that public link. I added the point that it was consistent with other law enforcement after providing the data. If I could, though, I think it's so important, if you could allow me to just address some myths about IRS and guns. First, the vast majority of IRS employees are unarmed and will never be armed. Most IRS employees are customer service reps. I like to say they're armed only with headsets, phone headsets, and most of our accountants all of our accountants armed only with calculators.
And 50% of them are home doing it instead of in their offices, but that's a different issue.
Second, the only people in the IRS that would ever be armed are federal law enforcement officials who investigate crimes in the context of very dangerous scenarios: organized crimes, criminals operating on the dark web, narcotics trafficking, human trafficking, terror financing, money laundering. The idea of sending these law enforcement officials to go execute a search warrant or an arrest warrant without being armed along with their other law enforcement colleagues is not something that would ever be a smart or prudent thing to do. Third, and this is about our inventory, I think it's important context, the actual discharge of any weapon by an IRS law enforcement official is extremely rare. But under federal regulations, we are required to maintain a minimum amount of ammunition for training purposes in order for them to be able to hold a firearm when they're executing a search warrant on a dangerous criminal. And so when you see the ammunition numbers in that public site, don't assume that that is ammunition that is used by the IRS ever. It's really just for training.
I got 5 seconds left.
Yep.
I appreciate all that. I'll look at that link.
Please.
If it's in there, then I may have missed it.
Yep.
If it's not in there,
I will get you the data.
you'll give me the specifics so we can
Absolutely.
share with the American
Yep.
people, so we can, okay. That's good. That's all I need. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tenney?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I see the ranking member is up there too, and thank you both for holding this hearing. And thank you, Commissioner. I know this is a long morning and afternoon for you. And I just want to jump into a couple of quick things. So, Commissioner Werfel, as Israel continues to fight the war that Hamas started with a vicious attack on civilians on October 7th, 2023, which includes the efforts to recover hostages that continue to be held underground in Gaza, disturbing demonstrations have swept through our college campuses and around our nation and here at home. Many of these demonstrations have been explicitly anti-Semitic, and some have called for the death of the Jewish people. This committee held a hearing in November where we heard from witnesses that explained how certain groups behind many of the events calling for violence against the Jewish people are funded through tax-exempt organizations. Multiple witnesses raised concerns that tax-exempt groups in the United States have ties to and may be providing material support to Hamas, a terrorist organization. Do you share my concern about the shocking rise of anti-Semitism on college campuses, particularly, and across our society?
Well, first, thank you for this question. It is a tough question and a tough issue. And I do share concerns. I find calls for hate, I find anti-Semitism, I find Islamophobia abhorrent, reprehensible, heartbreaking. As I put on my commissioner hat and run the process of determining whether an organization is exempt or whether an organization should be revoked of their exempt status, we have a process that we run. And what I want to make sure is that we run that process robustly and effectively to make sure the right outcome happens.
Right, I understand that. And also, along with my other Ways and Means colleagues, we sent you a letter along with Secretary Yellen, as you know, asking
Yes.
for a briefing on what the IRS and the Treasury are doing regarding the funding of anti-Semitism and particularly the funding of calls for violence against Jewish people and using tax-exempt organizations. And I understand that you are in the process of doing that and putting a
Yes,
briefing
that
together
briefing is
for us,
happening. Yep.
which we greatly appreciate. But do you share our concern that there could be money flowing, particularly potentially international money that we can't track, flowing to tax-free for these horrific purposes?
I want to make sure that exempt organizations are meeting their responsibility to operate for exempt purposes. And there are certain activities that could mean that their exempt purpose or their exempt activities should be revoked. Those typically orient around illegal activity. And what I want to make sure is that we have a very robust process in place. We get a lot of referrals. I want to make sure that we're running those referrals down and having a good assessment and a good process to figure out what the right outcome is.
Well, can you share with us any information about what the IRS and Treasury are doing about considering penalties, for example, revoking their tax-exempt status for these groups that are engaged in this kind of violent conduct? Obviously, many of these organizations and many of these so-called grassroots efforts look very astroturf. They have assets well beyond what they should have or could have possibly in a spontaneous way. What can we see in terms of taking that status away?
I think this is an important moment in time, Congresswoman, for the IRS, Treasury, and other federal agencies to come to this committee and others and lay out exactly what today's process is, what the current law and regulations say, and to determine whether we have both a sufficient framework and is it being implemented effectively. And that's a conversation that absolutely needs to happen right now.
Thank you. We appreciate that. And I want to just jump on one other topic that my colleague, Mr. Fitzpatrick, touched on. And that is, I have serious concerns about the direct file program. And my constituents fear, and I think rightly so, the IRS being the judge, jury, and executioner of their personal finances. Additionally, this program presents a clear conflict of interest, I believe, for the IRS, who should not be in charge of preparing taxes while performing other duties simultaneously, such as audits. And as you know, my home state of New York is already participating in this program, and another concern of mine is New York taxpayers could struggle to navigate between the two disparate systems and ultimately fail to file in the state or the federal. And I don't know, I want to know, what are you doing I know you only have a few seconds left, but what are we doing to address this issue and this potential problem, especially as we're seeing issues in New York State?
So we are certainly not preparing taxes. This is, you should let your constituents know. They are under no obligation to use this solution if they don't want to use this solution. We will determine through this pilot the pros and cons of such a solution, and I'll be back before this committee to report on that.
Thank you. We just want to make sure it doesn't become a mandate. Thanks so much. I appreciate your time today, and thank you so much for the response and also action on this really important issue with Israel and Hamas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kildee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me, and to you and the ranking member for holding this hearing. And thank you, Commissioner Werfel, for your testimony. I just want to start out by thanking you, and if you wouldn't mind conveying to your staff my gratitude. And when I mention your staff, I don't just mean your senior team that we most often interact with, but with every one of those IRS employees and all the field offices around the country who do a really tough job under difficult circumstances. In one of my past careers, I was the county treasurer, the tax collector for my county, and I know that typically when we are interacting with customers who are paying their taxes, they're not always having their best day. And I know it's a difficult job, and I just want you to convey my gratitude to them for the difficult work that they do, and the fact that in some cases they have to face, I think, unfair characterizations from some of the people that I work with here in this building. And I just want to express to you that I appreciate their work. I'd also like to thank you for the difficult work that you did during the pandemic, your team, because
Absolutely.
Yep. We were not in that position. My constituents in mid-Michigan needed help getting in contact with the IRS just to deal with very simple issues, and I know we had some struggles there, and I think thankfully because of the investments that we have been able to make with the leadership of President Biden and congressional Democrats, the IRS is in a better position, much better prepared to provide the level of customer service that the American people deserve. And I know you're continuing to work to improve that, and I appreciate that very much. I'd also like to acknowledge the steps that you've taken to make this tax filing season easier for the people I represent by delaying the lower 1099K reporting requirement. This delay will cut red tape for many taxpayers and allow the IRS to focus on ensuring that those wealthiest individuals that you have referred to a few times in this hearing and those largest corporations can no longer avoid paying the taxes that they owe. The investments that President Biden and Democrats made under the Inflation Reduction Act are also helping expand access to filing, and you've addressed this. I know it's been raised by a number of members, but as has been mentioned, this includes expanding the volunteer income tax assistance and the tax counseling for the elderly programs, which for years have helped the working families that I represent get their taxes filed without having to pay a fee. I understand the point my colleague makes, but I think the point that you make is that we don't ask people to pay a fee for access to those. They are supported by taxpayer dollars, but not an out-of-pocket fee in the moment that need is made. Those programs are operated locally by United Way back home for me. Yep. So the VITA and TCE programs are really important to me. And I wonder, particularly as helping people access the benefits that they deserve, the EITC and child tax credit, and I wonder if you can describe the IRS plan to expand
VITA and TCE, and what effect you think this will have for the people I represent?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. I think there is a concerted effort under our modernization plan, we call it our strategic operating plan, to meet taxpayers where they are, and in particular, to figure out how we can connect with vulnerable populations to provide them assistance, often volunteer assistance, so that they have a better understanding of their tax obligations, but also what credits they may be eligible for that they're not receiving. How do we do that? First of all, I think it's absolutely important that we're on the ground. And so we're using new funding to open more walk-in centers, to extend the hours of those walk-in centers, to have Saturday hours, to have special events and taxpayer experience days. In those moments, we can really promote with other local leaders the presence of this opportunity to have a volunteer, and then other tax preparers to know that they can volunteer and be a part of our cadre of volunteers that are doing such important work. I mentioned earlier in the hearing, I participated in one such local event in Baltimore, Maryland, where you had local leaders, taxpayers, volunteers, all talking about the role of these VITA and TCE individuals in that organization and the impact that it's having. And we had taxpayers stand up and tell their stories and how life-changing it was to get the help. And we need to do more of that. Local news was there covering it. That means that we're getting more visibility into these services. Simple things that we can do, like just, for example, we recently created a new page on our website called Free Help, where we're trying to highlight and make it as easy as possible for taxpayers to learn more about these clinics and these volunteers. So there's a big investment and push to reach out to communities and make sure that the IRS is there. And I also mentioned protecting from scams, because it's typically, what's so heartbreaking about these scams and schemes is it's very often the vulnerable population that are exploited. Those that get that phone call from someone pretending to be the IRS, and they don't have an accountant to call to look into it, and they're scared. And I want an IRS that can be there for them to help them understand that this is a scam, and you need to be protected from it, and we want to be there to do that.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate your testimony. I appreciate the Chairman's indulgence. You have a tough job. The people at the IRS all have a difficult job. We have a difficult job, too. But at the end of the day, we all work for the same people, and I think we can continue to collaborate on ways to improve our service to them. I think we're all better off.
Yeah, and I don't think I've given enough credit in this hearing to the amazing workforce, the IRS, and you mentioned it. The work they did during the pandemic was, I would say for them, they would say it's all in the brochure of being there when taxpayers need them. I think there's a lot of myths about the IRS. One that I learned as soon as I got there, IRS employees care deeply about serving taxpayers. They're passionate about it, and it's inspiring me every day.
Thank you. With that, I really appreciate the indulgence. I yield back.
Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Commissioner, thank you for being here today. Just wanted to talk a little bit about a report, and according to a recently released report from the Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration, there's lots of long titles, entitled Quarterly Snapshot with IRS's IRA Spending through September 30th, 2023. But according to that, the IRS has spent $3.5 billion of the IRA funds. Of the $3.5 billion of IRA funds expended in FY 2023, approximately $1.6 billion occurred in the fourth quarter of FY 2023. This includes approximately $464,000 expended in FY 23 for the direct e-file, and I know that that's been mentioned before, but the e-file return system. Now maybe, so you don't have to look up everything, but what I really want to know is how the IRS is deciding what to spend the money on, and why has only 4.5% of the funds been spent, yet the IRS keeps asking for more money.
Yeah, I'm glad. First of all, here's an update. We're at $4.7 billion in spent to date. We are spending it in particular early on taxpayer service. hiring more phone assisters, hiring more live assisters in our walk-in centers. We are updating our technology in our call center, adding more voice bots and automated solutions to our call center. We are purchasing more modern scanning equipment, so we're moving paperless. I mentioned we are simplifying all of our notices, and we're doing outreach to taxpayers in underserved populations.
And so, Commissioner, that's all covered in that 4.5% or the
4.5 billion?
4.7?
Yes. I mean, and there's other things going on, in particular, and I spent a fair amount of time in this hearing, investing in our infrastructure.
But are you planning on expending those IRA funds on that? Because you keep asking for money, but yet only 4.7 is what I believe you said.
Here's the issue and why we're asking for money. I mentioned it earlier, but it's really important if you'd allow. Our base budget, there's two parts of the IRS budget. We have a base budget to run our day-to-day train schedule, as I like to say, and then the IRA money, which is all about modernization, closing gaps, improving taxpayer services. That base budget is underfunding the cost that it is to run the nation's tax system on a day-to-day basis. But we have to keep the lights on. So we borrow from the modernization fund in order to pay. And when we borrow from the modernization fund to keep our lights on, it means we're not modernizing. We're keeping the lights on, but we're not modernizing. So when I'm asking for more money, what I'm asking for the IRS is fund our base budget. Help us keep the lights on so that we can use those modernization funds to build the tools that taxpayers want. They want a call center that has a callback option. They want a call center that has more voice bot technology so they can get to things done more quickly. They want web functionality that works like their favorite online bank account so that they can do all their transactions with us without having to call.
Commissioner,
yeah.
I just wanted to, in response to Mr. Kilday's question, I believe you mentioned the strategic operating plan, and maybe as you go on and on about all of those things that you're doing, maybe you could help me understand how that fits in there and how the spending fits with the operating plan.
I'm sorry, with the operating plan?
You mentioned a strategic operating plan.
Yeah, strategic operating plan. Yeah, that lays out what I call our public to-do list. And there's numerous items in there arrayed by various objectives to both modernize the taxpayer experience, to improve our equity in enforcement, in particular to make sure that we're closing the gap on evasion in complex tax situations, and that we're investing in modern technology so that we avoid unauthorized accesses in the future.
All right, well, and thank you, Commissioner. And I may follow up with some other questions in writing, but I do have one last question.
Please.
Last year, you responded to a question that I submitted on the record regarding your agency's ability to use the funds that Congress has given you to transition to new technology. Your response noted that the progress the IRS was making with the paperless processing initiative. However, I have recently heard repeatedly from a company that has been trying to find a solution that would allow them to submit thousands of forms electronically instead of submitting these forms in paper copies. Yet, after over a year of trying to work with your agency, they have continued to struggle to make meaningful progress on this issue. And how is the IRS using its funds to proactively transition to a more efficient and technologically advanced system for processing taxpayer information? Because that's not showing.
I'll give you the 10-second answer. By this filing season, we committed to making every correspondence response digitally uploadable. We achieved that. By next filing season, we're moving to the types of returns and forms that your taxpayer is struggling with. We're making the investments to make this a reality.
Okay, and we may end up following up with that because given that they have been trying to work with the IRS to make things happen, and it's been very difficult for them. So we may follow up with another letter. But with that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Winstrup.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ms. Werfel, thank you for being here today. Appreciate it. I'd like to focus my time today on an issue brought to me by constituents who are encountering issues with the employee retention tax credit. I do want to say that over the years, my IRS advocate to my office, they've been outstanding. So I do want to applaud that, always responsive and helpful. I wish we didn't have to call as often as we do, but this is what we're talking about, these issues. But recently I was contacted by a constituent who tells me that their business is really in imminent jeopardy and will close, go out of business if they don't receive the ERTC funds that they had applied for. And while this constituent applied for the ERTC before the IRS moratorium, the backlog, I understand, of the ERTC returns that has been created results in this claim being trapped in limbo. And for him, he sees no end in sight and trying as hard as he can. Another constituent of mine has been waiting nearly 2 years, and yet while the IRS will not process his $14 million ERTC claim, they will process an intent to levy taxes on his business. And you can understand the conundrum there. So it's kind of hard for the IRS to attempt to collect on this constituent's taxes when the balance would have been wiped out already if their ERTC claims were processed in a timely manner.
Yeah.
So one thing's holding the other. So I understand that this program has become rife with fraud and abuse, and I agree that enforcement action must be taken against bad actors, and I sympathize with you there. But I'd like to ask a couple questions about what IRS is doing, can do to solve the issue for my constituents, and what steps Congress can take to be helpful as well. So I'll kind of bundle these three questions, if you will. What is the status of the IRS's ERTC moratorium? How many claims are in the pipeline? And do you have a timeline for those claims filed before the moratorium?
Yes. So first of all, I appreciate you raising it. It's important that we understand where there's a constituent or a taxpayer, in particular where there's a potential hardship. They're waiting on an eligible claim, and they're facing an emerging hardship. That's why we work with our taxpayer advocate to try to bump up to the front of the line those that are in more of a crisis situation. And we've had some success with that. I think there's been some reference to that here. Plus, I want to learn more about these types of situations because other taxpayers may be experiencing, and maybe there's some scaled solutions we can do. As I mentioned earlier, we are making slow, steady progress. Since the moratorium has been issued, we've approved nearly $1 billion in ERCs. The challenge that we have is that there's a lot more in the inventory as we're looking to piece out which are eligible and which are ineligible. I would expect that by this spring, we would have finished the work necessary to really kind of separate into the right buckets, and we'll be able to lift the moratorium in that time frame.
Well, if there's anything that Congress can do, or in particular, a congressional office can do, we appreciate that. And I was wondering if passing the American Families and Jobs Act would help alleviate this.
It absolutely would, for a variety of different reasons. The situation that we have has a lot of unique challenges in terms of the inventory, ineligibility, incentives that are being provided to certain promoters that are clogging the system and harming honest taxpayers. The bill that's been passed by this committee and the House addresses a lot of that, and we're appreciative.
Thank you. I yield back. And again, feel free to reach out to members of Congress if there's things we can do on our end or within our district offices.
I appreciate that.
Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Panetta.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Werfel, thanks for being here. It almost seems like you're enjoying answering the questions, which I think demonstrates that you're pretty good at your job. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. As you know, we in Congress provided the IRS with historic funding to help close that tax gap, the hundreds of billions of taxes that are owed but not paid. We also provided billions to modernize the IRS and improve customer service, which has already reduced call times, as we talked about today, and helped more taxpayers and professionals settle tax issues. Now, thanks to this funding, the IRS has already collected over $500 million in overdue taxes from delinquent taxpayers. I want to remind all of my colleagues that tax collection isn't a tax hike, it is about enforcing the law. Now, the vast majority of middle-class family constituents with W-2s and simple incomes pay what they owe, and so should everybody else at all levels. So thank you and we're encouraged by the IRS efforts to recoup unpaid taxes and improve taxpayer service. So I appreciate your work and your leadership at this point, Mr. Commissioner. Want to narrow down my line of questioning to paid preparer regulations. Susan Delbeni already hit on this, but let me delve a little bit more into it. The IRS Taxpayer Advocate's Purple Book, which I'm sure you're aware of, has stated that over half of all returns are done by paid preparers who don't have any credentials to do so. I have a bipartisan bill, the Taxpayer Protection and Paid Preparer Proficiency Act, try saying that fast, would ensure that paid preparers meet minimum competency standards. It would exempt credentialed professionals like CPAs and enrolled agents or preparers that meet minimum standards from state education councils from any new standards. It's sort of that's the focus of the bill, is on the worst actors, as you know. While I know that the IRS would ideally be given full legal authority to regulate all preparers, would you support a compromise that mandated minimum competency standards targeted at those with no credentials at all?
Yeah, I don't have the authority sitting up here to support a particular legislative provision. I have to get with my Treasury colleagues to do that. As a general principle, we lack authorities today to hold preparers accountable, whether it's credentialing, whether it's when they harm taxpayers. And the president's budget each year has included an array of different legislative changes that would enhance our ability to crack down on nefarious actors that are doing these things, or to improve the overall quality of taxpayer service that people get from private tax professionals. So yes, we would love to work with you on the right set of legislation.
I appreciate that. Thank you. One of the, I'll call it penalties, I guess, as a former prosecutor, I can say this. One of the penalties I think that the IRS should have is the authority to revoke a preparer tax identification number, or PTIN as it's called, when there has been misconduct. However, there's been some due process concerns that have been raised. Do you think I guess you can opine, whether or not the IRS would support a system of due process for preparers who are facing PTIN revocation?
Yeah, there is the legislative proposals that I've mentioned earlier that were in the president's budget last year have new penalties for when there's an appropriation of a PTIN, and tackles the issue. Whether that president's budget proposal aligns directly with yours, I'm not sure without getting into the details, but I think it's a great starting point to have that conversation.
Great. Thank you. Okay, moving on to tax credits. Obviously, we in this committee passed legislation that would reduce our carbon output by 40% by 2030. However, some of the credits, including those for microgrids, fuel cells, and linear generators, expire at the end of this year. And unfortunately, we're still waiting for final guidance on those credits. And that's leading to some taxpayers and constituents of mine being reluctant to make investments. Myself and Claudia Tenney, Representative Tenney, have been pushing to extend these new energy credits so that they encourage, not discourage, more clean energy and resilient energy system deployment. So in a blatant effort to garner evidence and support for my bipartisan legislation, does the IRS see greater utilization in tax credits when they have had clear guidance for a longer period of time?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Steele.
Thank you, Commissioner, for being here, and I really appreciate it that you've been here answering all these questions. The United States tax system, IRS, and I know California because I came from California Tax Agency and plus all other states. I know their systems are really different than Justice Department because when taxpayers, as soon as audit starts, taxpayers are guilty and they have to prove that they are not guilty. But the report from 2023 found that no change audits were 13% of audits for those making between $100,000 to $200,000. 25% of those making between $1 million to $5 million resulted no changes. And then 50% of audits making over $10 million result no change. And then you just mentioned one of the question that one of your first priority is like you're going after millions and billions, making wealthy individuals, and your specific mention that about 1,600 people. I just want to know that you are targeting those people, or they've been assessed but they are not paying taxes?
They are have been assessed a balance due that is now delinquent.
So those are the
Millionaires and
wealthy
billionaires
individuals
that have a
you are
delinquent
talking
tax
about.
debt. Yeah.
So those are not including those no result, no changes, when after they did the audit, but these
No, these are
people already
individuals that
honest.
do have a balance due. It might not have been after an audit, but there's a balance due that's now late, and they're not paying unless we go and enforce that they must pay.
I'm glad that you're not targeting certain people out there, so thank you.
Yeah.
And we've spoken extensively about your drive to increase the number of audits searching for evasion.
Yes.
And that's good. People have to pay taxes if they owe. But what steps are you taking to reduce these fishing expedition, no change audits that burden taxpayers and cost the IRS time and money for no result?
Yeah, that's a concern. We don't want to have a situation in which we are selecting cases for audits where we should not have, because we want to leave those taxpayers alone. They should continue to do what they're doing, which is filing complete and accurate taxes. This is about making investments in subject matter expertise and analytics to make sure that we're selecting the right cases, and then when we select them, when we have the return in front of us, that we can identify where there might be pockets or systemic evasion. And we have to get better at it. We have to become more precise. And to do that, it's about investing, as I said, in subject matter expertise, technology, analytics, some AI solutions we've already put in place.
So then let's go back this. The IRS must safeguard taxpayer information. A recent letter you sent Chairman Smith notes that IRS conducts background checks on employees and contractors.
Correct.
But the February 2024 Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration report notes that the IRS did not always remove contractors' access to sensitive systems when background investigations were not favorable. Especially 19 contractors' most recent background investigations were not favorable as of July 13th, 2023, yet they still retained their access to one or more sensitive systems because of the IRS did not take an action to suspend or disable the contractors from the IRS systems as required. So why should the fact that IRS conduct background checks on employees and contractors serve as comfort if IRS does not take necessary actions to limit the access of those who failed background checks?
Yeah, I really appreciate the question, and it's absolutely critical that only those employees or contractors who require or are eligible for access have access. And we are, first of all, with respect to those 19 contractors, we have resolved the issues with those 19 contractors. Issues came up during their routine background investigations. I can state unequivocally that there's no evidence that that those 19 contractors comprise sensitive information of any kind. The other key point is that when we eliminate network access, there is no more access to sensitive data. And systemically, we have been able to eliminate network access. The issue is sometimes these employees still appear on a registry, like for timekeeping. And so it gets confusing. That individual can access sensitive data, but they're on some type of list somewhere. And when TIGTA saw that, they rightfully called us out. These people shouldn't be on this list, but they don't have network access. That doesn't mean I'm resting on any of this. We have to be as diligent as possible to make sure that only employees with applicable and timely access can have that access, and we're working that issue right now.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more question on IT modernization, following up that question, but you know what, my time is up, so I'm going to submit in writing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Van Dyne?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to concur with all of the comments that were made earlier about the ERTC, and for the sake of argument, or for the sake of time, I don't want to be repetitive, but I published an op-ed piece that I would ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record.
Without objection?
So one of the new taxes that is included in the new tax on chemicals is to fund a new super fund, and I have introduced legislation to repeal this. The excise taxes were last imposed and collected in 1995, and there appears to be a lack of historic knowledge within the Treasury and the IRS as to the refund and credit process. I've heard from constituents that the IRS substantially delays processing refund claims and has initiated audits for each claim. For tax credit claims, we understand the IRS is denying the credit, requiring payment for the full Superfund tax amount with no credit offset, and assessing penalties and interest for failure to pay, even though an offset or a credit is allowed by law. The IRS released proposed regulations on March 21st of last year, yet to this day the regulations have not been finalized. When will the rule be made, and what will the agency do to rectify these problems?
Congresswoman, I appreciate the question. If you'll allow, I would like to go back and make sure that
I don't have a lot. I don't need the history. I'm just wondering, when are you going to be able to finalize the rule, and what are you going to be able to do?
I will get back to you with a response on that.
So we don't.
I don't have a
It's
date.
been over a year, right?
Yep.
Okay, we don't have a.
I want to get back to you with a specific time frame.
Okay. Chairman Smith and the Oversight Subcommittee Chairman Schweikert wrote a letter on July 25th, 2023, requesting a copy of the decision memorandum detailing the recommendation to destroy 30 million unprocessed paper-filled informational returns in March of 2021. The destruction of these returns raises the question of whether information reporting should be scaled back to reduce the burden placed on taxpayers in reporting information that the IRS does not even use. We still haven't received a response from you, and the original response was requested by August 8th, 2023. That's 192 days overdue. So, Mr. Werfel, will the IRS ever provide this documentation voluntarily, or should we consider other means to obtain it?
Oh, I apologize. Look, it's very important that we're responsive to all congressional requests for documents or information from this committee.
So it's been 192 days. Yeah. Tell me, will we be seeing that forthcoming, or do we have to issue a subpoena?
I will go back and make sure that it's forthcoming.
So that's a yes. Do we have a date in which we can expect to have a response?
I will get back to you with a firm date.
Okay. So when will, earlier, the chairman's questions, it seemed that you dodged some of them on sentencing of the IRS employee who stole the tax information of thousands of Americans. Thankfully, that individual is going to jail, but for a much shorter period of time than they should. How many individuals and entities had their information stolen?
I don't want to quote an exact figure. It's way too many, but it's in the tens of thousands.
Do we know for entities and for individuals?
We have all the detail. TIGTA has shared us the information because we have a responsibility to reach out to the impacted taxpayers so that they have notice on the situation.
So can you get us that information?
Yes.
And then have you ever asked ProPublica to return the stolen information?
I believe that the Justice Department and TIGTA have done that.
Do you know what's happening?
I don't have up-to-date information on that.
So according to the Inspector General, for some sensitive systems, the IRS does not have adequate controls to detect or prevent the unauthorized removal of data by users. How is it possible that the IRS did not know the quantity of sensitive data systems under its purview?
Yeah, that was the situation in 2017 when this unfortunate incident occurred. That is no longer the case.
So what steps have been made to rectify that?
We have invested significant time, energy, and resources in dramatically changing our data security profile. We've hardened basically our security posture, including introducing and implementing all the necessary audit trails so that if this type of activity happened today, the risk of it succeeding is much, much, much lower. The probability of it succeeding is much, much lower.
So at this point, we can expect that all of those safeguards have been put into, not just talked about, but have actually been implemented.
There's a long to-do list, and we've made our way through most of it, but the to-do list keeps growing because the risks evolve. But yes, I would say
Do you
that
think the risks involved by having people work with their own devices and working from home?
as I mentioned earlier, I think the risk is both when they're in the office, when they're at home. There's always risk, and that's why we have to constantly focus on training,
All right, thank you.
controls,
And I
et
yield
cetera.
back.
Mr. Feenstra is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner Werfel, for being here today. In April, you and I had a great discussion about the modernization of the computer system at the IRS. We know that this is significant challenges. I think 33% of your applications are still on a legacy system, and we continue to look at our create policy. I'm thinking of book tax and stuff like that are very complicated. So I just want to update a little bit. The IRS noted that removing sensitive systems to a cloud environment will allow IRS to better monitor and use user of access data. I'm just wondering, where are we at on moving to a cloud system? Can you extrapolate on that?
So there's two two main systems that underlie the IRS infrastructure: the individual master file and the business master file. So that's where all the returns, when they come in, that's our transaction record. We're close on the individual master file. We are months away, I would say probably April, May, June timeframe, of moving it into a fully modern environment, which is the final step before it would go to the cloud. So it's kind of like on the to-do list to get it to the cloud. We have one more step. That'll make it cloud ready, and then it'll move to the cloud.
So you're prognosticating here, when could we be cloud-based, do you think?
I want to get back to you on that. I know that the next key milestone is in the April-May timeframe. How long from that point to a cloud environment, I have to get back to you on that specific.
And I think about digitizing our data and going paperless on a lot of these things. Would that, once we go to cloud, could we then go paperless?
We're going paperless in concert with going to cloud, but yes, we have to still allow taxpayers the option to file on paper if they so choose, but we want to convert that into machine readable before it leaves our mailroom, and that's we're both purchasing the scanning equipment for that and updating our processes to make sure that we don't have paper anymore throughout the IRS.
Gotcha. So do you have metrics that we're trying to follow here, saying, all right, and you just sort of mentioned it, right? We're going A, B.
Yes.
I mean, that we're trying to meet these metrics as we move forward?
Yeah, we have the kind of what I call a critical path with our milestones, absolutely.
Okay. Would you, can you commit to me and the committee that you can get us that information, maybe quarterly statistics on the progression of the various IT projects underway in the IRS? I mean, this is sort of the first time we're hearing where this is going, and I would love to know, all right, just, again, it's accountability. Hey, this is where we're at. This is where we're at this quarter, next quarter, and so forth. Can you?
Yeah, I would love to do that. Not only what path we're on to get to the cloud, but also as important, if not more important, what does that mean for taxpayers?
Yes.
What does it mean that we're on the cloud?
Correct.
And there's a lot of benefits coming when we get there.
And there's going to be a lot of education. I mean, I think of all these online tax companies that are doing taxes as we speak right now. I mean, if it's online, I think we could be so much more efficient. I think it'd serve the customer so much more. That's why I'm pressing this issue. I just look at customer service in today's world. When you're on the cloud, there's so many benefits, and we see that in the private sector. And that's why I really push this. And just finally with that, I mean, what goes along with this, right? Once we get to a cloud-based system, then we can also do more with AI. We talked about that. I was talking about it earlier. Can you discuss how you're using more AI for assistance in enforcement, and what does that look forward? How can we look forward to using that when we get to a cloud system?
I'll start by saying we're being very careful with our deployment of AI, making sure that we're following the right ethics and ensuring that, as was mentioned earlier in this hearing, that no bias would be introduced. So we're doing it very methodically. Here's a couple of the key places where we're introducing AI. First, in our call center, so that we are kind of using for example, chat bots, so that when you're asking a question, before you get to a live assister, they're using language recognition to answer your question. And then you resolve the question, and then they're done, and they're done more quickly. So that's one example. Also, in going back to this point of making sure that we're selecting the right cases for audit, there's very sophisticated modeling that uses advanced math, advanced data science, that means that we're more likely to pull a case where there's evasion versus not. That means the honest taxpayer doesn't get burdened, and that means the dishonest taxpayer gets accountability.
That sounds great. And again, I'm just pressuring as much as possible to modernize. I mean, this is, should be 20 years in the coming that this all happens, and hopefully we can get it done in the next 12 months. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Mr. Moore is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner, thanks for being here. We're getting down to the lower dais, down to the last little bit. This is where the real work gets done.
It is.
And this is where we actually solve problems. And
we're just getting started.
Yeah, just getting started. No, sincerely, I represent Ogden, Utah.
I know.
Right. Wonderfully strong workforce for the IRS. It's been, I've known it my whole life, and have many colleagues and friends and everybody that have been there. I visited there as a member of Congress. I actually look at my time before Congress when I was a management consultant. And if I actually wish that I could be working on this project in that sphere instead of even in a congressional role, because to me it would be very simple. You have a bipartisan, strong agreement about modernization. And my colleague from Iowa just spoke a lot to it, so I won't rehash too much of it, but there's commitment there. And we should be doubling down, we should be tripling our efforts to make this happen. And at that point, we then assess what workforce needs are, right? And so I opposed the Democrats' bill, IRA, that would have done a huge expansion. But then when we pulled it back, we wanted to keep the focus on the modernization piece. And then we reassess and we try to go about figuring out where the workforce needs to be. And that's the way I hope we can continue forward, finding the areas of common ground, because that's the only time you get anything done in this place is if there's common ground and we make moves in the right direction. My constituents, this is a pain point for them.
Yeah.
Your offices, we share the same federal building. When we reach out, we have an excellent relationship. So thank you again for that, and I echo what my friend from Georgia said. But this is an area we can actually improve on, and we need to double down on those efforts. So thanks for the comments you made on modernization and digitizing and getting this to that point. Members of this committee, have raised many important points on that. Can you discuss how the agency is truly prioritizing these initiatives? What is something you're immediately working on, something that you want to get accomplished that might be a few months to years down the road, but you could probably, we could maybe make it happen quicker if you get more collaboration from us. Concerned about the level of attention the IRS has placed on programs like the Direct E-File program, which was not authorized by Congress. Could you share some thoughts on that?
Yeah, in terms of, we want to have big impact for taxpayers that benefit them. And so, I start with the call center. This is a place where there has been historic attention. I think a lot of taxpayers end up coming to the call center, hoping for a smooth and better experience. I think the call center certainly faltered in the 2022 tax season. And the changes we can make is not just about hiring additional phone assisters, it's about modernizing our call center. Because you look at call centers in other industries and around and in other public sector organizations, there are both AI and technology solutions that can make the whole operation operate more smoothly. And then I go to our web tools. We have online accounts now where individuals and businesses can register and have their own personal account with the IRS. And so think about it in terms of what that account functionality is today versus your experience with your online bank account. And we have a gap. There are certain things you can do with the IRS online account, but not nearly as much as you can do with your favorite bank online account. And the goal is to close that gap. Now, that is not just about fixing the website. There's the entire technology infrastructure underneath that that also has to enable a more modern experience for taxpayers. That's where the focus should be. I think there should be a bipartisan agreement that we want to lean in to give taxpayers the tools to make this entire taxpaying process easier.
Excellent. I agree, and I believe that motivation is there, and we need to double those efforts. Regarding the employee retention tax credit, you saw the tax package that this committee just came together on to pass in overwhelming fashion. Can you give me a sense? I've heard from a lot of small businesses that are anxiously awaiting for their ERTC claims to be processed. How is the IRS working with reputable tax preparers in the greater tax community to ensure that these ERTC payments continue to be processed, the legitimate ones, and everything? There's a big backlog here.
There is. I get this question a lot. Work with your the taxpayer advocate. If you have a hardship, we're working with the taxpayer advocate to try to prioritize our significant inventory to those that face the biggest hardships. It's an unfortunate situation. The promoters and the marketers that essentially tricked a lot of small businesses that weren't eligible into applying have clogged the system. And we're working through it. I mentioned we're coming up on nearly $1 billion in ERC issuances that have occurred since we announced the moratorium. And most of that is working with the taxpayer advocate and Congress and others to prioritize those that are the most urgent because they're hardship cases. That doesn't mean they're going to get approved, because sometimes we work on it, we realize you're actually not eligible. But we're focused on it, and we're making sure they get resolution.
I got a request earlier today, so I may even be calling in myself. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. I don't believe the top dais would agree with your inaccurate statements earlier. Mr. Gomez?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
That's unanimous.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Commissioner Werfel. Thank you for being here today. I call the lower part of the dais the part of the dais that's closest to the people. So, and I'm proud that we all here are fighting for our constituents. I want to talk about the child tax credit. In 2021, we saw child poverty cut by nearly half in a single year thanks to the child tax credit. By increasing the credit, making it fully refundable, and authorizing monthly payments, we use the tax code to deliver relief directly to American families. 3 million children were lifted out of poverty. But despite our policies giving working and middle-class Americans more money in their pockets, which all my Republican colleagues claim is their goal, every Republican Congress let these vital provisions expire. We did see some progress from Republicans last month when we passed a bipartisan package to strengthen the CTC. But ultimately, Republicans refused to support the provisions that have been proven to dramatically reduce child poverty. Provisions like increasing the maximum credit and ensuring a full refundability to help kids and families who need the credit the most. But I want to focus on an equally important but often overlooked provision that made the CTC so effective: monthly checks. Parents know kids need diapers, formula, food, clothes, and they need it not once a year, but they need it every single day, every single week, and every single month. You can't pay down your child's hunger once at the end of each year. By giving families the money they are entitled to in monthly payments, we boosted monthly income and put their money back in their pockets. Making payments monthly instead of annual has the power to change the lives of working people all over the country. That sounds like something the Republicans should support if you listen to what they want from the tax code. Commissioner, given the progress made and lessons learned in 2021, does the IRS already have much of the infrastructure and knowledge to quickly roll out advanced payments of the child tax credit if Congress acts?
It certainly was a beneficial moment for us to re-engineer our systems, update our processes, and go through the effort and resolve it successfully. I like to say we now have the muscle memory and should be able to implement something like that easier than if we were trying it for the first time.
I appreciate that. And one of the things that I was informed about is that it also wouldn't cost that much. So it's something that I know would make a difference. You know, some people say it's only $250 to $500 or even $700 a month, but to working people, that is a lot of money that
Absolutely.
can make a difference when it comes to making basic ends meet. And then another aspect of making the child tax credit effective is ensuring that taxpayers claiming the credit are treated equitably. Last year, I wrote a letter requesting the IRS to further analyze and report existing data by race and gender to help us better understand how other historically marginalized communities may be impacted by racial disparities in audit selection. I appreciate your leadership announcing that the IRS is taking meaningful steps to address these disparities, especially for refundable credits like the EITC and the CTC. Commissioner, can you please update us on this work, including any information about the case selection practices driving these disparities and steps being taken to address the disparities I just mentioned?
Yes, the big takeaways you should have are the following. One, we are significantly reducing the number of EITC audits because audit volume was identified in the independent report as being one of the main drivers of disparate impact. Second, we have changed the case selection algorithm with an intent specifically to reduce the disparities that were existing in our case selection. We'll be able to report in the fall of '24 timeframe whether the changes that we made are having the intended impact of eliminating the disparity. Furthermore, we now want to work to make sure that we are constantly evaluating disparate impact in IRS operations, and we're working on the best way to do that. And in particular, it's often important to work with external stakeholders. This whole issue surfaced by an independent report. So partnering with various stakeholders who can evaluate the impact of IRS operations along with us is critical. So strengthening those partnerships is another part of the plan.
Thank you, Commissioner. When Chairman Neal established the racial economic equity working group when we were in the majority, it's an issue that we feel is important because if Americans feel like the tax system is fair, they're more likely to comply. So with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Ms. Maliotakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner. Thank you for your time here today. My colleagues have asked a wide range of questions and concerns, but today I really want to talk about the casework in my district office we're faced with on a regular basis. First, I want to commend your team of tax advocates. In particular, George Agite has worked very closely with my district office. He's a tremendous asset, does a fantastic job. And it is my understanding that the New York delegation has a total of 1,688 open cases with the IRS, 81 of those being from my office. The number one issue my office deals with, unfortunately, is stolen returns. I believe we have 14 current cases with the IRS totaling over $1 million in stolen returns, where criminals have removed and replaced the name and the address on the check. And theft is made easy by the envelopes that the Department of Treasury uses, making it blatantly obvious that there's a check inside. The issue worsens when the IRS does not allow those individuals to then opt for a direct deposit, so a new check gets issued, and we are in this kind of endless cycle, with one of my constituents having a check needed to be replaced 3 times. It is also my understanding that the IRS does not allow direct deposits for amounts over $20,000 or $25,000. So I understand that these thefts are not solely confined to IRS checks, but every check issued by the Department of Treasury. So I just had a few questions on how we can possibly work together to rectify this issue, and what is the theft in check? First, do you know the cost of what this is costing the United States taxpayers, the fact that these checks are being stolen?
I don't have a metric on that. I do think you have identified the right set of people to come together. Me, the head of the Bureau of Fiscal Service at Treasury that operates our payment platforms, either sends the checks or executes the direct deposit. And I do have a lot of motivation around these open cases. I mean, I've referenced it a few times. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights affords the taxpayer quick resolution. And if they're waiting and having to receive a check 3 times, then we're not meeting that responsibility.
On the issue of tackling the theft itself, are you working with the U.S. Postal Service to try to address this issue?
I'm not aware that we are, but I want to get back to you on that.
Okay. And since the issue is for all Treasury-issued checks, has anyone discussed the changing the envelope so it's not so obvious that there's a check inside?
It's, as you're sitting here saying this, it's very intuitive, but I do want to check with the Bureau of Fiscal Service leadership on this.
What options do you think are available to constituents that are victims of this tax return theft other than getting a reissued paper check? And is revisiting the direct deposit issue, can you do that in terms of?
Yes, I want to look into why that is not currently feasible.
Yeah, it should be an option, certainly. If they had the first check stolen, they want to move to direct deposit, that should be an option. And then if you could look at the thresholds, if there is truly a cutoff at $20,000, $25,000, which I had not heard about prior. So, look, I really want to work with you on this issue.
Absolutely.
I really hope that you'll follow up your staff with my team so we can try to get to the bottom of this, and maybe there's a follow-up meeting that we can have with somebody from Treasury to really discuss this. Because if it's $1 million that's being stolen from constituents in my district, there's 435 members, right? And so that's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money. So we want to try to get to the bottom of this, and unfortunately there are bad people in the world that are trying to take advantage of our constituents and the American taxpayer, and we've got to, I guess, modernize our system to keep up with this type of fraud.
It's the smart place to make investments. Where people are being victimized is the exact place where the government needs to step in and prevent and be helpful.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the ranking member. I'm reminded of that phrase, where you are now, I once was then, and I do appreciate the comments and the leadership that is behind me. Just want to say that because I'm number 25 on this dais here.
Yes.
I do want to talk a couple of issues, and I'm going to start with, because I think one is important to the future of our country, which is digital asset brokers. But then I also want to talk about what I think is preserving the history of our country. It's the conversation that you and I had the last time you were here, Commissioner, which is historic tax credits and historic preservation easements.
Yes.
So to give you just a minute to think about those things. I would also like to echo the comments from my colleague from Illinois as it relates to child support, because that October 24th deadline is looming, and our office will work with you on that. Also like to follow up with, I heard my colleague from Georgia say that you were very helpful in some constituent cases that he had. I'll probably revisit you with that. So with that, Commissioner, I trust you're familiar with the recent released proposed rule regarding tax reporting requirements for digital asset brokers.
Yes, I am.
So then you know that the rule is finalized as currently proposed. The IRS, by their own admissions, will receive an estimated 8 billion information returns from just this one rule. So to put that in perspective, for 2022, the IRS received 5.45 billion information returns total. With this new proposed rule, the amount of the reports the IRS will receive will increase by about 150%. We are talking about the amount of employees you have. Is the IRS equipped to handle this significant increase in the data?
And there's a lot of moving pieces on these issues. We've issued the proposed regulations. We've got hundreds of thousands of comments in that we're working through. I feel like we're at an inflection point in terms of digital currency and how to approach it along a lot of different perspectives of government, but in particular tax. We have to be prepared to whatever the outcome of that regulatory process is, to have the technology and the process to execute those regulations fulsomely. So we will only propose in final regulations things that we have confidence we can execute on.
And I thank you for that. Personally, I support amending the rule to ensure that there is parity between the traditional finance industry. And I understand these rules go beyond the what traditional finance requires. If the rule did create a more level playing field between the two, the number of reportable transactions would decrease, freeing up IRS's time to focus on their current mission and not shifting all through the unnecessary data. Probably looks like I'm not going to get to historic preservation, but we'll follow up in written testimony on that. What timeline of implementing the recently released proposed rule regarding tax reporting requirements and assets for brokers do you think do you think that it's a realistic time frame?
The challenge that I have is that it's really my counterparts at Treasury that I co-lead this with, and so I would want to make sure that we're aligned on the time frame. I think we got over 400,000 comments on the regulation, and so figuring out, this is a complicated issue, and we certainly don't want to get out in front before we've given those comments fair vetting. So I don't have a specific date for you, but I can work with Treasury to get you one.
And I'd appreciate that. Now, it's my understanding that there's a much shorter window for compliance than traditional finance brokers, and to comply when they were implementing this rule, for the traditional being 5 years, the digital asset exchanges only got 16 months. Is there any reason for that?
I don't, at my fingertips, have the full explanation and basis for it, but we will give you the underlying basis for that.
Well, and I appreciate that again, the Commissioner. Given this new industry, it's a new industry with new technologies and innovation, I would recommend that you reevaluate the timeline to give the stakeholders enough time to comply, just as the traditional financial market did. We are voting, and I will get back with you on the historic tax credits and historic preservation easements, because they're very important to me. But I do appreciate your time, and it's good to see you again.
Thank you.
With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Werfel, for appearing before us today. We look forward to the follow-up answers from the request of our members. Please be advised that members have 2 weeks to submit written questions to be answered later in writing. Those questions and your answers will be made part of the formal hearing record today. With that, the committee stands adjourned.
committee will come to order. I want to welcome our witnesses here today. And this is our Work and Welfare Subcommittee hearing on pathways to independence, supporting youth aging out of foster care. So welcome our committee members here this morning, and a good afternoon to everyone. I especially want to thank our witnesses that have traveled during a little bit of treacherous weather. So I want to thank you for your commitment and dedication to getting here for this important hearing. My name is Darren LaHood. I'm honored and proud to be the chair of the subcommittee. I represent the 16th District of Illinois, covering much of central and northwest parts of our state. This bipartisan child welfare hearing marks the second that we've had this Congress, reflecting the shared dedication of the subcommittee members to address pressing issues facing foster children. Our first hearing last year, titled Modernizing Child Welfare to Protect Vulnerable Children, was held in September of last year and laid the groundwork for the committee to examine reauthorization of Title 4B, which expired in 2021. This second hearing is an opportunity to evaluate the current landscape of services available to youth in foster care and ways to redesign federal child welfare programs to reduce fragmentation and duplication. While many of our discussions have focused on young children entering care, the goal of today's hearing is to uplift the voices of nearly 150,000 youth ages 14 to 21 in the nation's foster care system, and the 19,000 youth who are aged out of care each year. Foster youth often lack strong connections to families or mentors and need support finding pathways to independence. Basic milestones such as graduating from high school, pursuing higher education, and maintaining stable employment pose distinct challenges. Many of us can recall the support of parents and teachers, neighbors, coaches, and mentors who played vital roles in our own lives. Unfortunately, many foster youth lack these critical support systems. Alarming statistics reveal the hardships faced by youth in foster care. 20% become homeless. 70% are arrested by the age of 26. Only 55% are employed, and 24% are enrolled. Only 24% are enrolled in post-secondary education or training. These statistics should deeply concern all of us. We should note, however, that some progress has been made. Last year, the Annie E. Casey Foundation released a comprehensive data report titled Fostering Youth Transitions 2023. The report highlights significant gains in improving outcomes for foster youth over the past 2 decades. These include 1, a decrease in group homes and residential care. 2, increased kinship placement for foster youth. And 3, a decrease in youth entering the foster care system. The data also highlight persistent challenges. More than half of older youth in foster care lack permanent families and age out of foster care because they were never reunified with their biological family or adopted from foster care. Many young individuals in foster care face obstacles such as severed connections with birth families, homelessness, criminal records, limited opportunities for post-secondary education and training, and challenges entering the workforce. Despite the availability of federally funded youth programs, less than half of eligible benefit from these resources. That's an alarming statistic. One stat from the Casey Foundation report that stood out to me is the finding that only 25% of youth in foster care have access to foster care services under the John Chafee Foster Care Program. The Chafee program was authorized to address specific needs of youth in foster care, yet some states underutilize allocated funds. In my home state of Illinois, only 5% of foster youth receive services at any point in their time in care. This is perplexing and should not be acceptable. Youth in the foster care system navigate a maze of federal programs, and if anyone understands government bureaucracy, it's our foster youth. Reducing overlap and administrative complexity would ease the burden on youth struggling to navigate the assistance available to them. This committee has an opportunity to ensure better alignment of programs as we consider reauthorization of Title 4B. The stories and research of our witnesses who will share today will illuminate the experiences of growing up in foster care for many youths in America. This presents an opportunity for continuing our bipartisan collaboration on this subcommittee on the meaningful solutions for America's most vulnerable children. I'm honored to welcome our witnesses today. I eagerly anticipate your testimonies, your stories, and your life experiences. And I want to extend my sincere gratitude to each of you for your willingness to be here today and share your stories. With that, I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Illinois, the ranking member, Mr. Davis, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you for holding this hearing so that our subcommittee can hear from youth who have experienced foster care. Their voices must shape our work. To start with, though, I have to acknowledge the ongoing dysfunction in the Republican conference that continues to prevent the House from governing. Last session's chaos, infighting, and extreme proposals prevented all but a handful of laws from enactment. Today, we're just 2 days from a government shutdown, our fourth near miss. This perpetual crisis promotion prevents us from addressing real problems like child poverty, the child care crisis, and helping older foster youth. Older youth make up a very small share of the youth population, but their experiences make up a disproportionate share of the foster care system's shame. They are more likely to experience multiple placements, live in institutions, suffer abuse within the system, and run away. Each year, about 20,000 youth age out of foster care without a family or loving adult to guide and support them. Youth who age out are less likely to finish school or go to college, and more likely to become teen parents, live in poverty, endure food insecurity, and experience homelessness. These outcomes are appalling, and we must do more to help them. All of this happens even though many of these youth have loving family members or friends who want to welcome them into their families, or parents who just need a little extra help to get back on track. When we enacted the Family First Prevention Services Act in 2018, older youth fought by our side for prevention services to help families address challenges and avoid foster care. As we implement that landmark law, my North Star for action remains listening to these youth's voices as they continue to challenge us to help connect them to their families while making them and their families stronger. Foster youth have told me that they need connections with loving adults and to stay in touch with their families, especially their siblings. They need the basic building blocks of independence that all teens need: an education, a driver's license, a safe place to live, a plan for the future, and the array of supports that parents provide to their young adult children, supports that don't just stop because they turn 18 or 21. These youth need us to never, ever give up on making sure they are part of a family that loves them unconditionally. I am deeply proud to have helped shape some landmark laws to address key challenges in child welfare, including providing guardianship opportunities in 2008, helping families avoid foster care altogether in 2018, and helping older foster youth avoid homelessness during the pandemic. Today, I look forward to hearing from our expert panel and my colleagues about ways to address ongoing challenges. Despite the internal challenges facing this Congress, I believe we can make real progress to help older foster youth. I look forward to working with my colleagues to move forward And I ask, Mr. Chairman, unanimous consent to enter into the record statements from my colleagues, Congresswoman Moore and Congresswoman Sanchez. I thank you very much, and yield back the balance of my time.
Without objection, those statements will be admitted for the record. Thank you, Mr. Davis, for your opening statement. We will now introduce our witnesses here today. Our first witness is Mr. Todd Lloyd, who is a Senior Policy Associate from the Jim Casey Program at the Annie E. Casey Foundation in Washington, D.C. Our second witness is Ms. Rebecca Baer, and she is a former foster youth from Tallahassee, Florida. Mr. Kiefer, I'm going to skip you for a second there and go next to Jordan Otera, who is a former foster youth from Muncie, Indiana. I want to welcome all of you here, and I'll now turn to Mr. Lloyd Smucker of Pennsylvania to introduce Mr. Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is a true honor to welcome my constituent, Will Kiefer, my friend, and his son, Kenny, here today to share their family story and their working with at-risk youth in my district in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Will is the executive director and founder of the Benchmark Program, which is a fitness-based mentoring initiative which works with underserved youth, many of whom have had experience in foster care or the juvenile justice system. They serve over 100 young people every day through diverse programs, including weightlifting, as I mentioned. And I think we'll all learn something from Will's testimony today. I'm really looking forward to hearing what he has to say about how we can better prepare at-risk youth to transition to adulthood. I know I'm always inspired by the work that he does, and Will, I'm inspired by your heart for these young people, and appreciate you taking the time to speak with us today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Smucker, and welcome, Mr. Kiefer, and to all of you. I would also note we were supposed to have a fifth witness today, one of my constituents, Gabe Foley, who unfortunately, due to the weather, he tried to get here, multiple cancellations, was unable to, but I want to recognize and ask unanimous consent to submit his testimony for the record. Gabe is a former youth and a valued constituent from Peoria, Illinois. He is now utilizing his journey to contribute towards improving outcomes for youth in care through both federal and state policy, and I want to thank him for his commitment and dedication. With that, we'll now turn to our witnesses, and Mr. Lloyd, you're now recognized for 5 minutes to give your opening statement.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman LaHood, Ranking Member Davis, and members of the subcommittee. My name is Todd Lloyd. I'm a Senior Policy Associate at the Annie E. Casey Foundation. Casey is a private philanthropy that invests in research, data, and innovations to build brighter futures for children, youth, and young adults. Prior to joining the foundation, I worked in the child welfare field in Pennsylvania, first as a county caseworker in York County, and later in statewide roles, including positions where I oversaw monitoring and technical assistance across the Commonwealth's 67 county agencies that administer child welfare programs to youth. I also served as Policy Director of Pennsylvania Partnerships for Children. Thank you for inviting me here today to provide some context about youth in foster care and programs that serve them. I'll highlight key data trends. I'll also share policy recommendations that have been informed by our work with young people who have firsthand experience in foster care. Today, nearly 150,000 young people ages 14 to 21 are in foster care. They typically have been in foster care for 25 months. Some entered foster care as very young children, others as teens. A third of the teens have experienced foster care more than once in their lifetime. The primary reason teens enter foster care is neglect, often a circumstance of family instability, poverty, and other family hardship. The committee's reauthorization efforts today can build on prior legislative reforms to Titles 4B and 4E to achieve two equally important goals for youth: preventing foster care involvement for youth whenever possible, and promoting positive outcomes for youth who do come into foster care. Briefly, here's an example illustrating how states utilize and coordinate Titles 4B and 4E to stabilize and strengthen families. Since the passage of the Family First Act, more than 40 states have taken the option to offer Family First prevention programs. The Family First Act was a significant achievement by Congress to appropriately focus on helping families sooner and prior to foster care. However, under Family First, Title 4E reimbursement for services is limited to programs that achieve a certain evidence base in the clearinghouse, and eligibility is limited to, quote, candidates for foster care. An example from Nebraska shows how Title IV-B complements Family First and can offer unique flexibility to states to provide a broader array of services that are not yet included in the clearinghouse and to families who are struggling but not yet eligible under Title IV-E. In Nebraska, nearly half of children from birth to age 5 who are in foster care have at least one parent who was formerly in foster care themselves. With Title IV-B funding, states can provide supportive community-based services to young parents before there is a crisis that results in a child becoming a candidate for foster care. In other words, Title IV-B funding plays a critical role in preventing intergenerational involvement of families in the child welfare system. I'll now share several findings from the Foundation's recent data. First, more children in foster care are benefiting from kinship connections. This is a positive trend. Today, nearly 60% of teens who are in foster care are placed in a family setting, a result of a 40% increase in kinship care over the last 15 years and federal legislative reforms to support kin. A concerning trend, however, is that permanency rates for youth are ticking down. Less than half of youth in foster care who are ages 16 and older will leave foster care to legal permanency through reunification, adoption, or guardianship. Youth mental health needs are significant and often unmet. There is extensive underutilization of Chafee services that help foster youth transition successfully to adulthood. Each year, less than a quarter of all eligible foster youth receive a Chafee service, such as mentoring and life skills training. I'll close with several recommendations. Others are included in my written testimony. We urge Congress to more closely align federal reimbursement that incentivizes desired outcomes. One approach is to incentivize the best practice of family-based foster care by delinking or increasing eligibility for federal reimbursement, which would encourage placement in family-based foster care. Additionally, increase reimbursement rates for kinship placements. Address declining rates of permanency by specifying in the purposes of Title IV-B that funds should focus on permanency goals specifically for youth, including preventing foster care. Also enhance overall performance and accountability of youth-serving programs by making the Title IV-B plans outcome-focused. Address the underutilization of the Chafee program and improve the quality, delivery, and impact of its services. I commend the committee for its legacy of legislative accomplishments to improve child welfare and welcome the chance to discuss further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Now recognize Ms. Baer for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Ranking Member, Subcommittee, and guests on this hearing on Pathways to Independence, supporting youth aging out of foster care. My name is Rebecca Baer, and I am here to share the challenges of my journey through foster care and advocate for improvements. At 25, I stand before you as a graduate of the Florida State University, holding degrees in Family and Child Sciences as well as Sociology. I am fortunate enough to have the opportunity to participate in many local, statewide, and national advocacy organizations such as the National Youth Engagement Advisory Council, Florida Youth Shine, and today I stand before you as a former delegate of the Congressional Leadership Academy of 2023 on behalf of the National Foster Youth Institute. My journey in foster care began abruptly at the age of 16, where I was called out of class and was taken away from the only life that I had known without a single explanation. As my family faced challenges, the foster care system only further divided us. While my brother and I entered foster care, my sister stayed with my mom. The separation deprived us of sibling connections, and I lost out on a supportive family during crucial years. It took 6 years post-foster care to rebuild my relationship with my little sister, and I'm still cautious with my mom due to the scars left by the system. Entering care, I was taken into a shelter where there was a constant police presence, a lack of basic necessities such as clothes, transportation to school, and the ability to see my siblings. I had gone from living with my family who only needed minimal services to a shelter where I never felt safe and felt that I had no one. I was not given the opportunity to live with a relative, although multiple relatives lived nearby, and I remained in the shelter for 3 months. Transitioning to my second placement brought me to a more secure environment, allowing me to attend school daily and engage in life skills. Despite these improvements, the absence of a loving family's crucial support remained. While learning essential life skills, the limitations of comprehensive services and group home became evident. My brother's placement was in a foster home, though not with family, provided a more personalized and supportive environment. The lack of control over our living arrangements, coupled with infrequent and often disrupted sibling visits, underscored the challenges within the foster care system. Since it is National Mentoring Month, I want to highlight the impactful role of my mentor, Danielle, in my foster care journey. For almost a decade, she's been pivotal in my personal development, supporting me through various challenges, including driving lessons, even though she's terrified of other people driving. And no, I haven't been able to drive around since I got my license. Having a mentor when aging out of the foster care system is essential for providing emotional support, guidance, role modeling, life skill development, consistency, and trust. It significantly contributes to the successful transition to independent adulthood for individuals. 3 months before I turned 18, I visited the Florida Supreme Court and met a justice who informed the group I was with, Florida Youth Leadership Academy, that most young people in Palm Beach County had attorneys. However, I did not have one, even though my mom did, my dad, and my brother. After the meeting, I approached the justice and told her my situation, and she told me I would have an attorney the very next day. True to her word, I received a call from my attorney, which was a big game changer in gaining legal representation. My attorney made sure that I could obtain a driver's license, reconnect with my family, and navigate aging out of care. A few weeks after I turned 18, my brother returned home to my dad and is now a successful student at the University of Florida while playing the timpani around the country. I am a determined adult who navigated extended foster care until college, graduating in 2020 with 2 bachelor's degrees, thanks to programs like Best Foot Forward, Vita Nova, and the Unconquered Scholars Program that assisted me with FAFSA, scholarships, and budgeting to the point that I became a homeowner at 21 and was able to study while enjoying the student life on Florida State's campus. Exiting the system, many youth are not encouraged to pursue secondary education. Assistance with FAFSA or applications became a daunting barrier. Despite campus coach legislation, robust campus support is inconsistent. I advocate for funded legislation ensuring well-trained individuals, additional support, and lower no-cost housing with meal plans for foster youth at every institution. As part of the 5% of foster youth with a 4-year degree, I stand as a testament to resilience. While acknowledging my success, I urge the committee to consider systemic changes for others in foster care. My powerful ask is for comprehensive, empathetic policies that empower foster youth, creating a pathway for success beyond the challenges of foster care that utilize diverse youth with lived experience voices. Suggestions include placing with relatives or in-home support services before being taken out of the home. My experience traveling 40 minutes to school emphasizes the need for programs like Keys to Independence, as I was often left waiting for a bus that never came. I want to express my gratitude for your time today as I advocate for transformative reform, and I hope that my story leaves you inspired to create meaningful change. Thank you.
Ms. Baer, thank you for sharing your powerful and successful journey. We'll now turn to Mr. Kiefer. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Congressional Committee members. I will not be the most experienced or credentialed witness you will hear from today, but I will be the sole witness who has spent the last 10 years of my professional career building a system of programs that allow me to stick with at-risk youth through the toughest parts of their lives. My name is Will Kiefer, and I am the Executive Director and founder of Benchmark Program, a space where juvenile offenders, foster youth, and youth who have dual involvement in both delinquency and dependency systems can call home. Benchmark Program is a gym facility, a lounge, a tutoring center, a kitchen, and a career development provider. On any given day, we operate 7 separate yet interconnected initiatives. We provide youth with a consistent mentor who remains connected to them for years at a time, program after program, helping them navigate life's complex challenges well beyond their 18th birthday. I'll tell you first about Julius, who is 18 years old and has been in foster care since he was 11. When I first met him, he was confined to our local detention center and shelter. Julius had been removed from a foster home and put into a group home where he fell in with the wrong crowd and ultimately committed a gun crime. He had no prospect of being accepted into another foster home and no idea how to navigate both the delinquency and dependency systems. He had a lot of people telling him what to do, but very few people helping him to do any of it. Over the next year, Julius walked step by step through 5 different initiatives at Benchmark Program without a break in services. We ultimately offered him a part-time job at Benchmark, and now he's a high school graduate living in a group home and looking for his first full-time job. We continue to work with him daily. He gets the undivided attention of his mentors, Anna and Kathy. They are his navigators, and they will stay involved with Julius until he tells them that he no longer needs their support. And then we have Shyla, who is about to turn 18 years old while out on the run. She couldn't last in any of the 10-plus foster or group homes where she landed. Some of the fights she started there earned her criminal charges. Every time that she returned to our local detention center, though, we engaged her in our programs. We became the only consistent home base in her life. Her release to our facility and our programs was one of few opportunities that she had to combat institutionalization. After serving as a keynote speaker in front of 600 juvenile justice practitioners at a statewide conference last November, Shyla ran away from our facility one evening with nothing more than the clothes on her back. The upcoming move to another group home and some of the good things happening to her were too much. She chose the comfort of old, toxic peers over the challenge of life as a young adult in a group home. Then, out of the blue, she called me last Wednesday night as I was writing this testimony and asked if she could come back to Benchmark. She apologized and asked when I would be in the gym next so that we can meet and make new plans for her future. We picked a date, and I promptly edited this section of my testimony to reflect this new twist in her story. Finally, sitting behind me today is Kenneth Jackson Kiefer, my son. I am taking him back to Washington College for the second semester of his freshman year right after this hearing. He was introduced to Benchmark at 14 years old after losing his biological father and brother, and later his mother. For a time, he too was on juvenile probation. My wife Carla and I fostered Kenny at 16 and ultimately adopted him, helping to prevent him from aging out of foster care himself. He's taken advantage of every opportunity available to him at Benchmark program and beyond, and I'll let him answer any questions that you may have for him once I conclude. Here's what I would ask this committee to remember. Number one, no one is ready to be an adult at 18 when they are told they're an adult and told to prepare to live on their own. Complete freedom is not what any of us need at that age, no matter what resources are promised to us. Number two, unless you are an individual with incredible persistence and system know-how, youth cannot access resources made available to them as they age out of care. They need a navigator who knows the ropes, has learned the system, and can lead them through the tangle of paperwork and processes to get them what they need. And third and finally, any program or system that we build or fund to serve youth aging out of foster care needs to be intentionally designed to pair youth with a singular, long-term mentor across the span of years. This is the gold standard. In this room today, we are gathered to discuss a complex, multifaceted problem involving some of the most traumatized, unpredictable, and challenging youth. We are well-educated, well-funded, and well-connected. We will solve this problem. We will solve it as soon as we realize that what has allowed each of us to successfully transition from adolescence to adulthood is the same thing that youth aging out of foster care need. Namely, it is the presence of a consistent, reliable, available, long-term mentor who can be trusted to pick up when a kid calls year after year after year until that kid finally gets across their chosen finish line. What is keeping us from building that type of support into our programs, our system, and our society? Answer that question, and we will have solved this problem.
Thank you, Mr. Kiefer, for sharing your inspiring story of you and your son both. So welcome. We'll next recognize Mr. Otero for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman LaHood, Ranking Member Davis, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for inviting me to be here today to give my testimony. I am here today to share my experience of how family connections, financial resources, and peer support programs have helped me navigate the world in and beyond foster care. My name is Jordan Otero, and I am 24 years old. I graduated from Ball State University with my bachelor's degree in general studies with a concentration in social work. I am now a case manager at Georgia Junior Republic, an agency in Indiana, where I support children and youth who are experiencing foster care. I am also a father to my 2-year-old son. What I'm going to be sharing today is by no means the average experience of foster care. I am blessed and very fortunate and very lucky to be where I am today. With that being said, I know oftentimes it is the sad stories that are told when we talk about the foster care system, but today I would like to highlight the positive impact of relationships that I have built, the financial support that I have received, and the programs that I've been a part of that all helped me succeed in my early adulthood. My foster parents are some of the greatest foster parents ever. They have been very supportive in my life after foster care. To this day, I have maintained a great relationship with them, and my foster dad and I talk on the phone every Friday. My foster parents are people I can lean on for advice and support when I need it. I stayed with my foster parents until I started college at Ball State University. I relied on their support and a program called Summer Bridge that is ran by Foster Success in Indiana to prepare for my freshman year. Summer Bridge provided me with the opportunity to stay on campus of a college in Indiana and earn college credits the summer before my freshman year of college. This allowed me to get adjusted to the college lifestyle and have a head start in my education. During this time, I turned 18 and decided to enter the collaborative care program in Indiana, which is Indiana's extended foster care system. While living with my foster parents, I also joined the Indiana Youth Advisory Board. I found out about this meeting from my family case manager, who sent an email, and it was titled Free $40, Go. Little did I know that this youth board would be the start of my advocacy journey. The Indiana Youth Advisory Board allows a space for teens and young adults with lived experience in foster care to connect, share, and grow with each other. It also empowers foster youth to advocate for themselves and communicate their needs and concerns effectively. I am still involved with Foster Success, who runs the Indiana Youth Advisory Board, and I now serve as a lead ambassador where I help younger youth prepare to engage in the board and advocacy. One thing I would like to highlight is that my foster parents helped me in getting my driver's license and covered my insurance while I was living with them. Once I went to college, however, I couldn't stay on their insurance and I wasn't sure how to get on my own. I was embarrassed to ask, and then I ended up driving without insurance. I lost my license for 2 years for 2 counts of not having insurance, and during one of those times, I was involved in an accident. I was then faced with the same reality that my fellow peers in the foster care system had, forced to rely on public transportation, if there is any where you live, asking people for rides, and owing them favors, the feelings of being a burden to others, the feeling of being inferior because I couldn't do what most normal college kids could, or the worst is that some of my peers decided to drive without a license and dig a further hole that they couldn't get out of. I was blessed with the fact that I knew I could get my license back and that I just had to pay my insurance. I knew it would end, but the sad reality is that some of my peers to this day can't get their license. Now in Indiana, though, that has thankfully changed. This past year in Indiana, I advocated alongside Foster Success for the development of the recently implemented Ensuring Foster Youth Trust Fund and a $2 million state appropriation to support behind-the-wheel driving hours and offset auto insurance costs for older foster youth to allow them to more easily get to school and to work. I believe that all states could benefit from this model that Indiana has and that every older foster youth would benefit from something like this. I started by sharing that there are 3 things which contributed to my successful transition to adulthood. It is the relationships that I have built, the financial resources that I have gained from, and the programs that I've engaged in my lived experience. I believe that all foster youth need these 3 things in order to be successful, and there are 3 ways to accomplish this. Prioritize relationships and the family placement for transition to youth in foster care. We need relationships and supportive adults who will last far beyond our time and care. Invest in the financial resources that meet the various needs of young people while we pursue higher education or the workforce, or just finding our footing as young adults. Ensure all young people in foster care have access to the network of peers and supportive adults. This can be through the youth advisory boards, the peer navigation programs, who can help us find those right resources, or campus supports. This is critical to reduce the isolation of being in foster care and empowering us to improve the foster care system and those who are still experiencing it. Thank you for having me today. It is truly an honor and a blessing to be here. 5 minutes is not enough time to give you the full scope of the foster care system and what children and youth experience. So I urge you to meet with your lived experience youth in your home state and hear their stories and see who they are. I want you to have the understanding that our stories are more than just testimonies and sad news articles you see. But we are people with dreams and ambitions. We are people who break the cycles of poverty and dysfunction. We are people who have achieved many successes and received accolades. And with the barriers we have faced, it doesn't always make sense for us to be here. Yet, I sit here today alongside my peers and others that we are able to be here, and we will continue to make success the expectation and not the anomaly. Thank you again.
Mr. Otero, thank you for sharing your personal story and for your passionate leadership and advocacy. So we're grateful. And to all our witnesses, thanks for your testimony. We'll now proceed to the question and answer session with the members that are here today. And I'll begin by recognizing myself. Mr. Lloyd, I'll begin with my first question for you. You provided a policy recommendation that Congress should look to reimagine child welfare financing to incentivize delivery of effective services. And I appreciate your, big picture view that you outlined. As has been mentioned, this subcommittee is working on reauthorizing Title IV-B, which we found is an important flexible funding stream for states. But it's also outdated and duplicative in some places. I'm curious your opinion on what we can do to make sure Title IV-B is modernized so it works better for our youth, and particularly foster youth.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, and I think there's things that will echo probably from September when you heard about the opportunities to streamline and make Title IV-B more outcome-based and efficient. We would also suggest the reinvestment and a redirecting of federal and state Title IV-E savings from reductions in use of foster care and group home placements into Title IV-B placement. So there's this relationship between Title IV-E and Title IV-B, and so incentivizing greater performance from both titles by making appropriate investments in 4B. Federal increasing to Title IV-B programs that are tied to the performance, ensuring that a rate of expenditure under Title IV-E prevention. So as states have this new opportunity under the Family First Act to spend on a Title IV prevention. So far, 6 years in, we have about a 1% of total federal spending in that 4E prevention program. So could we incentivize more 4E prevention through increasing Title IV-B investment and kind of coupling those things together? There's opportunity to modernize and align both 4B and 4E to also allow a broader continuum of prevention investments, and it sort of relates to the illustration from Nebraska, that there are times when Title IV-E prevention services can't be used for certain families. They're not eligible because their children are not quite on the verge of entering foster care.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Kiefer, I'm now going to turn to you. In your testimony, you underscore a lack of communication and knowledge about the rights and opportunities and the need to create creative and be creative about engaging with youth. So they are receptive and see the value in these programs. With your extensive experience guiding teens to be successful in adulthood, I can imagine the underutilization of certain programs is not unexpected. In your opinion, what steps should be taken to ensure that children in foster care are informed about the tools and resources available to them?
Thank you, Chairman LaHood. This system is more complex than even I can wrap my mind around, but if I were to boil it down to one thing, based on the experiences that Benchmark has in the individuals that we serve, it is the connection to a singular mentor for a long, long period of time. And we've managed that by creating programs that kids step through so they don't have to be transitioned to another organization. But I think that that underlying message holds true here. We can work on the system itself, which to me seems to be a largely static thing, or we can invest in very dynamic individuals who serve as navigators, who they themselves understand exactly how to work through things so that kids get what they need. And to me, that sounds like certainly an area of focus for us on individuals.
And just to follow up on that, in terms of the practicality of how we implement that, what do you think are some of the attributes of benchmarks that make youth stay engaged?
Mm-hmm. We generally hire a younger demographic. We hire young people who are a little bit older than the teens that we serve so that they feel a quick connection to them. We have extensive training so that they understand the systems that they're involved in. And then we pay them a very reasonable salary to do this work so that they are not looking for a job elsewhere, that they feel they can make a career out of committing long-term to serving the individuals that we pair them up with. These are also known as credible messengers, so oftentimes the people we hire have grown up in the community where those individuals grew up, so that they have an immediate connection and understand things that maybe I wouldn't understand as someone who comes from another community.
Thank you for that. Mr. Otero, in your testimony, you shared that the Youth Advisory Board showed you the difference that sharing your experiences could make. Can you provide an example of a policy the advisory board asked you to provide feedback on and how it impacted the state child welfare system in Indiana?
Oh, that's taking me back a few years. Well, I don't know, other than the Driving Act is probably the most recent one I could really speak of, was being able to just talk to everybody and share an experience about how the difference between cost of insurance for just a regular 19-year-old on their own plan compared to a 19-year-old on an adult's plan, and the cost variation. I mean, it's 3 times as much for just any 19-year-old to be on their own plan, and depending on other factors, it could be even higher. So I was able to just really share that impact that can have on someone's financial status. So other than that, I've really worked with the board to just talk to other foster parents. I did foster parents training when I was on IAB, and I got to really talk to those foster parents and tell them what my great foster parents did for me and how you can communicate with us in different ways and things like that. So
and what we found is not every state obviously has youth advisory boards similar to what you talked about in terms of your own experience. Would you be an advocate for states implementing a youth advisory board?
Absolutely. I think not only does it provide you with the peer support, I've met a lot of my friends are from that board, and we have continued to do other coordinating programs all throughout the country together to this day. And so not only did it grow great peer relationships, but it keeps those relationships in state. In your own county, you're able to then start programs or get things running off the floor. And then, I mean, the people who run it, Foster Success, They provide you with opportunities now from the age of 14 all the way to I'm 24 now. So I could have theoretically, if I started now, it would be 14 to 24. That's a 10-year span of having one individual entity involved in your life that is so consistent and I think is pivotal for these kids to succeed. And so I really love what our agency does in Indiana. So
Thank you for that. I'll now recognize Mr. Davis for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and let me thank each one of you for your moving testimonies. And if I don't get to all of my questions, just know I'll be calling you. Ms. Baer, you mentioned how critical help is with getting one's driver's license and how much independence it gives to a person. Can you talk a little bit more about how that really zeroes in on what a young person needs?
Yes, thank you. So in the state of Florida, we have a program called Keys to Independence that was helped to be created by Florida Youth Shine, which is a youth-led, peer-driven organization that they ended up creating this amazing program that works with young people aging out of the foster care system, gain their driver's license, car insurances, and more. When I turned 16, this program wasn't put into place yet. And when I was aging out, there was a small pilot program in Orlando, so I still didn't qualify for it. And then by the time that I was turning 21, I no longer met the requirements. So regardless of this going statewide, I was ready to drive the moment I entered into foster care. I had my driver's permit from the second that I could take that test. But I was hit with multiple barriers, unable to get my birth certificate or social security card, and was met with barriers because I didn't have an attorney fighting for me. And by the time, the way that these licenses would have helped me is because I had to meet ratio in order to go to swim practice, to go to school, to ensure that I had a staff member that could take me anywhere. I missed out on activities. I missed out on debate tournaments. I missed out on being able to be just and have normalcy. And I often missed school because I was waiting on a bus that often didn't show up.
Thank you very much. Mr. Otero, you mentioned some experiences with driving. You have anything you'd like to add to that?
Yeah, so many of my peers struggle to find adults willing to help with the driving hours or the insurance, which has been mentioned. DCS, the Department of Child Services in Indiana, only pays for 6 of those hours needed. But now with this Ensuring Foster Youth Trust Fund, it has been able to help pay for those remaining hours. But the reality of it is that a lot of the foster parents, when this whole thing happened, when my foster parents decided to help me with driving, they didn't even know if they actually could. So that was a barrier itself, is what can our foster parents do? And if they can do it, I think a lot of them would. And if they were able to be talked about how impactful this could be, that they may be able to take that on themselves. So I just think the communication barrier lies there.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kiefer, you and I seem to share a common passion in terms of work with individuals who've had some difficulty with our justice system. How do you reconcile and work with those individuals to be most helpful?
Thank you, Mr. Davis. It's a belief that we at our organization share, that our efforts should be focused on the disproportionately small part of our population that does a disproportionately large amount of damage to our communities. If we focus our resources there, we can have great outcomes that spread across the community. And the last thing that those young people need is another program that they need to jump hoops through. They need someone to say, all right, I'm in your life now. I will take it from here. You keep doing what you're doing, do the right things. I'll navigate the system. We'll get you to your desired outcome. That's what keeps us so motivated to work with that population.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Lloyd, I know that I'm about out of time, but I'm very familiar with Casey and the work that you've done for years and years and years. What would you say to us that we can do to really help young people aging out?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think really leveraging this fantastic opportunity under Title IV-B and the reauthorization to make young people a priority. Currently, Title IV-B, you're not able to actually provide services to youth over the age of 18. And so there's opportunities to both, like I mentioned in my testimony, to prevent things and promote things. And it's the kind of the combination of 4E and 4B investment together.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Pursuant to committee practice, we'll now move 2 to 1. I'll recognize Dr. Winstrup of Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here today. I think it's important that we learn from the past, modernize our welfare system as best we can. And so I thank all the witnesses here today for discussing your angles of this experience along the way. You know, you think of drop-in centers, you know, and we have one in Cincinnati, and a lot of places have it. And what you always come away with from the adults that are in there is, where were you when I was young? And I think that that's the key. And I know that you're all over that. To think that there's nearly 19,000 youth that age out of foster care each year without a strong connection to a family, a mentor, or other adults, that really is something we have got to address. I can tell you, at 18 years old, I was not ready to be without my parents and to be completely independent. And that is just a huge component of a successful life beyond. So the permanency of these types of things, I think, is really important. You know, one example of modernizing services over time is an example of Boys Town. Maybe you're familiar with Boys Town in Omaha, Nebraska. Started about 100 years ago, mostly comprised of orphans and runaways from reformatories. And Boys Town is still out there in Omaha today. It's their own city. They have their own fire department, police department. But one of the things that they have done, besides being so helpful to that population for many, many years, in 2008, they directed some of their focus, additional focus, serving children while they remained at home with their families. So reaching out beyond just come here because you have no one else, right? So some people have families, and they reached out, and they found it to be cost effective. You talked about success, outcomes-based. They can say that by 2013, 92% of children who received services from Boys Town were children living in their own homes. That's a component we address too. At home, I've been involved for 30-some years with Boys Hope, Girls Hope, where parents say, we don't have the best environment for our child. They go live in this home. They're not taken from their family, but they live there, they're mentored, they're safe, they're secure. They get tuition to go to generally private schools. It's basically a scholarship. The outcomes have been tremendous. You know, so those are things that we realize what is necessary for success. And I think that that's what we need to keep focusing on, and that is good support while you're in it, and good support when you reach age 18, or at least allow provisions like I think you were on insurance when you were with them, and those are great examples. So Mr. Kiefer, based on your extensive experience with the foster youth, do you think there's a necessity for redesigning, modernizing our federal programs catering to youth? I mean, I hear good things like the Youth Advisory Board. Basically what it sounds like you're doing is see one, do one, teach one. You know, come back and help the next person along the way. To provide a consistent, reliable, trusted family atmosphere. And so what do you recommend that we might be able to do here to make that more feasible?
Thank you, Dr. Wenstrup. I would encourage this committee to truthfully think simplistically about this.
Mm-hmm.
We understand what the gold standard is. You just described it in action at Boys Town. It is the connection to a singular or small group of long-term mentors who will be there for years. I'm not sure why we can't build that into our systems. It may be much more cost-effective than working on tweaking a system as a whole. Again, I believe the system can generally be a static thing, but an individual who navigates the system on someone's behalf is dynamic and can change with the times, and we can teach them new things and they can adapt to new systems. Boy, I wish that kind of job would have been available to me when I got out of college, to be a navigator for kids in that.
Well, and you mentioned too, understanding the tools available.
Yes.
Because it's not one size fits all necessarily. And but that singular mentor, I think is huge.
Right.
So thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Wenstrup. Recognize Mr. Carey of Ohio now.
I want to thank the chairman. I also want to thank the ranking member for having this hearing. And I also want to thank all of you, the witnesses, for testifying here today. Your willingness to share your stories of how foster care system has impacted you is truly inspiring. And I'll tell you, Ms. Barrett, you may have missed a lot of debates, but I'll tell you what, nobody could be prouder of themselves in the job you did today, and really appreciate your testimony. You know, I have a 22-year-old son. I have a 4-year-old son and a 2-year-old son. Big discrepancy in age, but you know, my son's about ready to graduate from college, and you know, he has a full-time job, works at our State House in Columbus. But I will tell you, it's not always easy to navigate that transition from being a youth and in school and then going into your career, regardless of your circumstances. And I understand that foster youth face unique challenges when transitioning out of the foster care. And Mr. Kiefer, I really appreciated you giving us the 4 bullet points that you wanted us to take away. And I think the one that really resonated with me was the long-term mentor. Because, Mr. Otero, I'm glad you speak to your foster father every Friday. If I could get that from my 22-year-old, I would be very, very happy. Mr. Lloyd, listen, the challenges of youth, you know, accessing available services appears twofold, involving foster youth not always being aware of those services and the state's underutilizing programs like the Chaffee program in Title IV-B. What do you believe contributes to states not fully taking advantage of these programs to serve our youth that are in the foster care?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. Yeah, I think you, like in your question, had mentioned the lack of awareness, and I think that's something we hear time and again from young people. So I think a good starting point there would be just expecting states and encouraging courts to make sure young people are informed of what is available in their states. There is funding constraints as well with these services. The Chaffee program that was mentioned earlier is 25 years old. The funding initially came to states in the mid-'80s. It was doubled in 1999, but it hasn't had an increase since then. But the eligibility for Chaffee has grown significantly. Under the Family First Act, there was a real recognition that all young people ages 14 and older in foster care should be receiving these services to promote their well-being, as well as to promote connections to caring adults, to that individual, to a permanent relationship. So there is that kind of diluting effect of the program right now because we've had that big increase of eligibility, but no real increase in funding. I'd say also the lack of alignment between the services and what young people recognize as the highest needs that they have. And so it's just another good example of why we need youth advisory boards and youth input in the design of these services.
Oh, thank you for that. Mr. Kiefer, does your program benchmarks utilize any metrics or outcome measurements to gauge the success in supporting foster youth on their journey to independence?
Yes, and the metric that I think matters most to this discussion is the amount of time that we track that a student and their mentor have at least one face-to-face interaction per month, and that's 38 months on average. So over 3 years on average that our individuals are connecting with their mentor. We've done that organically. We built a program to make that possible. But there's no reason that other communities couldn't do that exact same thing, or that we as a committee can't build our systems to drive that kind of long-term interaction. Now, we certainly have other metrics that, 92% of the kids who have offended when they're in the program don't reoffend. 77% of the kids who come into the program with truancy issues start going back to school once they're in the program. And we have a whole list of these that's in my written testimony, but the point is, those things are not because the kids sat through a 6-month mentoring program where we talked to them about life skills. Yeah. It's that they had a mentor to say, all right, now the lesson's done. Are you going to go to school tomorrow?
Right.
Do you need me to pick you up from your house? Because if that's what it takes, that's what I'll do. And that's the key.
Well, listen, I want to thank all of you for making the trek here. I mean, it was difficult for me to come in from Columbus this morning, and I know how hard it is. But your testimony, your written testimony, our staffs read it, we read it, and we appreciate you taking the time. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Carey. Recognize Ms. Chu of California now.
Well, I want to thank all of the witnesses for your very important testimony, and especially the foster youth for sharing your stories of how you came to be the successful young adults that you are today. Your testimony supports something that I'm very proud to announce, which is the introduction of a bill that Representative Aaron Houchin and I are introducing, which is the Increasing Access to Foster Care to 21 Act. This bill would provide a financial incentive for states to extend foster care beyond age 18, building on years of research that shows that extending support into the first few years of adulthood can make a clear, positive difference in the lives of young people. In fact, 28 states, the District of Columbia, and 9 tribes have already extended Title IV-E foster care for youth beyond age 18. But not all states have opted to extend this support, which means that too many foster youth lose supportive services as soon as they turn 18. The Increasing Access to Foster Care to 21 Act would ensure that states receive federal reimbursement for all youth in their care up to age 21. Mr. Chair, last Congress, nearly 100 child welfare organizations on both the state and federal level endorsed my legislation to extend foster care nationally, and I would like to submit this letter of support from them for the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Lloyd, we know that extending vital services to older foster youth can have a long-lasting positive impact on their lives. However, in your testimony, you reference the barriers that face youth who want to continue those services. I know that that there was one study that showed that extended foster care benefits are such that youth have to qualify first, and they have to qualify with such things as enrollment in college or vocational program, employed at least 80 hours a month, or have a medically noted exemption, which can be indeed a barrier. So can you explain more about these barriers and what positive impact would reducing these barriers have on youth transitioning into adulthood?
Thank you, Representative Chu, for the question. Yeah, of all the young people who are eligible to extending care past age 18, less than a quarter will be still remaining in care by age 19. So even though more than around 30 states have taken up Title IV reimbursement, there's still not enough utilization of this program, yet the outcomes are very clear that it's helpful to them. And so, yes, I think there are definite barriers. I think sometimes it might be barriers related to awareness of some of the opportunity to extend, the design of the services themselves, but there's also some financial kind of challenges as well, the eligibility to be reimbursed in a state. If the young person actually works to meet that criteria, their income might be such that they are no longer Title IV eligible, which then inhibits the state from actually affording that cost of extended care. So there's definitely some challenges with the eligibility that could be improved.
Mr. Otero and Ms. Baer, thank you for being with us and testifying about your experiences. And well, Mr. Otero, you have experience with Indiana's extended foster care program. Can both of you expand on how choosing to be in a program that can extend services beyond 18 help advance foster youth's success in life?
Without it, I would not be here today. I would never have been able to pass college. I made a lot of mistakes my freshman year, as a lot of college kids do. I partied way too hard, and I was failing a lot of classes. But I was able to receive tutoring and mentoring services. I was then able to then have access to the education and training voucher. That is Foster Success handles that. But without that, I wouldn't have been able to pay for the summer classes to help get me caught up. And due to those intense mistakes, I had to, every summer until I graduated, take those summer classes. But without that money, I wouldn't be able to pay for that. So I just, that extended service kept me, not only did it keep them involved in my life, and I had someone to help keep me accountable, but it just helped me with getting to that point where I needed to. So,
Ms. Baer?
Really quickly, although I didn't know that it was an option to leave foster care when I turned 18, so I did enter into extended care, it helped keep me in one place and not have to move until I went off to college that summer. And so made sure that I had a roof over my head and food for me as well. And had a couple supports and kept me with my mentor.
Thank you. I know you're back.
Thank you, Ms. Chu. Now recognize Mr. Moore of Utah.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for hosting this. Thanks for being here. Mr. Otero, don't beat yourself up too much over that freshman year. It catches a lot of folks. I recently, there's I feel very fortunate to be on this committee, on this subcommittee. Very, very seldom in life does something kind of stick with you for more than a few years on a particular issue or something you're working on. And since I was like 17 years old, completely different situation from what you two have dealt with. I've been able to be close to this issue by engaging with organizations that support this in various ways and in various levels of intensity, sometimes very close and doing a lot of work in particular, or being a little bit more distant. But it's been something that's been constant to me. It's an emotional issue. I had a group of teens in my office the other day, and I remember telling them, don't let this define you. As they're introducing themselves, they oftentimes define themselves as this. You're just a freshman in college. When it all comes down to it, you've got your own path, and you're an inspiration to so much of us that are trying to build the right policy so we can do this. The data on this is staggeringly dangerous. If we don't figure out how to help foster children find more permanency, find that forever home, that forever family, the outcomes are so scary. They're not just small percentages of people that get involved in drugs and homelessness and legal issues and death. This is a huge number. And so thank you for staying close to this. Thanks for helping this issue and helping us figure out how to go about doing it. To put a little context on this, Mr. Otero, just share with us briefly from your testimony, just you were separated from your 7 siblings, is that correct? And just kind of tell me how those separations impacted your transition into adulthood.
So, with the separation of me and my siblings, I took it as I didn't want to mention it today during the speak, because it meant a lot to me to have the relationship with them, but we all took different paths in life. I'm one of 8 children from between my mother and my father who have been able to not only graduate high school. I was the first one to graduate on time between me and my siblings and my immediate family, but I'm the only one to go to college and graduate with a bachelor's degree. And so I'm blessed to be where I am today, but seeing what my siblings went through, I was able to navigate the system when I went into the system at an older age. They had all experienced terrible things they were much older than me when they went in the system. So they had all experienced terrible things. I saw what it was when they ran away from the system, and they stayed on the run until they turned 18. 3 out of 4 of them did. Only one of them aged out, but immediately that sibling did not want to have anything to do with DCS after they turned 18. Even though they knew that they had services accessible to them, they couldn't deal with the stigma of how DCS was attached to them. So I've witnessed firsthand the negative things that come from that, and I'm just blessed to be here today.
And many of the things that you've highlighted follow the trends and outcomes that we see with transition-age foster youth. Mr. Chairman, I would like to submit for the record the Annie E. Casey Foundation on Fostering Youth Transitions 2023 report.
Without objection.
This report highlights a trend of child welfare systems failing to find permanent families, forever families for young people. Yet we know that children who have these forever families to support them have better young adult outcomes, including housing stability, educational attainment, some of the things, and employment that I discussed. And I just appreciate you for your testimony. Mr. Lloyd, similar to previous questions, but could you just add a little bit more context on evidence of generational cycles where children who were once in foster care, particularly those in child welfare setup, end up involved in the system again when they have their own children? And how can we address this cycle proactively from a prevention forward perspective?
Right, thank you for the question. Yes, young parents need more options to receive support and from trusted sources for sure. And 26% of young people, older youth who exit foster care will be parents by age 21. And so I think, again, relates back to the Nebraska example of how we need to be supporting young parents and young parents who are expecting parents in foster care. I'd also just like to say, in relationship to your mention of permanency, that the testimony that I had shared really talks about kinship foster care, and we really need to stay the course in prioritizing family for young people, and particularly connecting them to their relatives and other members of their kin as placement settings. There's been a number of things that Congress has championed over the last 15 years with supporting kinship guardianship assistance, navigation programs, family finding and search requirements to identify relatives, and the data is paying off. It was a 40% increase. There's been no increase in non-relative foster care for youth over the last 15 years. That total increase in permanency and placement setting has been because of kinship.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. I recognize Ms. Steele of California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very important issue that I served at Family and Children Services at the county and LA County and Orange County levels. So I know that how these foster cares, when they get out of foster care system, and LA mostly, a lot of kids become, joining gangs, or, a lot of actually kids become homeless people there. So we really have to work together bipartisan way to supporting young adults who transition out of the system at critical times in their development, because that's very, very sensitive age, and they think they know everything, but at the same time, they don't know anything. So that's the way it is. And all the witnesses, thank you for coming. And this is a very important issue. And this is the one actually that, we can make our youth grow, and we're going to make a bright future for this country or not. So I am very much concerned about that. But it's really interesting to hear from Mr. Otero that, coming out today, I really appreciate it, that sharing your perspective and journey with all of us. And I really praise you that you graduated from college, and out of all those siblings that you really got out of it and you did really well. I just want to see that what specific challenges do youth in foster care encounter when seeking obtain a driver's license? And were there notable roadblocks that differed from those faced by your peers? On the top of it, your state has foster youth trust funds that helps. In Southern California, we don't walk more than 1 block. We all need cars, and these kids get out of the foster care. They really need a car to drive anywhere in Southern California. So love to hear a little bit more about that system, that how they really help, and how that, they can work with those kids.
So in Indiana, the people who are going to be navigating the program for the Ensuring Foster Youth Trust Fund, they do a really good job of connecting with the youth at a young age. And to help eliminate some of the barriers, my job as a home-based caseworker, I work with foster youth. I try to inform all the foster parents and the biological parents when they get the kids, because it's going to be eventually, if kids get reunified, they have to then handle that, right? But it's learning, what can you do as a foster parent? Can you sign a right to say, hey, I take legal responsibility for this kid? Sometimes they say it's the FCM, the family case manager's responsibility, because you're the ward of the state. They're supposed to have responsibility of you. So sometimes it gets in a little gray area there. But in Indiana, we've also waived the driver's license fee for youth searching for their driver's license. So that it's a small cost, but it is a cost that is nonetheless paid for. And there's still problems with that. The BMV, depending where you go, doesn't even know that that's a thing. So they have to then ask another higher up, and it goes through a chain of command that loses communication the whole way through. So the number one thing that I think that can help is getting people like myself, people who have experienced the system and people who have helped testify on these things, to advocate throughout the state and just inform them. We know that DCS meets, and that we can go to those conferences, and we can then tell them that these are the things that are going on that everyone should know, and that the family case managers, the collaborative care case managers should know.
Thank you for that. And there seems to be a great deal of misinformation when it comes to foster youth accessing the services, even questioning if they were real. What were some of the misconceptions around assessing services, and what do you think is contributing to the misinformation, and how are we going to solve that?
Yeah, so a lot of times people are like, oh, I didn't know about this. I didn't know that foster youth can get almost free college by the Indiana 21st Century Scholar. I didn't know that the education and training voucher was a thing. What attributes to a lot of it is that there's a high turnover rate in our case managers in Indiana, well, everywhere actually, high turnover rates. And whether that be attributed to the stress of the case and that you're dealing with real people with real problems, that is a real thing. But if we can just get people in positions to communicate these things effectively, and when you go through foster care, and that there's many different people in a foster youth's life. There's the LCPA, the licensed foster care agencies. At times there's my job, the home-based caseworkers, the FCMs. Then you have the judges. Having someone to get them all together to inform them of what's going on is the best way to get that communication right.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Steele. Now recognize Mr. Evans of Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lloyd, you highlighted the importance of mentoring as one of your policy recommendations in your testimony, which you know is important. How can we better incorporate peer mentoring partners when implementing the policy we are discussing today?
Thank you, Representative Evans, for the question. Yes, I think it's in some ways about encouraging states to prioritize things like peer mentoring and other mentoring services. Title IV-B would be an opportunity to designate young people as a priority population for services like that. And it's also an opportunity, I think, to revisit the Chafee program because funds currently exist for mentoring, but in the report you see that few youth are actually receiving those types of services.
If I piggyback a little bit on Mr. Kiefer, when Mr. Kiefer said what he said about long-term commitment, the question really is how do you get people to understand that this is important if they don't seem to understand? Now, you would agree they sometimes don't seem to understand. Right. Mr. Kiefer said very emphatic. So I'm just trying to, not that you have a magic wand, I'm just trying to understand. Right?
Absolutely, and I think that what we see is that the stability in placements, changing placements too many times, or stability of the caseworker, too many social workers involved, the likelihood that they'll achieve lifelong permanent connection goes down. So we really need stability of relationships. And I think it's to your point about the mentoring. So I think it's helping mentors and mentor programs understand that there needs to be that long-term connection. It also relates to the real core objective of child welfare when youth come into foster care to promote permanency for them. The best way to do that is connecting them back to relatives, extended relatives, and kinship members of their family. They're the most likely individuals to be in it with them for the long haul.
I yield back to Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Now turn to Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to each of the witnesses for being here today, particularly Mr. Otero and Ms. Bear. Thanks for sharing your story. Appreciate that. Mr. Kiefer, great job today, and you've been asked a lot of questions about what has made your program successful. You've talked about the long-term care mentoring. One of the other things I've noticed is that you're nimble in terms of creating new programs to meet the needs of the kids who come through the program. And I was going to ask you a little bit about that. You also mentioned you have Kenny, your son, here with us today, and you said he's available to ask any questions. So with your permission, I was going to ask you about the program, but I know that Kenny's been through Benchmark and many different programs. I'd love to hear from him. What was that experience like for you? Tell us about. Sure, do that. We'll kick Will out for a minute. You can tell us about how you experienced Benchmark in your life.
Well, as mentioned earlier, I was first at Benchmark when I was 14, so I was glad I went there when I was 14 because Will became my mentor. I left for a little while at 16, and then I came back on probation. And during that time, as mentioned, I lost my father, my mother, and my brother. And then Will offered to take me in because I had nowhere else to go. And ever since then, he of course adopted me, became my father. And I've just appreciated it so much because, the common theme here has been support and guidance. And that's what all foster children need is support and guidance as parents are supposed to offer. And Benchmark has offered that for me countless times. And I've given everything back to Benchmark. Every time I step in there, I help with every break I come back from school, my first thing I do is work at Benchmark, help the kids. I stay in contact with the kids that I help, are in a similar situation than I am. And we just, keep that ping pong conversation back and forth all the time. And I've just loved Benchmark, and I support it, and I will, always support Benchmark, donate my money to Benchmark, and also start something just like Benchmark to help children just like me. But there was something I was thinking about. We're talking a lot about like parents and stuff, and how I think that's the main a part of the problem we should try to deal with there, because it comes from your parents, and our parents' burdens come onto us. Just like making it a policy, moving forward, something we could do is get parents help with knowing how to take care of children and support them and move forward, because that's really where it all starts, is our parents. But Benchmark has helped with many kids, and I see it every day. I'm so grateful to be able to go back and have, of course, have Will as my father now, but it makes me a bit emotional knowing that, this is how far we've come, and I'm very proud of him and everything he does there, and thank you.
Well, thanks for sharing, Kenny. I very much appreciate it.
Of course.
Thank you so much. Wonderful story. And Mr. Kiefer, any additional things you'd like to say about Benchmark and the programs? I know you have a number of different programs, as I had mentioned. Any other particular things you'd like to highlight?
Thanks, Congressman Smucker. The only other thing I'll add is that we generally throw programs to kids knowing that they are wonderful resources for them. But if those programs don't connect to each other, I think we're doing a disservice to the kids who are in them, because we're setting them up for these short-term engagements that are very positive, but then systematically don't offer a long-term. So again, from the minute that a kid is housed in our local Lancaster County Intervention Center for a delinquency issue or a dependency issue, they can get a Benchmark mentor. And we'll just begin by showing up at court, seeing them weekly in the detention center, and walking them the whole way through, if it's delinquency, the whole way through their time on probation, if it's dependency.
I know you're also focused on jobs now, and then maybe that's a new focus for you, or you're increasing your focus on that. Tell us a little bit about what you're finding, the support from the community, what is working, what's not with that.
We found, interestingly, as Mr. Evans brought up, that peer mentorship, offering a job to a young person who's succeeded in our program to serve as a peer mentor, is wonderful to give back, but also builds their resume in a huge way. And then we bring community members in who work in businesses in the community. They see these individuals. They get to know them. They look at their resume and say, geez, you've worked at Benchmark for 2 years. I'd love to talk to you about working here at my business. And we've seen that to be a very, very effective step-by-step through our program, through working on our program, to getting a job elsewhere.
Well, thanks again for being here. Our community is very fortunate to have you there. Appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smucker. And now recognize Mr. Smith in Nebraska, who's a former chair of this subcommittee and passionate about this issue area.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to my colleagues as well, and certainly thank you to our panel. Your professional perspective, more importantly, I would say your personal perspective, being vested in this issue, all of you, it's very compelling. And there's one thing that I've noticed, it doesn't take a lot to observe this, but the repeated reference to human interaction and the value that that has, that I fear that over time we've tried to help people, I think well-intended, we've tried to help people by qualifying them for various services, setting them in front of a computer, hit a few buttons, okay, you qualify for X. And yet, the more important dynamic is that interaction with a human being, whether it's a caseworker, whether it's a mentor, whether it's an employer, certainly a family member when possible. And I also know that it's hard to get folks to step forward. I was just wondering if you could perhaps elaborate on what we should be mindful of, or just what you want to remind us of that's important in terms of engaging these folks who can bring so much in terms of mentorship and that human interaction that is so effective ultimately. How can we generate more available caseworkers and other mentors as well? Maybe, if we can, maybe a little bit from all four of you. Mr. Lloyd.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. Yes, I think there's a real opportunity in this current package with Title IV-B to reauthorize this, to stabilize the workforce. It is a system that's balancing so many competing priorities, and we really want to see that consistency of a caseworker being connected. I would also just say too that the permanency efforts for young people, identifying kinship families and other foster families, recruiting them and supporting them well, and even financially incentivizing states and positioning states well through cost sharing to support families is critical. We did some national polling at one point, and it was nearly 30% of adults in the U.S. had considered becoming a foster parent. If even 1% of adults in this country moved forward with that, we wouldn't have a problem with foster care and adoption.
Thank you. Ms. Baer?
Thank you. So when it comes to these issues, and especially with mentoring, creating programs or finding ideas for it, I feel like it's always very important to gain authentic youth voice from all areas, so including working with tribes or even with other youth that diverse youth. Recognizing that mentorship is a two-way street, so working with the young people as well to recognize it's a working relationship. A lot of young people, when we get a mentor, we feel that that's somebody we can call when we're upset, but we don't recognize like that we could also help contribute to them as well. And something that my mentor told me was that she expected that out of me, and that helped me recognize how to build a relationship, because a lot of us didn't know how to build those relationships. And then also having connections, something in common. We had to figure out, I had to fill out a sheet of paper, and my mentor did too, to get connected. So matching kids with random mentors doesn't always help. So recognizing that as well. And then lastly, I always like to say more male mentors, because we find that a lot of females do volunteer to be mentors, and there's a lack of young men or men in general that volunteer. Because I had a mentor my entire time, and I've had her for 10 years. And my brother, he had a mentor who just disappeared, and they just didn't show back up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Speaking from my own personal experience, my wife Carla and I never planned to foster and then adopt Kenny, but we had a window into his life through our program, so that when these things happened in his life that made this opportunity available to us, it was a no-brainer. But it was not a foreign thing to us. The concept of doing it was not in our plans, but knowing him was the key. We knew right away that we would be happy to do it and be with him for as long as it took. But it was because we knew him ahead of time, and we had gotten to know him through a community-based program.
So familiarity.
Correct.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Otero?
One thing that I can tell you that would benefit mentoring is if we got the youth who've been through this, to use their college degrees or go into college to then give back to the system. Like myself personally, I'm a home-based caseworker, and I see that I can relate to these kids on a level where they're understanding that I've been through it. I can tell you the programs because I've done them. And here's the real life benefit of this. This is the exact money that it could increase here. So incentivizing, there's a program that's being piloted by a couple agencies in Indiana, peer mentoring of former foster youth who are now working with current older foster youth that are aging out of care. And I think that's an amazing thing, because getting someone who's been through the system to help someone else navigate that system is an amazing thing. And so I would incentivize more states to do that. So.
Thank you. Thank you to our all-star panel here today. Really appreciate it. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Recognize Ms. Sewell of Alabama now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member, and all of our guests who are here today. You know, one of the things that Kenny said that really resonated with me is that the common theme when you're talking about helping youth, foster youth, is support and guidance. Support and guidance. I wanted to make sure that all of my colleagues knew that there is a foster caucus, a congressional foster caucus, and they put on every year a foster youth shadow day. And one of the things that I think that we can do, aside from making better policy and passing a reauthorization of Title IV, is to be involved, to actually accept one of the foster youth that day to shadow you. I did it, and I have to tell you, I was completely ignorant as to what was going on in my state about foster youth until my classmate, Karen Bass, Congresswoman from California, now the mayor of LA, started this shadow day. And I can't tell you how rewarding it is to meet someone from my state who's experiencing something that I don't know anything about. And I have been educated by those wonderful youth. And I just want to say to all of you, it is hearings like this, firsthand accounts like you, Ms. Bear, and you, Mr. Otero, that really give us an eye into what's going on. But we can't do it alone. It's not about just money. It's also about making sure that we have good public-private partnerships that are there as a safety net. And so my first question is to you, Mr. Lloyd. I know that you represent a foundation that is that has taken as one of its missions working on this, but can you speak to other public-private partnerships that exist?
Yeah, one example of that is a program we call the Opportunity Passport. It's a match savings account. We have helped 20 states develop this, and they've leveraged $85 million in support of the initiative's programming. 35 of that is from private investment of probably about 80 foundations, including ours. We invest about $1 million in that. We match young people dollar for certain asset purchases as they transition from care. The number one asset purchase is a car, right? Which is no surprise.
Exactly. I actually wanted to ask Ms. Bear if she could, because I noticed that you have a connection with the National Foster Youth Institute, and I know that Congresswoman Bass, Mayor Bass, was really influential in starting that initiative. Can you talk a little bit about why that was so important? And can you tell me what do you see as the difference between yourself and other foster youth that don't go to college, that don't get out of high school? If you could sort of say what the difference was, that would be really helpful, or at least talk about your own experience.
Yes, thank you. So the first thing is about the shadow day being so important. Although I didn't get to shadow the person that was from my state, I got to learn a little bit about South Carolina, and I got to meet with Representative Nancy Mace.
Yep.
And got to learn a little bit about what's going on over there, got to educate them, and then honestly got to learn a little bit about what goes on every day here, as well
Congress,
as well as get a little trip. I got to go onto the top of the roof and see that.
Oh, you got to do that?
I did.
Good
It was
for Nancy
really cool.
to do that.
Yeah, it was awesome. But it really gave me the recognition that it's really important what's happening up here, and I would love to be up here every day advocating for change. So I'm working on making my way up here.
Yeah.
But that was really thanks to NFYI, or the National Foster Youth Institute, and helping us get into that. And then when it comes into the difference of foster youth, I feel that one of the biggest reasons that I'm sitting here today was because when I had entered the foster care system, I knew that I wasn't supposed to be in the foster care system, and my family needed minimal services. I was 16, and I could speak for myself, but my voice was stripped in the courtroom. I wasn't allowed to talk in there. And so I essentially made it once my judge at one point told me that I would be a failure in life if I didn't go home to my mom, which I didn't know was an option at all. I made it my mission to show my judge that I'm going to be a successful young adult, to the point that I was a homeowner at 21. I bought my own car. I have my started a side business with I bake a lot. But not everyone has that opportunity to recognize what they can do when they're older.
Yep.
And they don't have those supports there. I mentioned my mentor earlier. I had my dad that stuck it out by my side. He was fighting to get us home, and constantly just fighting for us tooth and nail. And not every child has that. And I try to be that support for those young people in the state of Florida, and try to help them get to where they believe would bring them the most success.
Well, thank you all. And Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to acknowledge what a great hearing this has been. And once again, to encourage all of the members on our subcommittee to participate in the Foster Youth Shadow Day. It really is, I think I got more out of it than my mentee, but it was really, really rewarding, but also very, very informative.
Thank you, Congresswoman Sewell, and appreciate you reminding us of the caucus. We'll now turn to Ms. Tenney of New York.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and the ranking member. And thank you, Representative Sewell. I did not know about that. It sounds like a tremendous day, and I would certainly join the caucus and would love to be part of the day. Oh, great. Well, that's terrific. even better. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much to all of you. What a wonderful experience. Not every day in Congress is bad, especially when you get to meet people like you, where you're so inspiring and have really faced struggles and challenges. And this is an important program. And I just thought I'd share a few facts just about my home state. I'm from New York, and enabling people to transfer out of foster care is really important. And we have over 25,000 children in foster care, and only 3,000 are moving out of care at this point. So as you cited, we have Mr. Lloyd, we need to find foster parents, we need to find mentors, we need people that will do this. I was lucky enough to be the daughter of a Supreme Court justice. My dad was 35 years serving, but his little known story is he was a very poor kid from New Jersey that kind of worked his way through life. And he was always very concerned about fostering people who didn't have a mentor and someone who didn't have a person to look up to. And he always instilled that in us. In our family business, we do provide opportunities for people that have been in foster care. We provide opportunities for people who have a lot of other obstacles to getting gainful employment. So almost universally, anyone that comes out of foster care becomes a tremendous asset to our company. And so I appreciate all that you're doing in getting you these kids to this point. But I wanted to just ask a question first to you, Mr. Lloyd, and what can we do in the system? How do we make this system? Is there something we can do to overhaul the Child Welfare Services program by reducing the fragmentation? And by redesigning it, when you're talking about reimagine, redesign, can we bring and streamline this system to include this so that we do have, meet the goals of the consistency of care, the long-term goal of having one mentor or one system where someone can turn to? Could you just maybe briefly touch on that for a minute?
Absolutely. Yes, I'd first like to just congratulate Congress for really setting a vision time and time again for the child welfare system to be recalibrated. And I do think that there is a need, to do some major redesign of child welfare. Child welfare, unfortunately, has become a catch-all, a social service catch-all, right? When there's lack of housing in the community or substance use disorders and many other things, they look to child welfare. It's sort of the lowest common denominator in the community. And so we really need to help the child welfare system focus on families who are really, truly in crisis and who need that kind of intervention, a much narrower set, and find other ways to kind of work collaboratively and across funding streams to strengthen families and communities and provide that stabilization.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Now, I wanted to just also ask, because I have a dear friend who's actually a businessman in my community who grew up in foster care. He was raised at the House of Good Shepherd and then went into foster care in upstate New York. And he is now a very successful business person. And he tells his story, and I've had him to testify for me in Albany and other places on his journey out of foster care and into success. And I asked him just now, I texted him a little while ago, who were your mentors and who was the most influential to you? And you know what? He said there were so many people that impacted my life, but he did say that one of the things that we could do is allow more flexibility in the program so that we could have access to more mentors. And I thought that was his idea. He also provides foster care students or young people to come to his business. So how do you incorporate that? And I love the idea with the business community, bringing them into play. How do we do that? Is that something we can do under the child welfare system? Is that possible?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, there is definitely situations where mentors, and I'd even say kinship caregivers, grandparents, relatives, are actually not eligible to take in children because of certain licensing requirements, aren't able to be licensed as a foster parent. The administration recently sent out new regulation giving states the option to have kin-specific licensing standards, so more grandparents and relatives can become foster parents. When they're not foster parents, they get less than half of a foster care per diem rate, and that's only if they're eligible to get a TANF child-only payment.
Okay.
If they have 2 or 3 children, it can be 3 times being a licensed foster parent versus what they would get through TANF.
I know my time's expired. Just one quick thing on what Representative Sewell had mentioned about the foster care shadowing day. Maybe we should each bring some business that would be willing to offer opportunities for a foster care person and meet them, and that would help get them connected, because that's what it's all about, isn't it? About having connections and taking advantage of those things as you move through life. But I just want to say thank you to all of you. You're very inspiring, and it was really great to hear from you. And hopefully we'll make some great changes and good services to the taxpayers as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Tenney. Our last member who will question today is Mr. Feenstra of Iowa. He doesn't serve on the subcommittee, but he wanted to be here today because of his interest and passion for this area. We'll recognize Mr. Randy Feenstra of Iowa.
Thank you so much, Chairman. And this is very important to me. I just came off the floor. Member Kildee and I had a bill that we're moving forward and that will be voted on by the members of Congress concerning foster care data. We feel that there's so much going on in so many different states, but we really don't have the data to create solutions to the problems that exist. And I just want to give all of you a shout out for your testimonies. I read them. Unfortunately, I was on the floor, so I couldn't hear them verbally. I apologize for that. But I read them, and they were moving. They touched me. In Iowa, the great concern and why I'm so passionate about this is that we've lost almost a half of our foster care parents in the last 4 years. There's a problem. We see that in DC, we see that in many other states. And so we got to come to a solution of what's happening. You know, I also see that 19,000 youths age out of the foster care program, and are they ready for success? You know, that's a concern. All of a sudden you age out and you're on the street, or you could be. That's scary. What are we doing to make sure that we're preparing them for success? I know there's an enormous amount of good people in the world, in our nation, and they strive to improve our foster care system and support those within. Obviously, we have many of those here. But I'd like to talk about two key aspects: the kinship foster placement and nonprofit organizations. Mr. Lloyd, you discussed the Casey Foundation report and the positive trend and the shifts toward kinship placements. But what struck me is what you just said, is that when you start going down extended relatives, that they all of a sudden have a disadvantage, that they're financially. And this could have dramatic effects when there's this financial vulnerability. So I'd like you to just talk a little bit more about that, what you are seeing and the vulnerability that we're putting when we have a child that goes into these placements, that the money is not there to help financially.
Thank you for the question. Yes. Earlier today, there was a mention of just the stigma associated with child welfare. And some relatives are frankly fearful to working with the child welfare agency. And so they'll sometimes take in children or, into their home and don't want to necessarily have any relationship with the child welfare agency, don't want to become a licensed foster parent because they fear they could lose their grandchild, right? So there's a lot of concern around needing to prioritize kinship caregivers, support them better, encouraging states to do that. And so just better positioning them, because we think that that's really the key. Some states are searching for relatives to the 5th degree of consanguinity and affinity. I don't know how many of us even know our relatives that far out. That's great, great, great grandparents.
Yep. Wow.
Okay?
Wow.
And so that's what it's going to take if we want to have families to step up for children, and we need to support those families when they come. And if it makes sense for them to be a licensed foster parent, we need to do that.
Yep.
And we need to support them well. There are states that are not financially supporting kin who are licensed at the same rate that are supporting foster parents who are not relatives. It makes no sense.
It doesn't. And we got to solve these. There's a solution to be had right there. Thank you for those comments. Mr. Otero, thank you for your testimony. I applaud what you wrote. You're placed, obviously, with your grandmother that we were just talking about. What is the most significant challenges that you saw with your grandmother through the foster program? And I'm, again, looking for solutions. How can we improve? What would you tell me? Member Feenstra, this is what needs to happen. What do you think?
So what I think is that I do love the idea of kinship, and I love that I was placed with my grandmother. My grandmother was the best thing that ever happened to me in my life. However, I want to keep in mind that we cannot lower the standards of these homes because they are kin. I've seen it firsthand, not being, my grandma loved me and she loved me more than anything, and she would sacrifice her sleeping on a floor so we could sleep on a couch because we didn't have a bed, you know. And the reality of it is, if you can make it look good for one DCS day when they come to see that house, then you look good one day, and then they say, okay, we're done with you. You can have these 2 kids. And then my mom and dad ended up having 2 more kids that live with my grandmother. So we had 4 older ones in foster care, 4 of us living at my grandmother's, sleeping on the floor, sleeping on couches. And the fact of the matter is that if we just gained any little bit of financial support, we would have been able to move out of, we live in Gary, Indiana, which I'm sure you know all about Gary, Indiana. You've heard of it at least once. And so, you know, in that circumstance, we can't lower the standard, but if we can provide the financial support, then these homes, I mean, they can support them better. If you wouldn't let your own child stay in these homes, why would you keep these kids here, you know? And I see that every day. I've seen DCS allow kids to stay in these homes that are infested with bugs or have no paneling because it's kinship, and they pass an inspection for one day. But then when I enter the home and I see that, I say, they wouldn't let their own kid, they wouldn't sleep there themselves. Why should these kids? So
Great comments. Thank you. And it's our responsibility to do something about it. And thank you for coming. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Feenstra. That concludes the questions and our answers today at this subcommittee hearing. Let me just say to our witnesses how grateful we are for you being here today and how much you've contributed to this dialogue and discussion. And in particular, Rebecca and Jordan and also Kenny, you give us hope, you inspire us by being here today and sharing your stories. And Mr. Lloyd, Mr. Kiefer, thanks for your expertise, your experiences, what you've brought to us here today, and for sharing everything you have today. We can't do this work without you and without people in the field sharing with us how we can do things better from a public policy standpoint. And as we look at our work ahead in a bipartisan way, we look forward to continuing to stay engaged with you, getting your thoughts, and making sure we're doing everything possible to change the trajectory on those statistics I gave earlier and what we need to do better, because we have plenty of work to do moving forward. I'll just remind members that you have 2 weeks to submit written questions to be answered later in writing. Those questions and your answers will be made part of the formal hearing record. With that, our hearing is concluded today. Thank you. Safe travels.